Transcriber's note. This e-text includes fragments, Greek and Hebrew, and characters that require UTF, Unicode file encoding, Macron EEOA. If any of these characters do not display properly, make sure your text reader's character set or file encoding is set to Unicode UTF-8. You may also need to change the default font. Further details on errors and changes are given at the end of the text. Playing cards. Facts and speculations. On the origin and history of playing cards by William Andrew Chatto. Hic mihi charta nuces, hic est mihi charta fritilis, Marshall. With cards I while my leisure hours away, and cheat old time, yet neither bet nor play. London, John Russell Smith, 4 Old Compton Street, Soho Square. 1848. Printed by C. and J. Adlard, Bartholomew Close. Preface. Should a person who has never bestowed a thought on the subject ask, what can there be that is interesting in the history of cards? It is answered, there may be much. There is an interest, of a certain kind, even in the solution of a riddle or the explication of a conundrum. And certain learned men, such as Peer Daniel and Court de Gebelin, having assumed that the game of cards was originally instructive, and that the figures and marks of the suits are emblematic, speaking to the intelligent of matters of great import, their amusingly absurd speculations on the subject set forth with all the gravity of a budge doctor, determining ex cathedra impart to the history of cards an interest which, intrinsically, it does not possess. But putting aside all that may relate to their covert meaning, cards, considered with respect to what they simply are the instruments of a popular game, and the productions of art suggest several questions, the investigation of which is not without interest. Where and when were they invented, and what is the origin of their names? When were they introduced into Europe? What has been their progress as a popular game, and what influence have they had on society? What changes have they undergone with respect to the figures and the marks of the suits? And to what purposes have picture and fancy cards been made subservient, in consequence of those in common use being so generally understood? And lastly, what have been the opinions of moralists and theologians with respect to the lawfulness of the game? Such are the topics discussed, and questions examined in the following pages. Of the works of previous writers on the origin of cards, I have freely availed myself, using them as guides when I thought them right, pointing out their errors when I thought them wrong, and allowing them to speak for themselves whenever they seemed instructive or amusing. Having no wish to appropriate what was not my own, I have quoted my authorities with scrupulous fidelity, and am not conscious of an obligation which I have not acknowledged. Should the reader not obtain from this work all the information on cards which he might have expected, it is hoped that he will at least acquire from its perusal a knowledge of the true value of such investigations. Between being well informed on a subject and knowing the real worth of such information, there is a distinction which is often overlooked, especially by antiquaries. In the illustrations will be found a greater variety of cards than have hitherto been given in any other work on the same subject, not excepting the splendid publication of the Society of Bibliophiles Francaise, entitled Jus Descartes Tarots et Descartes Numerales du Quatorzem au Dixhuitim cycle. All the cards with the exception of the French valets, at p. 250, and the Portuguese chevaliers, at p. 252, have been copied by Mr. F. W. Fairholt, and all the wood engravings with the exception of the tailpiece, by W. J. Linton, at p. 330, have been executed by Mr. George Vasey. W.A.C. London, 17th April, 1848. Contents. Chapter 1, Paid. Of the origin and name of cards. Chapter 2, Introduction of cards into Europe. Chapter 3, Progress of card playing. Chapter 4, of the different kinds of cards and the marks of the suits. Chapter 5, the morality of card playing. All writers who have investigated the principles of morality agree in the condemnation of gaming, that is, playing at any game of hazard for the sake of gain. With respect to the lawfulness, however, of playing at such games at leisure hours, for the sake of recreation, and without any sordid desire of gain, there is, amongst such authorities, a difference of opinion. some holding that in the moral code, such games are, at all times and under all circumstances, unlawful, while others affirm that, under the conditions mentioned, they are innocent. The former opinion has been espoused by many theologians, who, not content with condemning games of hazard as immoral, have also, with more zeal than knowledge, denounced them as sinful and forbidden by the word of God. The arguments, however, of such teachers have been ably refuted by the learned Thomas Gadacre in his work on the nature and use of lots, the first edition of which appeared in 1619. He has clearly shown that the texts alleged by the opposite party do not bear the construction which had been put upon them, and that, consequently, the so-called Word of God was nothing more than the dogma of fallible men. The controversy respecting the sinfulness of games of hazard, on scriptural grounds, seems to have commenced in England about the latter end of the 16th century, with a small tract written by a puritanical clergyman of the name of Bomford, who appears, at the time of its first publication, to have exercised his ministerial functions at Newcastle-on-Tyne. The title of Bomford's tract is a short and plain dialogue concerning the unlawfulness of playing at cards or tables or any other game consisting in chance. The only copy that I have seen occurs in a collection of tracts by the same author, with the general title, Carpenter's Chips, or Simple Tokens of Unfeigned Goodwill to the Christian Friends of James Bomford, the unworthy servant of Jesus Christ, a poor carpenter's son. 16 Mo. Printed at London, for Richard Boyle, 1607. The following dedication of the tract on gaming is dated 1st of January, 1593. To the right worshipful Master Lionel Madison, Mayor, the aldermen his brethren, and the godly burgesses of Newcastle-upon-Tyne, James Bomford wisheth the kingdom of God and his righteousness, that other things may be ministered unto them. That which heretofore I have propounded to you, right worshipful and beloved, in teaching, I do now publish to all men by printing, to wit mine opinion of the unlawfulness of games consisting in chance. Bomford's tract is a very short one, consisting of only 8 leaves, inclusive of the dedication and title. The speakers in the dialogue are professor and preacher. The professor had read, in the commonplaces of Peter Martyr, the declaration that dice play is unlawful, because depending on chance, but not being satisfied with what is there said about table playing, he craves the preacher's opinion concerning playing at tables and cards. The preacher, after propounding several objections to the games on moral grounds, thus syllogistically determines that games of chance are unlawful. Lots are not to be used in sport, but games consisting in chance, as dice, cards, tables are lots, therefore not to be used in sport. In support of this conclusion, he refers to Joshua Roman 18:10, I Samuel Roman 14:41, Jonah I 7, Malachi I 6:7, and Hebrews Roman 6:16. Lots, he says, were sanctified to a peculiar use, namely, to end controversies. On those grounds, he absolutely condemns all games depending on chance. The plea in favor of play merely for amusement he rejects, being of opinion that, if such games were even lawful, the desire of gain would soon creep in. For, according to the common saying, sine lucro frigit ludus, no gaining, cold gaming. Several continental divines, of the Reformed party, had previously expressed similar opinions, but without exciting much remark, and the question seems to have been regarded as one of mere scholastic theology, until the differences between the Puritans and the High Church party, in the reign of James I, caused it to be treated as a question of practical religion. The question appears to have occasioned great heats in the University of Cambridge. For Mr. William Ames, being then Fellow of Christ's College, having preached at St. Mary's, in 1610, against playing at cards and dice, as being forbidden by Scripture, his discourse gave so much offense to persons in authority that he withdrew from the university in order to avoid expulsion. Ames subsequently was appointed professor of theology at the University of Frankfurt in Friesland, and was one of the principal opponents of Gadacre in the controversy on lots. The question respecting the lawfulness of games of chance has been thoroughly investigated, both morally and theologically, by Barbeyrac in his Traité du Jeu. And his determination is that such games are not in themselves immoral, whether the stakes be small or great, and that they are not forbidden, either directly or indirectly, by the Scriptures. In the preface, he thus speaks of the probable effect of the absolute condemnation of all games of hazard, on the assumed ground of their being both immoral in themselves and forbidden by the Scriptures. I am not surprised that Gatacre should have found so much opposition on the points which he maintained, considering the times in which he wrote. It, however, appears strange to me that, in an age when so many prejudices, both philosophical and theological, have been shook off, there should still be found people who, looking only at the abuses which may arise in the use of things indifferent in themselves, condemn such things as absolutely evil, on grounds either frivolous or extremely doubtful. Such condemnation, so far from correcting those who are addicted to such abuses, is more likely to confirm them in their course. Nothing but the evidence of truth can enlighten the mind and thus make an impression on the heart. False lights and subtleties, however specious, will never dissipate the illusions produced by favorite passions. Such passions, indeed, acquire new force as soon as a plausible pretext for their indulgence is discovered in the weakness of the arguments with which they are assailed. While, by attacking them in a proper manner, he who has been deluded by them may be induced to open his eyes to the truth, and to perceive his errors. If, by such means, a reformation is not effected, it is in consequence of the same obstacles which render unavailing whatever may be alleged against things which are, from their very nature, unquestionably evil. I doubt much if a gamester were ever deterred from play by the reasons brought forward to persuade him that the practice was a profanation of divine providence. If the sermons and writings asserting such principles have produced any good effect, it is in consequence of their containing also solid reasons derived from the abuse of the thing confounded with its mere usage. The former have produced little or no impression, and it is to the latter alone that the victory is to be ascribed. As Barbarac's work is not common, and has never been translated into English, it is presumed that the following extracts from it will not be uninteresting to the reader. It is certain that man was not sent into the world to pass his time in eating, drinking, and merry-making. On the contrary, everything shows that he is destined by his Creator to be employed in matters of utility and serious consideration. The natural use of all our faculties has this manifest tendency. We have mind only that we may think. We have hands and feet only that we may move and act. Who could suppose that this industry, this address, this penetration, all these wonderful talents, capable of producing the sciences and arts, were given to us only to be concealed, or to be shamefully wasted, either in sluggish idleness or in a perpetual round of dissipation and amusement? The necessity of providing for our wants, an obligation common to all in a state of nature, requires that most men should apply themselves to work of some kind or other, and even those who have the means of living without labor are yet not exempt from the duty of applying themselves to some creditable employment, which may not only secure them against the temptations of idleness, but may also render them useful members of society. But though the always Creator has made man for labor, he has not made him for incessant labor, without relaxation. The same constitution of our nature which displays the necessity of action also shows that we ought occasionally to rest. Our bodies are not of iron, nor our spirits of unwearied activity, and the human machine soon gets out of order when unremittingly worked. We are not long in perceiving that too intent an application to any work weakens the strength of the body and lessens the activity of the mind. The way to become disgusted with anything is to be unremittingly employed about it. Thus, the very obligation to work requires that our labor should be sometimes intermitted, in order that we may not sink under it, but be enabled to resume it with vigor. To take recreation, in order to make progress with our work, was the judicious maxim of an ancient sage. Rest is the seasoning of labor, and we ought to combine them so that a just medium may be preserved. Consult nature, and she will tell you that she has made the day and the night to mark the hours of labor and of repose, and to teach us that each is equally indispensable to life. A life undiversified with a festival is like a long journey without an inn. Such is the language of pagan philosophers, and such are the ideas which pure reason suggests. Revelation teaches us the same. The night was made for the repose of all living things, and the Sabbath was partly instituted for the recreation of slaves and servants, who otherwise might have had masters so harsh as to pay no regard to the weakness of human nature. This festival, as well as all the others appointed by the law, were times both of rest and enjoyment for the whole of the people of God. Thus, so far from morality or religion forbidding every kind of recreation, it may be asserted that they require us to take such as may be becoming and convenient, whenever it may be requisite to thus reinvigorate our powers when exhausted by labor. It would at least be ungrateful to haughtily reject the innocent pleasures which the kindness of the deity allows to man, and it would be unjust to arbitrarily condemn those who discreetly avail themselves of such enjoyments. There are, however, people who unreasonably suppose that abuse and use cannot be separated, and who, forming to themselves I know not what mystical notions of virtue and piety, would persuade us that every kind of diversion is unworthy of a reasonable being a low amusement, a deceitful pleasure, a consequence of man's fallen nature. Such persons may be allowed to aspire to a state of perfection which perhaps may be beyond the reach of human nature, and which is certainly unattainable by the great mass of mankind. They ought, however, to allow those who are doubtful of their own powers of arriving at such perfection to humbly follow the path which nature and providence have pointed out, and to possess their souls in peace and their conscience without scruple. We maintain, then, as an irrefragable principle, that for the sake of relaxation we may indulge in such amusements as are in themselves free from vice. This being admitted, if a person finds pleasure in playing at billiards, at tennis, at chess, at cards, at backgammon, and even at dice, why may he not amuse himself with them, as well as in promenading, with music, in the chase, in fishing, in drawing, and in 1,000 other things of a similar kind? The question, then, is whether the game be for nothing or for a stake of some value. In the first case, it is a mere recreation, and bears not the slightest semblance of criminality. And with regard to the second, I do not see why there should be any evil in it, looking at the matter simply, without regard to circumstances. For if I am at liberty to promise and give my property, absolutely and unconditionally, to whomever I please, why may I not promise and give a certain sum, in the event of a person proving more fortunate, or more skillful than I with respect to the result of certain movements and combinations, upon which we had previously agreed? And why may not this person fairly avail himself of the result either of his skill or of a favorable concurrence of fortuitous circumstances, on the issue of which I had voluntarily contracted an obligation? Even though but one of the parties obtains an advantage, yet there would be nothing contrary to equity in the transaction, providing that the terms had been previously agreed on by both. Every person is at liberty to determine the conditions on which he will cede a right to another, and may even make it dependent on the most fortuitous circumstances. A forgery, a person may fairly avail himself of his winning, when he has risked on the event as much as he was likely to gain. In fact, play is a kind of contract, and in every contract the mutual consent of the parties is the supreme law. This is an incontestable maxim of natural equity. In the Scriptures, we do not find games of hazard forbid. The ancient Jews appear to have been entirely ignorant of this kind of recreation, and even the name for it is not to be found in the Old Testament. On the dispersion of the Jews, however, after the Babylonian captivity, they learnt to play from the Greeks and Romans, as may be inferred from the cases of conscience on this subject discussed by the rabbis. Notwithstanding this, games of hazard are nowhere forbidden in the New Testament, though no tolerance is there shown to any kind of vice. There is, indeed, only one passage that contains the least allusion to play, and even in this, the term which is metaphorically derived from a game of hazard when taken in the worst sense would only amount to a condemnation of the abuse of play. If in some versions a word, rho alpha iota zeta epsilon iota nu used by St. Paul, in his first epistle to the Corinthians, chapter X, v7, has been translated jower, it is merely in consequence of the equivocal signification of this word, or perhaps from the original term not being fully understood, which in this place signifies to dance. As is apparent from the passage in the Old Testament to which it alludes, Exodus, Romans 22:6. From the profound silence of the sacred writers, and from other reasons already advanced, it may, in my judgment, be safely concluded that play considered in itself, and apart from its abuse, is a matter of perfect indifference. Few persons are so rigid as to condemn absolutely games of every kind, an exception being usually made in favor of those which are determined by skill alone. Most theologians and casuists, however, have pronounced strongly against all games into which hazard enters, as if such were at all times unlawful. The rabbis, who are of the same opinion and who even consider them as means of fraud between Jew and Jew, assert that a man, during the whole course of his life, should do nothing but devote himself to the study of the law and of wisdom, to the practice of charity, or to some employment or business which may be serviceable to the community. If this decision be taken literally, it is manifestly absurd and requires no further notice. Even in putting a reasonable interpretation upon these words, and considering them as condemnatory of such persons as employ themselves in play alone, they still do not apply to play, considered in itself, but merely restrain it to its legitimate use. The Jewish doctors themselves acknowledge that the prohibitions of play in force amongst them are founded on the regulations of their ancestors. That is, that they are not derived either from the law of nature or the positive ordinances of God, but that they depend entirely on the civil law established by those who had the power of making new regulations whenever such might appear to be necessary for the welfare of the state. This is so true that they in a manner permitted Jews to play at games of hazard with Gentiles. At any rate, their prohibition was extremely feeble, since they declared that, in such a case, a Jew was only culpable of having spent his time about a frivolous thing. Among the works of Saint Cyprian we find a treatise, or kind of homily, on gaming, De Litoribus, which, though of high antiquity and evidently written by a bishop, is probably not the composition of the saint to whom it has usually been ascribed. The author, whoever he may have been, calls games of hazard the nets of the devil, and affirms that they were invented by a certain learned man at the prompting of the evil spirit, and that he placed his portrait and name on the instruments of the game in order that he might be worshipped by those who used them. He, consequently, maintains that whoever plays at such games offers sacrifice to their author, and thus commits an act of idolatry. Such chimerical arguments, when divested of all figure, only show that games of hazard are frequently the cause of disorder. A Flemish clergyman, in a historical treatise on this subject, published about the middle of the 17th century, gravely maintains that all games of hazard are contrary to every one of the 10 Commandments. It may be easily imagined that he is obliged to employ many devices in order to give a color of plausibility to this paradox, and that whenever he advances anything really pertinent, it applies only to the abuses, which, more or less, may insinuate themselves into every kind of game. A prelate of distinguished merit, Sidonius Apollinaris, Bishop of Clermont, in Auvergne, who flourished in the 5th century, was of a different way of thinking, for he was accustomed to amuse himself at trick-track, as he relates in his letters without testifying any compunction, and without even saying that he had abandoned the amusement on his being advanced to the office of bishop, though he mentions that he had then given up poetry. Others have imagined that they have discovered in the very nature of games of hazard something which renders them essentially sinful, supporting their views by an argument which, though extremely specious, is yet easily refuted. For instance, they say that God presides over what we call chance and directs it in a special manner, and that, as chance enters into all games of hazard, such games are manifestly sinful as requiring the intervention of divine providence in affairs which are not only trivial, but also subject to many incommodities. This conclusion would be demonstrative if the principle from which it is drawn were true. But how is it known that the results of chance are always determined by the special will of the deity? Is his intervention directly perceptible, or can it be known by any apparent indication? From the knowledge that we have of his goodness and wisdom, can it reasonably be supposed that he does so intervene? On the contrary, is it not derogatory to the Supreme Being to suppose that he should immediately interfere in affairs of such small consequence as most of those are which are determined amongst men by means of lots or chance? The very supposition contains within itself the best reasons for concluding it to be untenable. If the deity indeed were to act by a special will in all matters which are determined by lot or chance, and more especially in games of hazard, it would hence follow: 1. That men have the power to compel, and in a manner, force the deity to exercise an especial providence whenever they may think good, for it is certain that they can determine some matters by lot whenever they please. 2. It will also follow that the deity performs miracles every day in favor of persons who are most assuredly undeserving of them, and in places where no one could suspect that his presence would be displayed in a manner so extraordinary. Besides, what likelihood is there that, when a couple of lacqueys or porters sit down to play at dice or lansquenet, Providence should more especially interfere in their game than in events which affect the destiny of nations, such as battles, revolutions, and other important actions of a similar kind? There is even something ridiculous in supposing that when two men are playing at draughts or billiards, their game is only the object of common and ordinary providence, but that when they sit down to play at dice or cards, a special providence then intervenes and determines the chances of the game. I am, however, willing to allow that even at play there may sometimes be an extraordinary manifestation of providence, either directly or by means of some invisible intelligence determining the lot or chance. I can conceive that the deity should dispose of events in such a manner that a worthy man, for instance, who might be in danger of giving himself entirely up to play, should be cured of his passion by a great and sudden loss. But even admitting this, there is no reason to conclude that the deity interferes on all occasions and in favor of all sorts of people. And, after all, without a direct revelation, it never can be positively known that he really does interfere in such matters. I could just as readily believe what the eloquent Jesuit Maffei relates of Ignatius Loyola in his life of that saint, namely, that, playing one day at billiards with a gentleman who had urged him to try the game, he, by a miracle, proved the winner, as he was utterly unacquainted with the game. In concluding the first book, Barbeyrac observes, "To refute in detail all the objections of rigid moralists would require an entire volume. What I have already said, however, appears to me sufficient to remove any vain scruples which may have been excited on the subject. I am, indeed, rather apprehensive that those who are too fond of play will think that I might have spared myself the trouble of proving that which they had no doubts about, and that it was quite unnecessary to explain to them at so great length that play, considered in itself, contains nothing contrary to the law of nature or the precepts of the gospel. The plan of the work, however, required that I should commence with this, and the opportunity being thus afforded of showing the fallacy of the austere portrait which some writers have drawn of Christian morality, I have availed myself of it. On this subject, I also feel myself justified in referring to the schools of pagan philosophy, where we are taught that we should do nothing without being able to give a reason for it, in small matters as well as in great. Now, assuming that out of 100 persons who are accustomed to play daily, there is scarcely one who has ever asked himself how, or in what manner, it may be lawful, it is not surprising that so many people should convert a thing in itself perfectly harmless into a subject of disorder, employing it as a means of gratifying their inordinate love of pleasure, their idleness, or their avarice. In the second book, wherein he discusses the essentials of Playla, Juhi distinguishes 3 kinds of games: 1. Games of pure skill, 2. Games of pure chance, and 3. Games which depend partly on skill and partly on chance. Games of skill are those which depend on manual dexterity, bodily agility, or mental acuteness. Billiards, racket, quoits, cricket, draughts, and chess are of this kind. Games of pure chance are those in which the event, though brought about by the instrumentality of the players, is yet absolutely beyond their direction or control. Of this kind are dice, and certain games at cards, such as basset, brelin, lansquenet, rougette noir, and faro. In the third kind, such as backgammon and most of the usual games at cards, the effects of chance may in some degree be counteracted by a skillful application of principles derived from a knowledge of the various combinations which result from the conventional rules of the game. In all games for any considerable stake, that is, with regard to the means of the parties, it is necessary that the players should be as nearly as possible equal in point of skill. For, in this case, the game becomes a kind of traffic and is subject to all the conditions of an equitable contract. Most persons who play for high stakes, either at games of pure chance or of chance and skill combined, make more or less a traffic of their amusement, and risk their own money from a desire of winning that of another. In all such cases, gaming is a positive evil to society, and is utterly inexcusable, much less justifiable, on any grounds whatever, and all who thus venture large sums may be justly required to show by what right they possess them. When a fool or a knave is thus stripped of a large property, his loss is a matter of small import to society. The true evil is that so large a portion of national wealth, created by the industry of others, should be at the disposal of such a character, and should be allowed to pass, on such a contract, to another even more worthless than himself. This objection has not been urged in any of the numerous sermons and essays that have been published against gaming, the authors of which, generally, instead of showing that society has both the power and the right to correct such abuses by depriving the offending parties of the means of continuing them, have contented themselves with declamations on the wickedness of the pursuit, and with vain appeals to the conscience of inveterate gamesters. While they whistle to the deaf adder, they never seem to suspect that it may be easily dispatched with a stick, but such abuses in society are never remedied till the Heraclidi acquire a knowledge of their rights, as well as a consciousness of their power. The appeal to the vanity of men of rank and education, in order to shame them out of their love of play, is as futile in its effects as it is wrong in principle. For it tends only to nourish in them feelings of self-conceit, and to induce them to think rather of the deficiencies of the low-born men, whose money they are eager to win, than to consider their own dereliction of duty, in playing for large sums with anyone. At the gaming table, a community of feeling levels all the artificial distinctions of rank, and the rude plebeian who covers the high-born noble's stake is just as good, for all intents and purposes of play, as that noble himself. The condescension of the noble to play with a costermonger for the sake of winning his money is fully compensated by the other's willingness to afford him a chance. The annals of gaming sufficiently show that rank is no guarantee of a gamester's honesty. And in the case of Lord de Rose versus Cumming, tried before Lord Denman, 10th of February, 1837, it would appear that the rank of the fraudulent gamester screened him for several years, with one party at least, from being denounced. Sir William Ingilby, in his examination, stated that he had seen Lord de Rose perform the trick of reversing the cut, and thus secure himself an ace or a king for the turn-up card at least 50 times, and that he first observed his lordship do it about 4, 5, or 6 years ago. When asked why he did not denounce Lord de Rose after he had become aware of his fraudulent tricks, he gives the following answer: "I did not mention the matter publicly for this reason. I considered that if an obscure and humble individual like myself, not possessed of his rank, were to attempt to go up to a peer of the realm, who held a high station in society, and who at the same time was regarded by all his associates, and by the world in general, as a man of unimpeachable character, and say, 'My lord, you are cheating.' If I say, I, that humble individual, had addressed Lord de Rose in these terms, if I had denounced a peer of the realm, and a man of such general popularity, I should instantly have gathered around me a host of persons, and I take it, as a matter of course, I should have had no choice between the door and the window." Notwithstanding that the honorable baronet was aware of the fraudulent practice of the right honorable peer, it seems that he still continued to play with him. But it does not appear that he was particularly attentive to his lordship's trick of reversing the cut, sauter la coupe when he had him for a partner. If Sir William Ingilby's fears were well founded, it seems reasonable to conclude that those who would have pitched him out of the window, for exposing the fraudulent tricks of a peer, must have been persons of similar character to the party denounced, and that their conduct in such a case would not have been influenced by a regard for the honor of a peer of the realm, but would rather have been the result of the vexation which they felt at the public exposure of one of their own stamp. On this trial, one of the witnesses admitted that he had won £35,000 at cards in the course of 15 years. This is certainly a large sum, but nothing to be compared to the winnings of some men by their gambling in railway shares within the last 10 years. Lord de Rose failed in his action, the fact of cheating which had been alleged against him having been clearly proved. He did not long survive the disgraceful exposure, and Theodore Hook is said to have embalmed his memory in the following epitaph: "Here lies England's premier baron patiently awaiting the last trump." On the question of the lawfulness of playing at cards for the sake of amusement, and not from the mere desire of gain, Many persons of eminent piety have held the affirmative in their writings, and a far greater number of the same class have testified, by their practice, their concurrence in the same opinion. Many fierce declamations, says Jeremy Taylor, from ancient sanctity have been uttered against cards and dice, by reason of the craft used in the game and the consequent evils as invented by the devil. And indeed, this is almost the whole state of the question. For there are so many evils in the use of these sports, they are made trades of fraud and livelihood, they are accompanied so with drinking and swearing, they are so scandalous by blasphemies and quarrels, so infamous by misspending precious time, and the ruin of many families, they so often make wise men fools and slaves of passion, that we may say of those who use them inordinately, they are in an ocean of mischief, and can hardly swim to shore without perishing. He can never be suspected in any criminal sense to tempt the divine providence, who by contingent things recreates his labor, and having acquired his refreshment hath no other end to serve, and no desires to engage the divine providence to any other purpose. A man may innocently, and to good purposes go to a tavern, but they who frequent them have no excuse, unless their innocent business does frequently engage, and their severe religion bring them off safely. And so it is in these sports. There is only one cause of using them, and that comes but seldom, the refreshment, I mean, of myself or my friend, to which I minister in justice or in charity. But when our sports come to that excess, that we long and seek for opportunities when we tempt others, are weary of our business, and not weary of our game, when we sit up till midnight and spend half days, and that often too, then we have spoiled the sport. It is not a recreation, but a sin. He that means to make his games lawful must not play for money, but for refreshment. This, though few may believe, yet is the most considerable thing to be amended in the games of civil and sober persons. For the gaining of money can have no influence in the game to make it the more recreative, unless covetousness holds the box. But when money is at stake, either the sum is trifling, or it is considerable. If trifling, it can be of no purpose unless to serve the ends of some little hospitable entertainment or love feast, and then there is nothing amiss. But if considerable, a wide door is open to temptation, and a man cannot be indifferent to win or lose a great sum of money, though he can easily pretend it. If a man be willing or indifferent to lose his own money, and not at all desirous to get another's, to what purpose is it that he plays for it? If he be not indifferent, then he is covetous or he is a fool. He covets what is not his own, or unreasonably ventures that which is. If without the money he cannot mind his game, then the game is no divertisement, no recreation, but the money is all the sport, and therefore covetousness is all the design. But if he can be recreated by the game alone, the money does but change it from lawful to unlawful, and the man from being weary to become covetous, and from the trouble of labor or study, remove him to the worse trouble of fear or anger or impatient desires. Here begins the mischief. Here men begin for the money to use vile arts. Here cards and dice begin to be diabolical, when players are witty to defraud and undo one another, when estates are ventured and families are made sad and poor by a luckless chance. And what sport is it to me to lose my money, if it be at all valuable, and if it be not, what is it to my game? But sure the pleasure is in winning the money, that certainly is it. But they who make pastime of a neighbor's ruin are the worst of men, said the comedy. But concerning the loss of our money, let a man pretend what he will, that he plays for no more than he is willing to lose, it is certain that we ought not to believe him. For if that sum is so indifferent to him, why is not he easy to be tempted to give such a sum to the poor? Whenever this is the case, he sins, that games for money beyond an inconsiderable sum. Let the stake be nothing, or almost nothing, and the cards or dice are innocent, and the game as innocent as pushpin. In plays and games, as in other entertainments, we must neither do evil, nor seem to do evil. We must not converse with evil persons, nor use our liberty to a brother's prejudice or grief. We must not do anything, which he, with probability or with innocent weakness, thinks to be amiss until he be rightly instructed. But where nothing of these things intervene, and nothing of the former evils is appendant, we may use our liberty with reason and sobriety. And then, if this liberty can be so used, and such recreations can be innocent, as they assuredly may, there is no further question but those trades which minister to these divertisements are innocent and lawful. Nelson, the pious author of the fasts and festivals of the Church of England, and of the practice of true devotion, had no objection to cards. Sober persons, says he, in the last mentioned work, do not make a business of what they should only use as a diversion. The Reverend Augustus Toplady, so well known for his high Calvinistic principles, used to occasionally amuse himself with a game at cards, and in a letter dated Broadhembury, Nov. 19th, 1773, he thus expresses himself on the subject of recreations in which clergymen may innocently indulge. I do not think that honest Martin Luther committed sin by playing at backgammon for an hour or two after dinner in order, by unbending his mind, to promote digestion. I cannot blame the holy martyr Bishop Ridley for frequently playing at tennis before he became a prelate, nor for playing at the more serious game of chess twice a day after he was made a bishop. As little do I find fault with another of our most exemplary martyrs, the learned and devout Mr. Archdeacon Philpot, who has left it on record as a brand on Pelagians of that age that they looked on honest pastime as a sin, and had the impudence to call him an antinomian and a loose moralist, because he now and then relaxed his bow with huntinge, shootinge, bowlinge, and such like. Nor can I set down pious Bishop Latimer for such an enemy to holiness of life, on account of his saying that hunting is a good exercise for men of rank, and that shooting is as lawful an amusement for persons of inferior class. I have not a whit the worse opinion of the eminent and profound Mr. Thomas Gadacre, for the treatise which he professedly wrote to prove the lawfulness of card-playing, under due restrictions and limitations. I cannot condemn the vicar of Broadhembury for relaxing himself now and then among a few select friends with a rubber of sixpenny whist, a pool of penny quadrille, or a few rounds of twopenny Pope Joan. To my certain knowledge, the said vicar has been cured of headache by one or other of those games, after spending 8, 10, or 12, and sometimes 16 hours in his study. Nor will he ask any man's leave for so unbending himself, because another person's conscience is no rule to his, any more than another person's stature or complexion. John Wesley, when a young man at college, and before his thorough conversion, appears to have been fond of a game at cards. Tate Wilkinson, writing in 1790, says, Mr. Wesley, about 4 years ago in the fields at Leeds, for want of room for his congregation in his tabernacle, gave an account of himself by informing us that when he was at college he was particularly fond of the devil's pops or cards, and said that every Saturday he was one of a constant party at whist, not only for the afternoon, but also for the evening. He then mentioned the names of several respectable gentlemen who were with him at college, but, continued he, the latter part of my time there I became acquainted with the Lord. I used to hold communication with him. On my first acquaintance, I used to talk with the Lord once a week, then every day, from that to twice a day, till at last the intimacy so increased that he appointed a meeting once in every 4 hours. He recollected, he said, the last Saturday he ever played at cards, that the rubber at whist was longer than he expected, and on observing the tediousness of the game, he pulled out his watch, when, to his shame, he found it was some minutes past 8, which was beyond the time he had appointed to meet the Lord. He thought the devil had certainly tempted him to stay beyond his hour. He therefore suddenly gave his cards to a gentleman near him to finish the game, and went to the place appointed, beseeching forgiveness for his crime, and resolved never to play with the devil's pops again. That resolution he had never broken, and what was more extraordinary, that his brother and sister, though distant from Cambridge, experienced signs of grace on that same day, on that same hour, in the month of October. On the subject of card-playing, even for the sake of amusement, 2 distinguished laymen, John Locke and Dr. Johnson, appear to have entertained different opinions. The former, in his treatise on education, says, As to cards and dice, I think the safest and best way is never to learn any play upon them, and so to be incapacitated for those dangerous temptations and encroaching wasters of useful time. Dr. Johnson, on the contrary, regretted that he had not learnt to play at cards, giving at the same time as his reason, "It is very useful in life. It generates kindness and consolidates society." The opinion of a living professor of moral philosophy on the subject of card-playing may be gathered from the following dialogue between Christopher North and the Ettrick shepherd. North. Chapter 1. Of the origin and name of cards. Man has been distinctively termed a cooking animal, and Dr. Franklin has defined him to be a tool-making animal. He may also, with equal truth, be defined to be a gambling animal, since to gamble or venture on chance his own property with the hope of winning the property of another is as peculiar to him, in distinction from other animals, as his broiling a fish after he has caught it with his hands, or making for himself a stone hatchet to enable him to fell a tree. Whether this gambling peculiarity is to be ascribed to the superiority of his intellectual or of his physical constitution, others may determine for themselves. Other animals, in common with man, will fight for meat, drink, and lodging, and will do battle for love as fiercely as the ancient knights of chivalry, whose great incitements to heroic deeds in plain English, killing and wounding were laid a love and the honor of the peacock. There is, however, no well-authenticated account of any of the lower orders of animals ever having been seen risking their property at odd or even, or drawing lots for choice of pasturage. No shepherd has ever yet succeeded in teaching his sagacious collie to take a hand at cards with him on the hillside. The most knowing monkey has never been able to comprehend the mysteries of tossing. And even the learned pig, that tells people their fortune by the cards, is never able to learn what is trumps. Seeing then that to gamble is exclusively proper to man, secundum essentium consecutive, and admitting that the proper study of mankind is man, it plainly follows that as playing cards are the instruments of the most fascinating species of gambling that ever was devised by the ingenuity of man, their origin and history are a very proper subject for rational discussion. The cooking, tool-making, gambling animal displays its rationality, according to Dr. Franklin, by its knowing how to find or invent a plausible pretext for whatever it has an inclination to do. Judging from the manner in which the origin and history of playing cards have been treated by various authors within the last 150 years, it is evident that the subject, whatever they may have made of it, is one of great capability, to use the favorite term of a great designer in the landscape gardening line. And it seems no less evident that some of those authors have been disposed to magnify its apparent insignificance by associating it with other topics, which are generally allowed to be both interesting and important. In this respect, they have certainly shown great tact, for though many learned men have, at different periods, written largely and profoundly on very trifling subjects, yet it does seem necessary for a man, however learned and discreet, to set forth, either in his title page or in his promium, something like an apology for his becoming the historiographer of playing cards, things in themselves slightly esteemed even by those who use them most, and frequently termed by pious people the devil's books. The example which has thus been set I am resolved to follow. For though, in the title page, I announce no other topic for the purpose of casting a borrowed light on the principal subject, I yet wish the reader to understand that I am writing an apology for it now. And in the progress of the work, I doubt not that I shall be found as discursive as most of those who have previously either reasoned or speculated on playing cards. A history of playing cards, treating of them in all their possible relations, associations, and bearings, would form nearly a complete cyclopedia of science and art, and would still admit of being further enlarged by an extensive biographical supplement, containing sketches of the lives of celebrated characters who have played at cards or at any other game. Cards would form the center, the point, having position, but no space from which a radius of indefinite extent might sweep a circle comprehending not only all that man knows, but all that he speculates on. The power of reach, by means of the point and the radius, being thus obtained, the operator has his choice of topics, and can arrange them round his center and color them at his will, as boys at school color their fanciful segments of a circle. To exemplify what has just been said about the capability of cards as a subject of disquisition, one writer, Pierre Menestrier, preluding on the invention of cards, says, apropos to the term jeu ludus, a game that, to the supreme being the creation of the world, was only a kind of game, and that schoolmasters with the Romans were called ludi magistri, masters of the game or sport. Here, then, is a fine opportunity for a descant on creation, and for showing that the whole business of human life, from the cradle to the grave, is but a game, that all the world is a great gaming house, to avoid using a word offensive to ears polite, and all the men and women merely players. Illustrative of this view of human life, a couple of pertinent quotations from Terence and Plutarch are supplied by another brother of the same craft, M. Seeleber. According to Pierre Daniellet, Reverend Father of the Order of Jesuits, who wrote an elaborate history of the French military establishments, the game of piquet is symbolic, allegorical, military, political, and historical, and contains a number of important maxims relating to war and government. Now, granting, for the sake of argument, that the game, with respect to its esoteric principles, is really enigmatic, it may be fairly denied that Pierre Daniel has succeeded in explaining it correctly. His fancied discoveries may be examined in detail and shown, with very little trouble, to be the mere seethings of his own working imagination. Others may be proposed, and as a matter of course, supported by authorities, ancient and modern, on the origin, use, and meaning of symbols and allegories, and illustrated with maxims of war and state policy, carefully selected from the bulletins, memoirs, and diplomatic correspondence of the great military chiefs and statesmen of all nations. Thus a respectable volume in point of size at least might be got up on the subject of piquet alone, without trenching on the wide field of cards in general. Court de Gebelin, a Gnostic, at least in the philosophically, if not in the religious sense of the word, finds in the old Italian tarocchi cards the vestiges of the learning of the ancient Egyptians, somewhat mutilated and disguised, indeed, by Gothic ignorance, which suspected not the profound knowledge concealed in its playthings, but still intelligible to the penetrating genius which initiates itself into all ancient mysteries, is fond of exploring the profoundly obscure, and becomes oracular, talking confidently of what it sees, when it is only groping in the dark. Court de Gebelin's theory suggests at once a general history of science and art, which, as everybody knows, had their cradle in ancient Egypt, and induces dim, but glorious visions of the ancient Egyptian kings, Sesanch, Ramesses, and Amonoph. The chronologers, Sanchoniathon, Manetho, and Berossus, follow, as a matter of course, whether originally known from Bishop Cumberland or from Mr. Jenkinson in The Vicar of Wakefield. Then who can think of the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, and of its essence being contained in the symbolic characters of a pack of cards, without hieroglyphic writing coming into his mind? And this subject, being once started, leads naturally in chronological order to Clemens Alexandrinus, Horapollo, Athanasius Kircher, Bishop Warburton, Dr. Thomas Young, and Mons. Champollion. To write properly a history of playing cards in connection with the learning of the Egyptians, as suggested by the dissertation of Court de Gebelin, would require the unwearied energy of one of those brazen-boweled scholars who flourished at Alexandria when ancient science and art, sinking into a state of second childhood, had again found a cradle in Egypt. O Isis, mother of Horus, how is thy image multiplied? Though changed in name, millions still worship it, ignorant of the type of that before which they bow. All is symbol. The cards of the gamester are symbolic, full of meaning of high import, and yet he is ignorant of it, cares not to know it, though Court de Gebelin would teach him, is indifferent about his soul, and prays only that he may hold a good hand of trump symbol again. As cards are printed on paper, from engraved blocks of wood, and as wood engraving appears to have suggested the art of typography, or printing from movable types, Breitkopf combines in one general essay his inquiries into the origin of playing cards, the introduction of linen paper, and the beginning of wood engraving in Europe, this essay being but a portion of the author's intended history of printing. Singer follows very nearly the same plan as Breitkopf, but though his researches form a goodly quarto, both in point of size and appearance, he yet has not looked into every corner. The wide field of playing cards still admits of further cultivation, for, though often turned up by the heavy subsoil plow of antiquarian research and well harrowed by speculation, it remains undrained. In the Nouvelles Annales des Voyages, we find a dissertation by M. Ray on playing cards and the mariner's compass, apparently two incongruous things, yet indissolubly connected by the fleur-de-lis, which is to be seen on the drapery of some of the court or coat cards, and which also forms an ornament to the north point. It appears that this dissertation on cards and the compass is but a fragment of a work composed by M. Ray on the flag, colors, and badges of the French monarchy. Judging of his talents, from this fragment, he appears to have been admirably fitted to write a general history of cards. And it is to be regretted that he did not give to his so-called fragment that comprehensive title, and introduce the essay on the mariner's compass and the history of the French flag as incidental illustrations of the fleur-de-lis. For certainly the fragment on cards rent from A History of the French Flag does seem a little out of place in a general collection of voyages and travels, unless, indeed, it be there introduced as a traveler's tale. Mons C. Leber, one of the most recent writers on playing cards, is an author whom it is very difficult to follow in his devious course, for though he is always picking up something that appears to relate to his subject, he yet does not seem to have had any clear idea of what he was seeking for. The grand questions, he says, are, where do cards come from? What are they? What do they say? And what ought we to think of them? These questions, however, Mons Leber by no means undertakes to answer. He confines himself, as he says, to a very narrow path, a very crooked one too. He might have added avoiding the wide and flowery field of conjecture, but diligently amassing facts to guide other inquirers into the origin and primary use of playing cards. He is certain that they are of ancient origin and of Eastern invention, and that primarily they constituted a symbolic and moral game. He professes to be guided in his researches by the evidence of cards themselves, but though a diligent collector of cards of all kinds, he does not appear to have been successful in extracting answers from his witnesses. They all stand mute. In short, Mons Leber, notwithstanding his diligence as a collector of cards and his chiffonier-like gathering of scraps connected with them, has left their history pretty nearly the same as he found it. In the genuine spirit of a collector, he still longs for more old cards, but then, how to find them? Such precious reliques are not to be obtained by mere labor. They turn up fortuitously, mostly in the covers of old books, and as none that have hitherto been discovered explain their origin and presumed emblematic meaning, it is a chance that the materials for a full and complete history of playing cards will ever be obtained. In the meantime, says Mons Leber, we must wait till this work of time and perseverance shall be accomplished. To interpret his words from his own example, to wait may mean to keep moving without advancing, like a squirrel in a wheel. Notwithstanding all the old cards that have been discovered and all that has been collected on the subject from both tale and history, how far are we from possessing, exclaims Mons Leber, and who shall ever amass all the elements necessary for a positive history of playing cards? Thus much may serve by way of introduction, and as evidence of the capability of the subject. Man, as a gambling animal, has the means of indulging in his hopeful propensity, as soon as he has acquired a property either real or personal, and can distinguish odd from even or a short straw from a shorter. The first game that he played at, in the golden age of happy ignorance, would naturally be one of pure chance. We have no positive information about this identical game in any ancient or modern author, but we may fairly suppose, for no one can prove the supposition to be false, that it was either drawing lots or guessing at odd or even. Imagination suggests that the stakes might be acorns or chestnuts, and though reason may query the fact, yet she cannot controvert it. It is evident that at either of the two simple games above named, a player, when it came to his turn to hold, might improve his chance of winning by means of a little dexterous management, vulgarly called cheating, and thus, to a certain extent, emancipate himself from the laws of blind, fortunae personification of chance which a gambler, most assuredly, first elevated to the rank of a divinity. That cheating is nearly coeval with gaming cannot admit of a doubt, and it is highly probable that this mode of giving an eccentric motion to fortune's wheel was discovered, if not actually practiced, at the first regular bout under the oaks of Dodona or elsewhere before the flood of Thessaly. Man, having left the woods for the meadows, progressing from the sylvan or savage state to that of a shepherd, now not only roasts his chestnuts, but also eats a bit of mutton to them, and after having picked the leg clean, forms of the small bones, between the shank and the foot, new instruments of gaming. Taking a certain number of those bones, 3 for instance, he makes on 4 sides of each a certain number of marks. On one side a single point, and on the side opposite 6 points, on another side 3 points, and on the opposite 4. Putting these bones into a cow's horn, he shakes them together and then throws them out, and accordingly, as the points may run high, or as the cast may be of 3 different numbers, so does he count his game. Conventional rules for playing are now established. Definite values, independent of the number of points, are assigned to different casts, some being reckoned high, while others are counted low, and sometimes positively against the player, although the chance of their turning up be the same as that of the former. The game now becomes more complicated, and the chances being more numerous and the odds more various. A knowing gamester who plays regularly and makes a calculation of the probability of any given number or combination of points being thrown, either at a single cast or out of a certain number, has an advantage in betting over his more simple-minded competitors. Luck is all, exclaims the novice and guesses, the adept mutters, knowledge is power and counts. The cutting of bones into cubes or dice and numbering them on all their 6 sides would probably be the next step in gaming. And there are grounds for supposing that the introduction of dice was shortly followed by the invention of something like backgammon, a game which affords greater scope for calculation than dice, and allows also of the player displaying his skill in the management of his men. Should it be asked, what has any of those games to do with the origin of cards? I answer, in the words of an Irish guide, when pointing out to a traveler several places which he was not wanting to find. Well, then, none of them's it. The next game, which it seems necessary to notice, is the pi epsilon tau tau epsilon iota alpha of the Greeks and the latrunculi of the Latins. As in the sequel, it may perhaps be found to have some positive, though remote, relation to the game of cards. It would be superfluous here to inquire if the game of pi epsilon tau tau epsilon iota alpha, or latrunculi, were really that which was invented by Palames during the Trojan War. It may be sufficient to remark that it is mentioned by Homer, who, in the first book of the Odyssey, represents Penelope's suitors playing at it. Before the door, they were amusing themselves at tables, sitting on the skins of oxen which they themselves had killed. In whatever country the game may have been invented, or however it may have been originally played, it was certainly not a game of chance. It was a scientific game requiring the exercise of the mind, and wholly dependent as to its result on the comparative skill of the 2 players, he who displayed the greatest judgment in moving his pieces, according to the rules of the game, being the winner. This game appears to have been similar to that described in Strutt's Sports and Pastimes, under the name of Merrills, which is still played in many parts of England, and which was, and may be still, a common game in almost every country in Europe. It appears to have branched out into several species, with the Greeks and Romans, and though in some of them the game was very intricate, it yet never attained with those people to the perfection of chess. One of those varieties of petia, or latrunculi, seems to have been very like the game of drafts. It was played with pieces or men of 2 different colors, placed on a board divided into several squares, and a man of one party could be taken by the opponent when he succeeded in enclosing it between 2 of his own. Whatever may have been the origin of chess, it seems to be generally admitted that the game, nearly the same in its principles as it is now played, with its board of 64 squares and men of different grades, was first devised in India. And without giving implicit credit to the well-known account of its invention by an Indian named Sissa, we may assume that the date assigned to it, namely, about the beginning of the 5th century of the Christian era, is sufficiently correct for all practical purposes. A difference of 200 or 300 years, either one way or the other, is of very little importance in a conjecture about the game as connected with playing cards. Having now arrived at chess, we fancy that we see something like land, though it may be but a fogbank after all. To speak without figure, it seems likely that the game of cards was suggested by that of chess. The affinity of the 2 games, and the similarity between the coat cards and the principal pieces in the game of chess, have already been pointed out by Breitkopf, and he is so copious on the latter topic that he has left but little for any of his successors to do, in this respect, except to condense his diffuse notes. For, as was said of William Prynne, his brains are generally to be found scattered about the margin of his works, and not in the text. A side or suit of chessmen consists of 6 orders, which in the old Oriental game were named 1. Shach the king, 2. Furs the general, 3. Phil the elephant, 4. Aspensuar the horseman or chevalier, 5. Ruch the camel, and 6. Badal or Badak, the footmen or infantry. In this suit there was no queen, as the introduction of a female into a game representing the stratagems of war would have been contrary to the Oriental ideas of propriety. And long after the introduction of chess into Europe, the second piece, now called the queen, retained its Eastern name under the form of fierce, firch, or firge, even after it had acquired a feminine character. Vierge at length becomes confounded with the French vierge, a maid. And finally, the piece is called dame, the lady, and so becomes thoroughly European, both in name and character. With respect to the changes which the other pieces have undergone in the European game of chess, it is only necessary to observe that the elephant is now the fall or fou of the French and the bishop of the English. Aspensuar, the horseman, is the French chevalier and the English knight. Ruch, the camel, is the French tour and the English rook or castle, and the beidel or beidek, the footman, are now the French pions and the English pawns. Now the very same change that has taken place in the second piece in chess, namely, from a male to a female, has also happened to the second principal figure in French and English cards. Among the oldest numeral cards that have yet been discovered, no queen is to be found, the three principal figures or coat cards being the king, the knight, and the valet or knave. There was no queen in the old Spanish pack of cards, nor was there usually in the German in the time of Heineken and Breitkopf. In the Spanish, the coat cards of each suit were the king, rey, the knight cavallo, and the knave, groom or attendant soda. In the German, the king König, a chief officer ober, and a subaltern Unter. The Italians, instead of making any change in the old coat cards, sometimes added the queen to them, so that they had four instead of three, namely Re, Riene, Cavallo, and Fonti. The following extracts from an essay on the Indian game of chess, by Sir William Jones, printed in the second volume of the Asiatic Researches, seem to establish more clearly than anything that has been expressly written on the subject, either by Breitkopf or others, the affinity between cards and chess. If evidence be required to prove that chess was invented by the Hindus, we may be satisfied with the testimony of the Persians, who, though as much inclined as other nations to appropriate the ingenious inventions of a foreign people, unanimously agree that the game was imported from the west of India, together with the charming fables of VICHNOU in the 6th century of our era. It seems to have been immemorially known in Hindustan by the name of Chaturanga, that is the 4 angas, or members of an army, which are said in the Amarikosha to be elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers. And in this sense, the word is frequently used by epic poets in their descriptions of real armies. By a natural corruption of the pure Sanskrit word, it was changed by the old Persians into chatrang. But the Arabs, who soon after took possession of their country, had neither the initial nor final letter of that word in their alphabet, and consequently altered it further into shatranj, which found its way presently into the modern Persian, and at length into the dialects of India, where the true derivation of the name is known only to the learned. Thus has a very significant word in the sacred language of the Brahmins been transferred by successive changes into axedras, skakai, echex, chess, and, by a whimsical concurrence of circumstances, given birth to the English word check, and even a name to the exchequer of Great Britain. Of this simple game, so exquisitely contrived, and so certainly invented in India, I cannot find any account in the classical writings of the Brahmins. It is indeed confidently asserted that Sanskrit books on chess exist in this country, and if they can be procured at Benares, they will assuredly be sent to us. At present, I can only exhibit a description of a very ancient Indian game of the same kind, but more complex, and, in my opinion, more modern than the simple chess of the Persians. This game is also called chaturanga, but more frequently chaturaji, or the 4 kings, since it is played by 4 persons representing as many princes, 2 allied armies combating on each side. The description is taken from the Bhawishya Puran, in which Yudhisthira is represented conversing with Vyasa, who explains, at the king's request, the form of the fictitious warfare and the principal rules of it. Having marked 8 squares on all sides, says the sage, place the red army to the east, the green to the south, the yellow to the west, and the black the north. It is worthy of remark that these colors form the ground of 4 of the suits of one of the divisions of an 8-suit pack of Hindustani cards. It appears that in this game the moves were determined by casts with dice, as in backgammon, so that it was one of chance as well as skill. On this point Sir William Jones observes, "The use of dice may, perhaps, be justified in a representation of war, in which fortune has unquestionably a great share, but it seems to exclude chess from the rank which has been assigned to it among the sciences, and to give the game before us the appearance of whist, except that pieces are used only instead of cards, which are held concealed." Though Sir William Jones mentions whist in particular, It is yet apparent from his own description that the similarity of Chattarajah to any other game of cards played by 4 persons is precisely the same. This evidence of the similarity between a game of cards and an ancient Indian game of chess is the more important, as the fact appears to have forced itself upon the notice of the writer, rather than to have been sought for. It may here be observed that in the wardrobe accounts of Edward I, there is an item of money paid for the use of the king for playing at the 4 Kings Quatuor Regesend, that it has been conjectured that the game was cards. The Hun. Daines Barrington, who appears to have been of this opinion, says, "The earliest mention of cards that I have yet stumbled upon is in Mr. Anstey's History of the Garter, where he cites the following passage from the Wardrobe Rolls in the 6th year of Edward I. Waltero Sturton, ad opus regis ad ludendum ad quatuor reges viis. VD. From which entry Mr. Anstey's with some probability conjectures that playing cards were not unknown at the latter end of the 13th century, and perhaps what I shall add may carry with it some small confirmation of what he supposes. As this is not the place to discuss the question, if playing cards were known in England so early as the reign of Edward I, it may be sufficient to remark that the substance of what Mr. Barrington has adduced in confirmation of Anstey's conjecture consists in a statement of the fact of Edward having been in Syria, and that he might have learned the game of cards, there taking it for granted that cards were of Eastern invention, and known in Syria at that period, and in a second-hand reference to Breitkopf for a passage in the Golden Spill, wherein it is stated that a certain game cards being unquestionably meant first came into Germany about the year 1300. From Sir William Jones's account of the game of Chaturanga, or more specifically, Chattarajah the 4 Rajas, or kings, there can scarcely be a doubt that the game of the 4 kings played at by Edward I was chess, and that this name was a literal translation of the Indian one. Assuming this, then, as an established fact, we have evidence of the number 4 being associated in Europe at that period with the game of chess, which, as has been previously shown, bore so great a resemblance to a game of cards. Now, whatever may have been the origin of the name of cards, it is undeniable that the idea of the number 4 is very generally associated with them. There are 4 suits, and in each suit there are 4 honors, reckoning the ace, to say nothing of the very old game of all fours, which may have originally meant winning in each of the 4 angas or divisions, now represented by high, low, jack, and the game. It is also certain that, in this country, cards were called the books of the 4 kings, long before the passage relating to the game of Quatuor Reges, which might have suggested the name, appeared in Anstey's History of the Garter. They are so called by Sir Thomas Urquhart in his translation of Rabelais in Chapter 22, Book 1, which contains an account of the games that Gargantua played at. After supper were brought into the room the fair wooden Gospels and the books of the 4 kings, that is to say, the tables and cards. Cards are not indeed called the books of the 4 kings in the original text of Rabelais, though it is certain that they were known in France by that name, and that the valets or knaves were also called fous, a term which, as Paynot remarks, corroborates Breitkopf's theory of the analogy between chess and cards. Mrs. Piazzi, speaking of cards, in her retrospection, published in 1801, says, "It is a well-known vulgarity in England to say, 'Come, sir, will you have a stroke at the history of the 4 kings?' Meaning, will you play a game at cards?" A writer in Fraser's Magazine for August 1844 also calls cards the books of the 4 kings, as if they were well known by that name. Now as chahar, chatter, or, as the word is sometimes written in English, charta, signifies 4 in the Hindustani language, as it enters into the composition of chaturanga, and as chess probably suggested the game of cards, I am inclined to think that both games were invented in Hindustan, and that chahar or chatter in the language of that country formed a portion of the original name of cards. The common term for cards in Hindustan is taj or taz, and its primary meaning, as I am informed, is a leaf folium. But as it is also used in a figurative sense to signify a diadem or crown, and as the term signifying a crown is frequently used in most languages to signify regal authority, the compound term chahar taj or chahar tas would be suggestive of nearly the same idea as the 4 kings, and be almost identical in sound with the Latin charti or chartas. The name, whatever it might be, would be liable to change in passing from Hindustan, through other countries, into Europe, In the same manner as we find chaturanga, the Sanskrit name of chess, transformed into the Persian chatrang, the Arabic shatranj, the Greek zatrikyan, the Spanish exedras, the Italian skakai, the German schach, the French échecs, and the English chess. The name given to cards by the earliest French and German writers who mention them is, respectively, cartes and carton in Latin charti. But as charta signifies paper, and as cards are made of paper, it has generally been supposed that they received their name from that circumstance. But if a part of their original name signified the number 4, whether derived from an Eastern root or from the Latin quarta, it can scarcely be doubted that they acquired the name of charti, not in consequence of their being made of paper, but because the Latin word which signified paper had nearly the same sound as another word which signified 4 in the same manner as furs. The general, in chess, found a representative in firge, and subsequently became confounded with virge. The ideal change of virge into dame, the wife of the king, followed of course like wooden, married, and a. It is deserving of remark that in several old French works, written within 50 years of the time when we have positive evidence of the game of cards being known in France, the word is sometimes spelled quartz or quartz, as if, in the mind of the writer, it was rather associated with the idea of 4 than with that of paper. The possible derivation of cards from quarta was suggested by Mr. Go in his observations on the invention of cards in the 8th volume of the Archaeologia, though he was of opinion that they obtained their name from the paper of which they were made. Perhaps, says he, it may be too bold a conjecture that the quartz, ludus quartarum sive cardarum, by which Junius explains cards, may be derived from quarta, which, Ducange says, is used simply for the 4th part of anything, and so may be referred to the quatuor reges. But as Ducange expressly says that quarta and carta are synonymous, I lay no stress on this, but leave it to the critics. To carry still further this speculation on the Indian origin of playing cards, both name and thinget is to be observed that cards are called nabi by the earliest Italian writers who mention them, and that they have always been called napes or napes in Spain since the time of their first introduction into that country. Now in Hindustan, where we find the word chahar, chatter, or charta, they have also the word naib, or nabe, which, judging from the sound only, appears at least as likely to have been the original of nabi and nape, as it is of the English nabob. This word naib signifies a viceroy, lieutenant, or deputy who rules over a certain district, as a feudatory who owes allegiance to a sovereign. Now, as the game of chess was known in Hindustan by the name of the 4 kings, if cards were suggested by chess, and invented in the same country, the supposition that they might have been called chatter, Nawab the 4 viceroys, as the cognate game of chess was called the 4 kings, and that this name subsequently became changed into chartanabe, is, at least, as probable as the derivation of napes from NP, the initials of Nicolas Pepin, their supposed inventor. Though this last etymology has very much the appearance of a conundrum, propounded in jest for the purpose of ridiculing a certain class of etymologists who always seek for roots at the surface, it is nevertheless that which received the sanction of the Royal Spanish Academy and which is given in their dictionary. Several Spanish writers, however, of high reputation for their knowledge of the formation of their native language, have decidedly asserted that the word napes, signifying cards, whatever it might have originally meant, was derived from the Arabic. And if the testimony of Covaluz, a writer quoted in Bussey's History of the City of Viterbo, could be relied on, the question respecting the word nabi or napes and cards themselves, having been brought into Europe through the Arabs, would appear to be determined. His words are, Anno 1379, fu recado in Viterbo el gioco del cart, chi ven de Sarcinia, e chiamasi tra loro nabe. That is, in the year 1379 was brought into Viterbo the game of cards, which comes from the country of the Saracens, and is with them called nabe. It may be observed that the very word here given as the Arabic name for cards still signifies in Arabia a deputy of the Sultan. Even though it may not be a word of Hindustani origin, it may have been introduced into that language when a great portion of Hindustan was subjected to the Mahometan yoke, and when many of the Rajas of native race were superseded by the naibs or deputies of a Mahometan sovereign. There appears reason to believe that the word nape or napes, as applied to cards, did not primarily signify cards generally, but was rather a designation of the game played with cards, in the same manner as the 4 kings, signified the game at cards, in consequence of a king being the chief of each of the four suits. In Vieira's Portuguese Dictionary, 1773, one of the explanations of the word nape is a suit of cards, and the phrase, "Não tenho nenhuma daquele nape," is translated, "I have none of that suit." It is not unlikely that the Greek word chialpharotauida sigma, Latin, charta, paper, was derived from the East, and that it was originally associated with the idea of four, as expressive of a square quare of paper, in contradistinction to a long strip of paper or parchment, which, when rolled up, formed an epsilon mu epsilon iota lambda epsilon mu alpha, or volume. In Middle Age Greek, the word chialpharotau alpharo oda omicron nu, or chialpharotau oda omicron nu, which is unquestionably derived from the same root as chialpharotauida sigma, appears to have been used to convey the idea of a square or four-sided piece of wood, and to have specifically signified a square wooden trencher. The top of the trencher cap worn at the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, and at some of our public schools, may be considered as a representative of the general form of the thing. It is curious to trace how a word primarily expressive of the number 4 has, in Greek, Latin, French, and English, been employed to signify either paper generally or a portion of paper. From the French cahier or cahier, which may be traced through carré or quare, to the Latin quartus, from quatuor we have the Old English quare, a little paper book consisting of a few sheets, and the modern quire, now signifying a definite number of sheets of paper. In Hindustani, the word chit signifies, I believe, a note or letter, and is in this sense synonymous with the Latin epistola and the German brief. Should it also signify paper, either in general or of a particular kind, and be cognate with chahar, chatter, or charta? 4. The preceding speculations on the primary meaning of chialpharotauida sigma, charta, and cards will be materially corroborated. I leave, however, the investigation of this point to those who understand the Hindustani language, as all the knowledge that I have of the word in question is derived from one of Theodore Hook's tales, Passion and Principle, in the first series of Sayings and Doings. Wherever he might have picked it up, the effect with which he uses it is peculiarly his own. Breitkopf, who is decidedly of opinion that cards are of Eastern invention and of great antiquity, considers that the name nabe or napes, by which they were first known to the Italians and the Spaniards, is derived from an Arabic word naba signifying divination, foretelling future events, fortune-telling, and such like. In this opinion, he says he is confirmed by the exposition of the Hebrew word nabes, which he seems to think cognate with the Arabic naba. He, however, produces no evidence to show that cards were known either to the Arabians or the Jews by the name of nabe. And from a subsequent passage in his work, it is evident that the conjecture was suggested merely from the circumstance of cards being occasionally employed for the purposes of fortune-telling. Heineken, who contends that cards were invented in Germany, alleges the name brief given to them in that country in support of the presumed fact. Playing cards, he observes, were called with us brief, that is, letters in Latin epistolae, and they are called so still. The common people do not say, give me a pack of cards, but a spiel brief unju de letters, and they do not say, I want a card, but I want a brief, a letter. We should, at least, have preserved the name cards if they had come to us from France, for the common people always preserve the names of all games that come from other countries. This argument is contradicted by the fact of cards having been called Karten in Germany, before they acquired there the name of brief. And this very word brief, which is merely a translation of the Latin charti, is presumptive evidence of the Germans having obtained their knowledge of cards from either the French or the Italians, with whom the name cards, when done into Latin, had the same meaning as the German word brief. With respect to the term nabes or napes, there are two etymologies which seem deserving of notice here, the one propounded by Bullitt in his Recherches historiques sur les cartes à jouer, and the other by Aloy Johanneau in his Mélanges d'origines etymologiques. Mons, Bullitt thinks that cards are of French origin, and that they were not invented before the introduction of linen paper, his chief reason for fixing this epoch as a ne plus ultra being evidently founded on their Latinized name, charti. From France he supposes that they passed into Spain by way of Biscay, and acquired in their passage the name of napes. This word, according to Mons, Bullitt, is derived from the Basque term napa, signifying plat, plain, uni, which very properly designates cards and corresponds with the Latin charta. This etymology is fanciful rather than felicitous. If charta were synonymous with mensae table, the Basque term napa would appear to correspond more nearly with it. But the Basque language, like the Celtic, is one peculiarly adapted for etymological speculation. A person who understands a little of it may readily grub up in its wild fertility a root for any word which he may not be able to supply with a radical elsewhere. Mons, Eloy Johano is of opinion that cards are of much higher antiquity than they are generally supposed to be, and with respect to their Spanish name, napes, the origin of it, is, to him, too plain and simple to require the aid of any scarce or voluminous works to prove it. It is, in short, one of those truths which, to be perceived, requires only to be announced. This incontestable truth is that the word nape, card, comes from the Latin mappa, the M being merely changed into an N. Of this antithesis or change of a letter, several examples are produced, as the French nap, a tablecloth, also from mappa, neffel and nefflayer from mespelum and mespelis, and faire la Saint Miduch for faire la Saint Niduch. Then nape and mappa have an analogous meaning. Napes, playing cards, scarcely differ from a map, which is a geographic card, or, except in point of size, from a nap, which is spread like a chart on the table. In ancient times, too, mappa signified the tessara, or signal, which was displayed at the games of the circus. Tertullian, speaking of those games in his Diatribe de Spectaculis, says, Non vident missum quid sit. Mappam putant, sed est diaboli ab alto precipitati gula. They perceive not what is displayed. They think it the mappa, but it is the jaws of the devil. It is evident from this that in Tertullian's estimation there was something very wicked in the mappa, and the bad odor which, even at that early period, the word was in, appears to have been retained by its presumed derivative, napes, ever since, servavit odorum diu. But then for the grand discovery, mons. Johano finds in Ducange's glossary a passage cited from Papias, a lexicographer of the 11th century, which proves that the word mappa then signified a playing card, and that the game of cards was known at least 3 centuries previous to the period assigned to its invention by the Abbé Rive. Mappa, according to Papias, is a napkin. A picture or representation of games is also called mappa, whence we say mappa mundi, a map of the world. An ancient Latin and French glossary, also cited by Ducange, explains the passage from Papias to the following effect. Mappa mundi, a mapemund or geographic map, and it is derived from mappa, a nap, a picture or representation of games. Though it may be admitted that nap, a tablecloth or napkin, is derived from mappa, and that the latter word was sometimes used to signify a picture of some kind of game, it yet does not appear to be incontrovertibly true, either that mappa, as explained by Papias, signified a card or a game of cards, or that the word napes was derived from it. What mons Johano considers to be a self-evident truth appears in reality to be no better than one of those confident assertions entitled, by courtesy, moral truths, in consequence of the sincerity of the author's belief. A great many truths of this kind pass current in the business of life and maintain their nominal value long after their real character is known, upon the credit of the endorsers. Wherever cards may have been first invented, and whatever may be the etymology of the words charti and napes, or nabai, it is certain that cards are now well known in Hindustan, where they form the amusement of the natives, both Hindus and Moslems. That they were invented there may be a matter of dispute, but that they have been known there from an early period and were not introduced there from Europe appears to be undeniable. The Hindu cards are usually circular. The number of suits is 8, and in some packs 10. And the marks of the suits, though in some instances showing an agreement with those of European cards, are evidently such as are peculiar to the country and identified with the customs, manners, and opinions of the people. They coincide with the earliest European cards in having no queen, the 2 coat cards being a king and his principal minister, or attendant in the suits being distinguished by the color, as well as by the form of the mark or emblem. It appears necessary here to notice an objection, which readily suggests itself to the supposed derivation of charti, cards, from a word of Eastern origin, signifying 4. It is this: if the ancient Hindu pack consisted of 8 or even 10 suits, would it not be preposterous to derive the European name from a word which implies that there were only 4? Facts most assuredly are stubborn things, and no speculation, whether lame of a leg or going smoothly on all fours, can stand against them. It is not, however, proved that the most ancient Hindu cards consisted of 8 or 10 suits. Until this be done, the speculation must just pass for what it is worth. Whether there were 8, 10, or 20 suits, the derivation of chi alpha rho tau eta sigma, charta, paper, from a word of Eastern origin, would still be unaffected. If the game of cards were suggested by that of chess, I am inclined to think that the earliest pack would consist of only 2 suits, and that more were subsequently added to satisfy the wants of busy idleness, for a more complicated game. Be this as it may, cards did not arrive at Europe from Hindustan per saltum. It is probable that their progress through the intervening countries was comparatively slow, and even if they left home with a suite of 8, it is not impossible that they might lose half of them by the way. But to meet the objection by a fact, from a description of a pack of Hindustani cards to be subsequently noticed, and of the game played with them, it appears that the 8 suits are not considered as a single series, but as 2 divisions of 4 suits each. This partition corroborates both the theory of the game of cards being suggested by that of chess, and of the name being derived from a word primarily signifying the number 4. On the supposition, then, that cards were invented in the East, it seems advisable to first give some account of the cards now used in Hindustan, before entering into any investigation of the period when the game was first brought into Europe. A high antiquity, indeed no less than 1,000 years, is claimed for one of the packs subsequently described. But rejecting tea as a pure fiction, which the apparent newness of the cards themselves contradicts, it may be fairly assumed, seeing that in the East customs are slowly changed, that the figures and symbols or marks on those cards are, in their forms and signification generally, of at least as early a date as those which are to be found on the oldest European cards. There is no collection of Hindustani cards in the Museum of the East India Company, the purveyors, it would seem, not considering them likely to be interesting even to the lady proprietors, who, though they have no voice, at least in Leadenhall Street, yet have considerable influence, by their votes, in the choice of directors. The natives of Hindustan always speak of the company as if, in the abstract, the great body of proprietors were a female, Mrs. Company, and it would appear that the direction of things at home is rapidly approximating to a pure gynecocracy. In the Museum of the Royal Asiatic Society, there are 3 packs of Hindustani cards, one of them consisting of 10 suits, and the other 2 of 8 suits each. In each suit, when complete, the number of cards is 12. That is 2 coat cards or honors and 10 others, whose numerical value is expressed by the number of marks upon them, in a mode similar to that by which English cards, from the ace to the 10, are distinguished by the number of the pips. The cards of all the packs are circular. The diameter of the largest is 2-3-4 inches, and of the smallest about 2-1-8 inches. The material of which they are formed would appear to be canvas, but so stiffened with varnish that each single card feels like a piece of wood. All the figures and marks appear to be executed by hand, not printed nor stenciled. Each pack is contained in an oblong box, the cards being placed on their edges, and on the top and sides of the box, the marks or emblems of the several suits are depicted. From the style of their execution, I should conclude that card painting in Hindustan was a regular profession, though possibly combined with some other, to make ends meet, just as card painting was combined with wood engraving generally in Germany in the latter part of the 15th century. Or just as shaving and haircutting might in former times afford a decent subsistence when eked out with a little surgery, such as bloodletting, tooth drawing, qui procent omnibus arts. In giving a separate description of each of those packs, it seems most proper to begin with that for which the highest antiquity is claimed. This pack is one of the 2 which consist of 8 suits, and, from a memorandum which accompanies it, I have obtained the following particulars respecting a former possessor and the presumed antiquity of the cards. They formerly belonged to Captain D. Cromline Smith, to whom they were presented, about the year 1815, by a high-caste Brahmin who dwelt at Guntur, or some other place in one of the northern Sirkars of southern India. The Brahmin considered them to be a great curiosity, and informed Capt. Smith that they had been handed down in his family from time immemorial. He supposed that they were 1,000 years old or more. He did not know if they were perfect, but believed that originally there were two more colors or suits. He said they were not the same as the modern cards, that none knew how to play at them, and that no books give any account of them. Such is the sum of the Brahmin's information. The writer of the memorandum looking at the costume of the figures and the harness of the animals, and considering that the Mahometans do not tolerate painted images, concludes that these cards are Hindustani. The pack consists of 8 suits, each suit containing 2 honors and 10 common cards, in all 96 cards. In all the suits the king is mounted on an elephant, and in 6, the vizier or second honor is on horseback, but in the blue suit the emblem or mark of which is a red spot with a yellow center he rides a tiger, and in the white suit the mark of which appears like a grotesque or fiendish head, he is mounted on a bull. The backs of all the cards are green. The following are the colors of the ground on which the figures are painted in the several suits, together with the different marks by which the suits and the respective value of the common cards were also distinguished. Colors, marks, fawn something like a pineapple in a shallow cup, 2. Black A red spot with a white center, 3. Brown A tulwar or sword, 4. White A grotesque kind of head, 5. Green something like a parasol without a handle and with 2 broken ribs sticking through the top, 6. Blue A red spot with a yellow center, 7. Red A parallelogram with dots on it as if to represent writing, shortest side vertical, 8. Yellow and oval. On every one of the common cards there is also depicted, in addition to the mark of their respective suits, something like a slender leaf, tapering upwards, but with the top curving down. Of this pack of cards, I have nothing further to observe here than that if they are even 100 years old, they must have been preserved with great care. And that I am inclined to think that the Brahmin, who gave them to Capt. Smith, had overrated their antiquity and rarity in order to enhance the value of his present. In a second pack, consisting, like the preceding, of 8 suits of 12 cards each, the king appears seated on a throne, while the vizier, as in the former, is on horseback, except in 3 of the suits where he appears mounted on an elephant, a single-humped camel, and a bull. Though there be a difference between this pack and the former, in the marks of some of the suits, there can be no doubt that the same game might be played with each. In the pack now under consideration, the backs of all the cards are red. The following are the colors of the ground and the marks of the several suits. Colors, marks, yellow apparently a flower, 2, black A red spot with a white center, 3, red A tulwar or sword, 4, red man's head and shoulders, 5, brown unintelligible, 6, green A circular spot, 7, green A parallelogram longest side vertical, 8, yellow and oval. The third pack of Hindustani cards in the possession of the Royal Asiatic Society, to whom it was presented by the late Sir John Malcolm, is much more curious and interesting than either of the other 2 previously noticed. It consists of 10 suits, of 12 cards each, and the marks of the suits are the emblems of the 10 avatars or incarnations of VICHNOU, one of the 3 principal divinities in the religious system of the Hindus. The king is represented by VICHNOU, seated on a throne, and in 1 or 2 instances accompanied by a female, and the vizier, as in most of the suits of the other 2 packs, is mounted on a white horse. In every suit 2 attendants appear waiting on the second as well as on the principal honor. The backs of all the cards in this pack are red, and the colors of the ground and marks of the several suits are as follows. Colors, marks, red A fish, yellow A tortoise, gold A boar, green A lion, brownish-green A man's head, red an axe, brownish-green an ape, puce A goat or antelope, brick red A cat ashel or umbrella, 10, green A white horse saddled and bridled. The following description of the 10 avatars, or incarnations, of VICHNOU, as represented in a series of drawings, will explain the meaning of nearly every one of the marks of the 10 suits of cards. The only suits which do not exactly correspond with the avatars, as represented in the drawings, are those numbered 8 and 9, the emblems of which are a goat and an umbrella. It is, however, to be observed that Hindu authors do not agree in their accounts of the different avatars of VICHNOU, though they generally concur in representing them as 10 in number, that is, 9 past and 1 to come. It is also possible that the goat which appears couchant as if giving suck in the umbrella, which in the East is frequently the sign of regal dignity, may be symbolical of the 8th and 9th avatars in the description of the drawings. Though the Brahmin dwarf in the 5th avatar of the drawings carries an umbrella, there can scarcely be a doubt that the man's head, In number 5 of the cards is the symbol of this avatar. The 10 avatars of Vishnu. 1. Matsyavatara. The first avatar of Vishnu, as a fish, represented as the body of a man with the tail of a fish. The human part is colored blue, the rest is white. In 2 of his 4 hands he holds the chakra, or Saudarsana, which here appears something like a quoit with rays proceeding from it. In the palm of another of his hands, the diamond Kare mystique is displayed. According to the Bhagavat Purana, the precious stone or diamond called Kastrala is a sort of talisman which illuminates all things, and in which all things are reflected. It is the perfect mirror of the world, and Vishnu generally wears it on his breast, or holds it in the palm of that hand which is raised in the act of benediction. 2. Kuamavatara. The second avatar, as a tortoise, the upper part of the figure man, the lower tortoise. The chakra appears poised on the fingers of one of the hands. 3. Varahavatara. The third avatar of Vishnu, as a Virat or wild boar, to destroy the giant Hiranyaksha. Vishnu appears with the head of a boar, but with the body and limbs of a man. In the cards, the head of the boar is blue. 4. Narasimhavatara. The fourth avatar of Vishnu, as a lion, to destroy the giant Hiranyakashipu. Vishnu appears with a lion's head, but with a human body, holding the chakra in one of his hands. 5. Vamanavatara. The fifth avatar of Vishnu, as a Brahmin dwarf, to avenge the gods on the giant Bali. In one hand he holds a kind of narrow-necked pot with a spout to it, and in another a catashel or umbrella. 6. Parasurama. The sixth avatar of Vishnu, as a Brahmin, armed with an axe to chastise kings and warriors. The color of the figure is green, and in one of his hands he holds either a flower or a kind of leaf. 7. Sri Rama or Rama-Ikundra. The seventh avatar of Vishnu in the family of the kings of the race of the sun, to avenge the gods and men of the tyranny of Ravana, king of Lanka or Ceylon. The figure of Vishnu in this avatar is blue or green, and he is seated on a couch or throne with his wife Sita beside him, while monkeys appear offering him adoration. In the cards, the color of Vishnu is blue, and a female shares his throne, which is very much like a font or shallow bath. Monkeys also appear before him. 8. Krishna, the eighth avatar of Vishnu, as an infant suckled by his mother Devaki. Rays of glory surround the heads of the mother and child. 9. Buddha, the son of Maya. The ninth avatar of Vishnu, who appears richly dressed, seated in an attitude of meditation on a throne, the back of which is of a shell-like form, espèce de conch, and is adorned with lotus flowers. 10. Kalki Avatara. The 10th and future avatar of Vishnu, as a horse or man-horse, armed with sword and buckler to destroy the world at the end of the present age. The figure has a human body and a horse's head. As there are different accounts of the incarnations of Vishnu, as has been previously observed, the following is given with the view of throwing a little more light on the subject. Vishnu, the second person in the Hindu Trinity, is said to have undergone 9 successive incarnations to deliver mankind from so many perilous situations. The first, they say, was in the form of a lion, the second of a hog, the third a tortoise, the fourth a serpent, the fifth that of a Brahmin, a dwarf, a foot and a half high, the sixth a monster, namely half man, half lion, the seventh a dragon, the eighth a man born of a virgin, and the ninth an ape. Bernier adds a 10th, which is to be that of a great cavalier. Voyage, Volume Roman 2, p. 142. A very particular and a very different account of these transformations is given by Mr. Sonorat, Voyages, Volume I, p. 158, with curious representation of each of them. In this account we have both a lion and a man-lion, which are probably symbols of the same avatar, and a dragon and a serpent, also probably symbols of the same thing, though neither of them occur in the cards, nor in the description of the drawings. I shall now present the reader with a description of another pack of Hindustani cards and of the game played with them. It forms an article entitled Hindustani Cards in the second volume of the Calcutta Magazine, 1815, and is accompanied with 2 plates, facsimiles of which are here given. The words Gunjifu and Taz are used in Hindustani to denote either the game or a pack of cards. I have in vain searched the Asiatic Researches, Asiatic Annual Register, Sir William Auseley's Oriental Collections, and the Oriental Repertory, by Dalrymple, for some account or description of the mode of playing the cards in use among the natives of Hindustan. and further, from the total silence of the French and English encyclopedias, conclude that they have never engaged the attention of any inquirer. A description of the gunjifu, or cards, used by the Moslems, may therefore be acceptable to our readers. In the dictionary, Hindustani and English, edited by the late Dr. Hunter, the names of the 8 suits are to be found under the word Taj, the name of the first suit. The pack is composed of 96 cards, divided into 8 suits. In each suit are 2 court cards, the king and the wazir. The common cards, like those of Europe, bear the spots from which the suits are named and are 10 in number. 4 suits are named superior, and 4 the inferior suits. Superior suits, inferior suits. Tad, Chungsuft, Sorkshamshir, Burat Galim, Quimesh. Plate I represents the 4 superior suits, called Beshbur, and plate Roman II, the inferior Cumber. The kings are easily distinguished and are here numbered from 1 to 8. In the superior suits, the 10 follows next in value to the king and wazir, and the ace is the lowest card. In the inferior suits, the ace has precedence immediately after the wazir, then the deuce, and others in succession, the 10 being of least value. The game is played by 3 or 6 persons. When 6 play, 3 take the superior and 3 the inferior suits. The pack being divided into parcels after the cards are well mixed, the players cut for the deal, and he who cuts the highest card deals. When 3 play, the cards are dealt by 4s. In the first and last round the cards are exposed, and thus 8 cards of each person's hand are known to the adversaries. The cards are dealt from right to left, the reverse of the European mode. The lead. When the game is played by day, he who holds the red king, Sork the sun, must lead that and any small card. Should he play the king alone, it is seized by the next player. The adversaries throw down each 2 common cards and the trick is taken up. When the game is played by night, the white king, Suft, the moon, is led in like manner. The cards are then played out at the option of him who leads, the adversaries throwing away their small cards, and no attention is paid to the following suit, unless when one of the adversaries, having a superior card of the suit led, chooses to play it to gain the trick. In order to guard a second-rate card which may enable you hereafter to recover the lead, it is customary to throw down a small one of that suit and call the card you are desirous to have played. With this call, the adversaries must comply. As in whist, when the person who has the lead holds none but winning cards, they are thrown down. After the cards have been all played, the parties shuffle their tricks, and the last winner, drawing a card, challenges one of his adversaries to draw out any card from the heap before him, naming it the 4th or 5th, and see from the top or bottom. The winner of this trick in like manner challenges his right-hand adversary. The number of cards in the possession of each party is then counted, and those who have fewest are obliged to purchase from an adversary to make up their deficiency of complement. The greatest winner, at the end of 4 rounds, has the game. The following terms used in the game may be acceptable to those who desire to understand it when played by natives. I think they unequivocally prove that gunjifu is of Persian or Arabian origin. Zuberdust, the right-hand player; Zerdust, the left-hand player; Zerb, a trick; Sir, a challenge; Sirkehel, the challenging game; Eklu, a sequence of 3 cards; Kirch, the card played to one led, not a winning card; Kahel Java, to lay down the winning card at the end of a deal; Chor, the cards won at the end of a deal, the sweep; Giluti, a misdeal; Urak, a card; Durham Kurna, to shuffle; Urak Tirashna, to cut the cards. From my observation of the game when played, I do not think it sufficiently interesting to cause its being preferred by Europeans to the cards in vogue in Europe. The number of the suits are too great, and the inconvenient form of the cards, the size and shape of which are represented by the plates, are great objections. The Hindustani cards are made of paper, well varnished, the figures appropriately painted, and the ground and backs of every suit of one color. The slave standing before the king in number 3 is the figure used as the spot or crest on all the common cards of that suit. The tradition regarding the origin of the Hindustani cards is that they were invented by a favorite sultana or queen to wean her husband from a bad habit he had acquired of pulling or eradicating his beard. With respect to the word gunjifu, which, according to the preceding account, appears to be a general name for cards, I am informed that it is of Persian origin, and that it signifies both a pack of cards and the game. In Bengal, cards are more generally known by the name of Taz, which is a Hindu word, than that by Gunjifu or Ganjifa, as it is otherwise written. From the reference, in the preceding account, to the Dictionary Hindustani and English, edited by the late Dr. Hunter, I am inclined to think that Taj and Taz have the same signification, with reference to cards, and that the only difference between them consists in the pronunciation and mode of spelling. Now, the word Taj is said to signify a crown, but if it be also used figuratively for a king, the wearer of a crown, just as crown is figuratively used to signify empire or regal power. The Hindu name for cards would be synonymous with kings. That cards were known in England by the name of the four kings has been already shown, and if my speculations on the terms Charty and Napes be correct, it was by a name originally signifying four kings, or four viceroys, that cards were first known in Europe. With regard to the game described in the preceding account, it appears to bear some resemblance to that which the French call l'ombre à trois, three-handed ombre. In both games, the suits appear to be considered as ranged in two divisions, in the Hindustani game as the red and the white, and in the European as the red and the black. In the Hindustani game, there are 8 suits, and 6 or 3 players, and when 3 play, the cards are dealt by 4s. In the European game of 4 suits and 40 cards, the 10s, 9s, and 8s being omitted there are 3 players, and the cards are dealt by 3s. A person who can play at ombre will scarcely fail to perceive several other points of similarity between the two games. From the terms used in the game of ombre spadillo, basto, matador, punto, and c, there can scarcely be a doubt that the other nations of Western Europe derived their knowledge of it from the Spaniards. The Hun. Daines Barrington, in his Observations on the Antiquity of Card Playing in England, derives the names of the game from the Spanish, hombre, a man, and there is reason to believe that it was one of the oldest games at cards played at in Europe. If the game of cards were introduced into Europe by the Arabs, it is in Spain that we might first expect to find them. Pietro della Valle, in his Travels in the East, between 1614 and 1626, speaks of the people playing at cards, though differing from ours in the figures and number of suits. And Niebuhr, in his Travels, also speaks of the Arabians playing at cards, and says that the game is called Labelkamer. It is, however, to be observed that the game of cards is not once mentioned in the Arabian Nights, and from this silence it may be concluded that at the time when those tales were compiled, card-playing was not a popular pastime in Arabia. The compilation, it is believed, is not earlier than about the end of the 15th century, though many of the tales are of a much higher antiquity. Leaving out of consideration the pack of 10 suits, with the emblems of the 10 incarnations of VICHNOU as being of a mythological character, and probably not in common use for the purposes of gaming, it is evident from the other 3 packs, of 8 suits each, that the cards known in Hindustan are not uniform in the marks of the different suits, though it is obvious that any game depending on sequences and the conventional value of the several cards which can be played with one of the packs may be also played with either of the other 2. The difference in the marks is, indeed, much less than is to be observed in Old French, Spanish, and German cards, which present so many differences as to render it impossible to derive them from one original type. The mere mark or emblem, whatever it might originally signify, appears to have had no specific meaning or value, beyond what might be assigned to it by the conventional rules of the game. Whether it were a sword or a chalice, a club or a piece of money, a heart or a diamond, a green leaf or a hawk's bell, in playing and counting the game, it was a pip, and nothing more. Whether the 2 packs of 8 suits each, in the possession of the Royal Asiatic Society, are considered by the natives of Hindustan as consisting of 2 divisions of 4 suits each, as in the pack described in the extract from the Calcutta magazine, I have not been able to ascertain. In all the 3 packs, the sword is to be found as the mark of one of the suits, and the suft and sorka of the 1 pack silver coin and gold coin, figuratively the moon and the sun eye, considered to be represented by the circular marks in the other 2. And the oval in these is not unlike the mark of the suit, named quimash merchandise in the former. The mark of the suit buret, see plate Roman II, number 7, which is said to mean a royal diploma or assignment, corresponds very nearly with a parallelogram containing dots, as if meant for writing, in the pack formerly belonging to Capt. D. Cromline Smith, but though a parallelogram crossed by 2 lines, and with the longest side vertical also occurs in the other pack, its agreement with the bureau is by no means so apparent. The marks of the suits Taj, a crown, and Chung, a harp. See Plate I Fig. 1 and Plate Roman II Fig. 5. I am unable to recognize either by name or figure in the other two packs, though I am inclined to think that in one of them, the place of the Taj is supplied by a kind of fruit and in the other by a flower. It will be observed that in the plate, the mark of the suit called Chung, a harp, is a bird. In the other two packs, the suits which I consider to be the substitutes of the Chung have a mark, which I have not been able to make out. But in one of them the vizier, as in the Chung, is mounted on a single-humped camel. In the suit called Golem, a slave plate I Fig. 4. I cannot make out what is intended for the mark, whether the Mahat, who appears guiding the elephant, or the kind of mace carried by the vizier. Whatever may be the mark, I consider the suit to be represented by that with a white ground and capped, D.C. Smith's cards, the mark of which is a grotesque head. As in both suits, the vizier is mounted on a bull. The corresponding suit in the other pack, I conceive to be the one which has for its mark a man's head. With respect to the marks of the several suits, in the different packs of Hindustani cards, previously described what objects they graphically represent, what they might have been intended to signify by the person who devised them, and what allegorical meanings may have assigned to them by others, much might be said. And a writer of quick imagination and hieroglyphic wit, like Court de Gebelin, might readily find in them not only a summary of all the knowledge of the Hindus' theological, moral, political, and scientific, but also a great deal more than they either knew or dreamt of. As I feel my inability to perform such a task, or rather to enjoy such pleasures of imagination, and as the present work does not afford space for so wide a discursus, I shall confine my observations to such marks as appear to have, both in their form and meaning, the greatest affinity with the marks to be found on early European cards. The marks in the pack consisting of 10 suits, representing the incarnations of VICHNOU, I shall only incidentally refer to, as I am of opinion that those cards are not such as either are or were generally used for the purposes of gaming, but are to be classed with those emblematic cards, which have, at different periods, been devised in Europe for the purpose of insinuating knowledge into the minds of ingenious youth by way of pastime. In referring to any of the marks to be found in the 3 8-suit packs of Hindustani cards, which appear to be intended for the purposes of play only, it seems unnecessary to specify the particular pack to which they belong, as my object is merely to call attention to the apparent agreement between some of the marks of Hindustani cards, and those which are either known to have been the marks of the earliest European cards, or are to be found on such old cards as are still preserved in public libraries, or in the collections of individuals. In the early European cards, which have cups, swords, pieces of money, and clubs or maces for the marks of the 4 suits, the sword and piece of money of the Hindustani cards are readily identified. And if we are to suppose that in these cards certain emblems of VICHNOU were formerly represented but which are not to be found either on the ordinary playing cards or on those displaying the 10 incarnations of VICHNOU, it would not be difficult to account for the cups and clubs or maces. For according to Dr. Frederick Kreutzer, the mace or war club is frequently to be seen in one of the hands of VICHNOU, and Count von Hammerpurgstel remarks that the sword, the club, and the cup are frequent emblems in the Eastern ritual. As the marks in European suits, cups, or chalices, swords, money, and clubs have been supposed to represent the 4 principal classes of men in a European state, to wit, churchmen, swordmen, or feudal nobility, moneyed men, merchants, or traders, and clubmen, workmen, or laborers, it is just as easy to run a parallel in the 4 superior suits of one of the packs of Hindustani cards, given in Plate I. There may be found Taj, a crown, royalty; Suft, silver, money, merchants; Shamshir, a sword, fighting men; Sepoys, and Golem, a slave, the coolies both of hill and plain. It may not be unnecessary here to observe that the 4 great historical castes of the Hindus are 1. Brahmins, priests; 2. Kshatriyas, soldiers; 3. Vaisyas, tradesmen and artificers; and 4. Sudras, slaves, and the lowest class of laborers. Of these 4 castes, the Brahmins alone remain unmixed. The other 3, as distinct castes, exist only in name, for they have become so intermixed that the subdivisions can neither be ascertained nor reckoned by the learned pundits themselves. In the oldest stenciled or printed European cards, which are probably of as early a date as the year 1440, the marks of these suits are bells, hearts, leaves, and acorns, and in the Hindustani cards we find a leaf or a flower as the mark of one of the suits. And I am inclined to think that, in the latter, the figures of the oval, and of that which appears something like a pineapple in a shallow cup, were the types of the bells and the acorns. When those marks are compared, without reference to their being representations of specific objects, of which the mind has already a preconceived idea, the general agreement of their forms is, to the eye, more apparent. For the heart, I have not been able to discover any corresponding mark in the Hindustani cards. Should I be told that the form of the heart might be suggested by that of the leaf, I have to observe that the form of the leaf in Hindustani cards is not the same as that which occurs in European, and that in the latter, the color of the so-called heart appears always to have been red. Between the marks of the suits on Old French cards, cur, caro trèfle, and pecan, those to be found on Hindustani cards, I shall not venture to make any direct comparison. It, however, may be observed that the form of the pique the spade in English cards is almost precisely the same as that of the leaf in other European packs, and that the trèfle the club, in English cards its outline bears a considerable likeness to the acorn. Those who please may derive the caro, or diamond, from the castrala, or mystic diamond, worn on the breast, or held in the palm of the hand of VICHNOU. It does not, however, occur as the mark of a suit in any of the Hindustani cards that have come under my observation. And the mark to which it bears the greatest resemblance is that of the suit bureau, as shown in Plate Roman II, No. 7. An examination of a greater variety of Hindustani cards, and more extensive knowledge of the names and significations of the marks of the suits, and of the different games played, would probably lead to the discovery of more points of resemblance than I have been able to perceive. The different things signified by marks, apparently agreeing in their general forms, on Hindustani and European cards, may be partly accounted for on the following grounds, which will also in some degree serve to explain the difference, both in form and name, of the marks of the suits in different packs of old European cards. Graphic forms of all kinds, whether symbolic or positive representations of specific objects, which are readily understood, both in their figurative meaning and direct signification, by the people with whom they originated, are, when brought into a different country without their explanations, often interpreted by that people according to their knowledge and opinions. And forms for which they have no corresponding originals, or which they fail to identify, are referred to objects of similar shape with which they are familiar, and are called by their names. Similar changes in the meaning of symbolic figures also take place with the same people, in consequence of the original meaning becoming obsolete, through change of customs and opinions in the course of time. In this manner, a figure of the horned Isis, with the young Horus in her lap, appears to have been taken for a representation of the Virgin Mary, with the crescent moon on her head, nursing the infant Jesus. And thus the figures of Jupiter and Minerva have passed for those of Adam and Eve. In the 16th century, it appears that in Italy the suit of bastoni clubs, or maces, proper was also called collon, pillars, and the suit of danari money speci, mirrors, merely because the club or mace as depicted on the suits bore some resemblance to a slender pillar, and that the form of danari, like that of an ancient mirror, was circular. Among the pitmen in the neighborhood of Newcastle-on-Tyne, the diamonds on the cards are frequently called picks, from their similarity to the head of a pick, the tool with which they dig the coals. A writer like Court de Gebelin might discover in this connection between picks and black diamonds a type with a pair of handles. It may be here observed that the suit which the French term piques is that which we, improperly, call spades. But even admitting the agreement, both in figure and signification, of several of the marks of the suits in early European cards, and those which occur in the cards now used in Hindustan, it may be said that this fact by no means proves either that cards were invented in the East, or that the marks of suits on the Hindustani cards were actually the models of those resembling them, which are to be found on early European cards. For cards might find their way into the East from Europe, as well as into Europe from the East. When St. Francis Xavier was in the East Indies from 1541 to 1552 card playing was a common amusement with the European residents and traders, and it is very likely that the first Portuguese ship that arrived there, about half a century before, had a pack of cards on board. That European cards were sent to the East, among other articles of merchandise, towards the end of the 16th century, appears evident from a passage in a narrative of the first voyage of the English, on a private account, begun by Captain George Raymond and finished by Captain James Lancaster. And we learn from Sir Alexander Burns that commerce has imported cards into the holy city of Baccarat, that the pack consists of 36 cards, and that the games are strictly Russian. Looking, however, at all the circumstances, the probability of cards having been suggested by chess, the names Charti and Napes, the marks to be found on them, and the tradition of their having been known in Hindustan from a very early period, the balance of evidence appears decidedly in favor of the conclusion that cards were invented in the East. The writer of an article on cards, in No. Roman 48 of the Foreign Quarterly Review, previously referred to, speaks confidently of the great antiquity of cards in Hindustan, but does not give any authorities for the fact. We know, he says, that the Tamuli have had cards from time immemorial, and they are said to be of equal antiquity with the Brahmins, who unquestionably possess them still and claim to have invented them. The statement of the Brahmin who gave the cards to Captain D. Cromline Smith, though certainly not true with respect to that individual pack, may yet be received as confirmatory of the traditional evidence in favor of cards generally having been known in Hindustan from a very early period. Playing cards appear to have been known from an early period in China. In the Chinese dictionary, entitled Qingti Shiteng, compiled by Yulkung, and first published AD 1678, it is said that the cards now known in China as Tianti Shipi, or dotted cards, were invented in the reign of Xunho, 1120, and that they began to be common in the reign of Ke Utsung, who ascended the throne in 1131. According to tradition, they were devised for the amusement of Xunho's numerous concubines. M. Abel Remusat, probably on the authority of the Qingti Shiteng, has also observed that cards were invented by the Chinese in 1120. Mons. Leber, however, considers it to be more likely that they got their first cards from Hindustan, and that, like the Europeans, they merely changed or modified the types and invented new games. The general name for cards in China is qipi, which literally signifies paper tickets. At first they are said to have been called yipi, bone or ivory tickets, from the material of which they were made. A pack of dotted cards consists of 32 pieces, and the marked small circular dots of red and black are placed, alternately, at 2 of the corners. For instance, in a card containing 8 dots, 4 are placed in one corner and 4 in the other diagonally opposite to it. 10 of those cards are classed in pairs. The first pair are called chitsun, the most honorable, and are superior to all the others. These may be considered as coat cards, as the one contains the figure of a woman and the other that of a man. Both these cards are also marked with black and red dots, that of the woman with 6, and that of the man with 12. The second pair are called Tianpi, celestial cards. Each contains 24 dots of black and red, corresponding with the 24 terms in the Chinese year. The third pair are called Tipi, terrestrial cards. Each contains 4 red dots corresponding with the 4 cardinal points of the compass. The fourth pair are called Jinpi, human cards. Each contains 16 red dots relating to benevolence, justice, order, and wisdom in a 4-fold degree. The fifth pair are called Hopi. Each card contains 8 black dots, relating to a supposed principle of harmony in nature extending itself towards all points of the compass. The remaining 22 cards have distinct names, which it is needless here to give. The aggregate of the dots upon them is said to have reference to the number of the stars. The cards most commonly used in China are those called Xinhuan Qipi, 1,000 times 10,000 cards. There are 30 cards in a pack, namely 3 suits of 9 cards each and 3 single cards which are superior to all the others. The name of one of the suits is Qiuquan, that is, the 9 10,000s or myriads of quan strings of beads, shells, or money. The name of the other suit is Qiuqoping, 9 units of cakes, and that of the third is Qiuquoso, 9 units of chains. The names of the 3 single cards are Xinhuan, 1,000 times 10,000, Hung Hwa, the red flower, and Phwa, the white flower. In the annex specimens of Chinese cards, nose. 1 and 2 are the first and third of the suit of 9 myriads of quan. Nose. 3 and 4 are the 1 and the 3 of the suit of cakes. Number 5 is the 1 of the suit of chains, and number 6 is that of the 3 superior cards, which is called the white flower. Besides those above described, the Chinese have several other varieties of cards. One pack or set is called petition, the 100 boys cards. Another, Tsinuan Jinpi, 1,000 times 10,000 men's names cards, containing the names of persons famous in Chinese history. And a third has the same name as Chinese chess, Qumapao, chariots, horses, and guns. This latter name corroborates what has been previously said about the probability of the game of cards having been suggested by that of chess. The marks to be found on Chinese cards scarcely afford a gleam of light by which we might judge of their relation to the cards of other countries. In a pack of such as are chiefly used in Cochin China, I have observed the form of the diamond nearly the same as it appears on English cards. And in a pack of the Chinese cards called Tsinuan Chipi, the mark of the suit of 9 cakes is nearly the same as that of the old Italian denari, which Galatus Martius in his treatise De Doctrina Promiscua, written about 1488, considers to have been meant for a loaf. The cards commonly used in China are much narrower than ours. An idea of their size may be formed from the specimens given, making allowance for a small margin of white paper all round, but rather wider at the top and bottom than at the sides. The Chinese name for a card, considered singly or as one of the pieces of a pack or set, appears to be shen, a fan. Footnotes. Bibliothèque curieuse et instructive, Tom, Roman 2, chapter Roman 12. Des principes des sciences et des arts, disposer en forme de Dieu. Trevoux 1704. Ida vita est hominum quaes, cum ludas tesseris si illud. Quod maxime opus est jactu, non cadit, illud quod cessidit forte, id art ut corrigas. Terent Adelph, Act Roman 4 SC, 7. Ludo tesserarum Plato vitam comparavit, in quoet jacir utilia portet, et jacientum udi beni iis qui cessiderunt. Plut. Op, more epist. Ad paxium, etudes historiques sur les cartes à jour, parem C. Leber, p. 63. In a paper entitled L'origine du jeu de piquet, trouvé dans l'histoire de France sous le règne de Charles Roman 7. Printed in the Mémoires pour l'histoire des sciences, and C. Trevoux, in the volume for May, 1720, p. 934-968. In a dissertation, Du jeu de terros, où l'on traite de son origine, où l'on explique ses allégories, et où l'on fait voir quelle est la source de nos cartes modernes à jour. And see, this dissertation is contained in his Monde Primitif, Analysé et comparé avec le monde moderne, Dissertations Merles, Tom. I. p. 365-394. Paris, 1781. It is not unlikely that he was led to make this discovery from the notices of a philosophically game of the ancient Egyptians, quoted by Muicius in his treatise De Ludis Graecorum, p. 53. Lugjuni Batavorum, 1622. A summary of Court de Gebelin's conceits on the subject of tarots is to be found in Paynot's Analyse de Recherches sur les cartes à jour, p. 227-237. He shall have a bell, that's able, and by it standing one whose name is D in a rug gown, there's D in rug, that's drug, and right anenst him a dog snarling there's drugger, able drugger. That's his sign, and here's now mystery and hieroglyphic. The Alchemist, Act 2. See an image of Isis, horned, with the infant Horus on her knee, and note that antiquaries have not settled why the Virgin Mary is sometimes represented with the crescent on her head. Isis was the protectress of seafaring people, and her image, as we learn from Petronius and other writers, was frequently placed in ships. The hand occurs frequently in Egyptian hieroglyphics. It would be superfluous to tell the learned reader what it means. The hand holding a hammer, in the hieroglyphic usually known as the blacksmith's coat of arms, is sufficiently explained by the motto. By hammer in hand, all arts do stand. Versuch den Ursprung der Spielkarten, die Einführung des Leinenpapiers, und den Anfang der Holzschneidekunst in Europa zu erforschen. Von J.G.I. Breitkopf. 4-2. Leipzig, 1784. Researches into the history of playing cards, with illustrations of the origin of printing and engraving on wood, by Samuel Weller Singer, 4-2, London, 1816. Tome Duxem de Elena, 1836. Origine francaise de la Boussole et des cartes à jouer. Fragments d'un ouvrage sous presse, intitulé Histoire du drapeau, des couleurs, et des insignes de la monarchie francaise, ainsi par Emre. Livre ex universalité des fleurs de lis. Études historiques sur les cartes à jouer. Par M.C. Leber, originally printed in the 16th volume of the Mémoires de la Société Réale des Antiquaires de France, and subsequently published separately. Paris, 1842. C. N. Est pas l'affaire de quelques années, ni des travaux ni des sacrifices d'une sylvie, que de rassembler tant de chefs d'abris, de pieces égarées, souillées, mutilées, informes, et dont la découverte en est plus souvent qu'un caprice du hasard, une bonne fortune plus haute qu'une bonne action. Il faut donc attendre que cette œuvre du temps et de la persévérance soit accomplie. Études historiques, p. 60. Catalogue des livres imprimés, manuscrits, estampes, dessins et cartes à jouer, composant la bibliothèque de M.C. Leber, Tom. I. p. 238, Paris, 1839. This library, the catalogue of which consists of 3 volumes, now belongs to the city of Rouen. The cards are described in the first volume, pp. 237-48. With the Latins, ludir par impar. With the Greeks, alpha rho tau go to alpha zeta epsilon iota nu, rho alpha iota zeta epsilon iota nu, alpha rho tau go to alpha eta pi epsilon rho go to tau tau alpha. Nemp ludens, sumptes in monutales fabis, nucibus amygdales interdum etiam nummies, interrogantes alteram diviner jubabint, alpha rho tau go to alpha eta pi epsilon rho go to tau tau alpha. Peria nemp and imperia haberent. Mucius de ludis Grecorum, p5, edit. 1622. Fortune is a parvenu, in the Olympian circle of great means, but no family. Di kai figliuola fus, o gravdicissim nasces, non si sa, ben si sa surd ociation fino a Giove sua potentia team. Machiavelli, Capitolo di Fortuna. Dr. Thomas Hyde is inclined to think that the game of astragali was known from the time of the general deluge, de ludis orientalibus, oxen, 1694. The ancient Greek game of astragali, or astragalismus the tali of the Romans, appears to have been played in a manner similar to that described in the text. The names given to the different castes are to be found in Mucius, de ludis Grecorum, under the word alpha sigma tau rho alpha gamma alpha lambda iota sigma mu omicron sigma. Pi epsilon sigma sigma omicron iota sigma iota. Pi rho omicron pi alpha rho omicron iota theta epsilon rho alpha omega nu, theta epsilon mu omicron nu, letter 1f10 tau epsilon rho pi omicron nu. Letter 1f21 mu epsilon nu omicron iota, letter 1f10 nu, letter 1f5 iota nu omicron iota sigma iota, beta omicron omega nu, omicron letter 1f51, sigma, letter 1f10 kappa tau alpha nu omicron nu, letter 1f01 epsilon tau omicron iota, Hartes. A107. The word used by Homer, rho epsilon sigma sigma omicron iota, which properly means the pebbles or pieces employed in the game, is here translated tables. A term, which having now become nearly obsolete as signifying drafts, may be used to denote an ancient cognate game. It might be plausibly urged by a commentator fond of discovering Homer's covert meanings, that the poet intended to censure the games of astragalismus and petia, the former as a cause of strife, and the latter as a fitting amusement for idle and dissipated persons, like the suitors of Penelope. In the 23rd book of the Iliad, v. 87, Patroclus is represented as having killed, when a boy, though unintentionally, a companion with whom he had quarreled when playing at astragali or tali. Pi alpha iota delta alpha, cap alpha tau epsilon kappa tau alpha nu omicron nu, letter 1f00 mu phi ota delta alpha mu alpha nu tau omicron sigma, nu eta pi iota omicron sigma, omicron letter 1f50, kappa letter 1f10 theta epsilon lambda mega nu, letter 1f00 mu phi, letter 1f00 sigma tau rho alpha gamma alpha lambda omicron iota sigma iota, chi omicron lambda mega theta epsilon iota sigma. It is not unlikely that an ancient piece of sculpture in the British Museum, representing a boy biting the arm of his companion, with whom he has quarreled at tali, relates to this passage. See a work by the late Mr. James Christie Moore, generally known to the world as an auctioneer, than as a man of learning and of great research entitled, An Inquiry into the Ancient Greek Game supposed to have been invented by Palame's antecedent to the siege of Troy, with reasons for believing the game to have been known from remote antiquity in China and progressively improved into the Chinese, Indian, Persian, and European chess. London, 1801. Julius Pollock's Onomasticon Lib, Roman 9 Cap 7. As the military groundwork of the game of cards and its similarity to chess cannot be denied, so a closer examination of this affinity may readily lead to the origin of the change in their figures and colors. Breitkopf, über den Ursprung der Spielkarten, S30. Le Traducteur du Poème de la Vielle, en décrivant les échecs s'exprime ainsi. La reine, quenus namens Viergeteint divinus, et en est pas vierge aimable est et amorous. N.C. L'origine du jeu des échecs par Mons, frère Hist. De l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom, v. p. 255. Comesse en jeu militaire, il y a dans chaque couleur un roi un officier supérieur au capitaine nommé Ober, et un bas officier appelé unter. On appellate encore de nos jours dans l'Empire, où les mots François n'y sont pas en vogue, les officiers supérieurs Oberlut, et les bas officiers unterlut Heineken, idée générale d'une collection d'estamps, p. 241. Leipzig, 1771. It would appear that the etymology of this name was a matter of great uncertainty even among people of Oriental race. According to some, it was sadrang, the 100 turns or wiles of the players. According to others, it was sadrangi, the 100 vexations of the game. A third derivation was from sheshrang, 6 colors, as if each of the 6 orders of pieces had been distinguished by a separate color. Hyde de ludis orientalibus. Par. 1 Historia Shahiludii cap de nomen shatrangi. Oxon. 1694. That the suits of cards were formerly distinguished by an emblem which was suggestive of a particular color, as well as representing a particular form, is certain. The Germans still call 2 of their suits Roth and Grunred and Greenend. The emblems are a heart and a leaf. Observations on the antiquity of card playing in England. In the Archaeologia, Volume Roman 8. Edward I, when Prince of Wales, served nearly 5 years in Syria, and therefore, whilst military operations were suspended, must naturally have wished some sedentary amusement. Now, the Asiatics scarcely ever change their customs, and as they play at cards, though in many respects different from ours, it is not improbable that Edward might have been taught this game, ad quatuor reges, whilst he continued so long in this part of the globe. Archaeol. Roman 8, p. 135. Après supervengent en place les bolks évangels de bois, c'est-à-dire force tabliers, au le beau flux, un, du toit. Rabelais, Liver I, chapter 22. The following verses relating to this point are quoted by Paynot in his Analyse de recherches sur les cartes à jouer, from a poem entitled La Magdalene au dessert de la Sainte-Baume en Provence, Poème spirituelle création, par le Pépère de Saint-Louis, Religia Carme. Lyon, 1668. Voilà quant à l'église. Allons à la maison pour voir après cela si ma rime racine. Les livres que j'ai voix de divers peinture, sont les livres des rois, non pas de l'escriture. J'ai remarque aux dedans différentes couleurs, rouge ox carreau, ox curs, noir ox piques, ox fleurs avec cs beaux rois, j'y vois encore des dames de cs pauvres maris les ridicules femmes bades, bades les bayennes, bades les tous, any pargnes pas les rois, les dames, ni les fous. The B and V in Persian are constantly used for each other. One instance will suffice. The plural of naib, a viceroy, is equally pronounced nuvab and nubob, or, according to our pronunciation, nabob. A personal narrative of a journey from India to England by Captain the Hun. George Capel, Volume Roman 2, p. 89. Second edit. 1827. Nape, Carton, and si tamarid queer quasi nombre arabigo, y lo mismo el brosens. Pero comunamente si juzga quasi los dio est, nombre por la primer cifra quasi los puso, que fu una en y una p, con quasi significaba el nombre de su inventor, Niccolo Pepin, y de ahicon pequina corruption si dixo nape. Diccionario de la Academia Española, edit. 1734. Historia della città di Viterbo, de Feliciano Bussi, p. 213. Roma, 1743. The passage relating to cards appears to have been first pointed out by Leber in his Etudes historiques sur les cartes à jouer, p. 43. Though we have no information respecting the precise date of Covolezzo's birth or death, says Mons, Leber, in a note at p. 17 of Mons. Duchesnes Praeses Historique. It is yet certain that this chronicler, whose name is properly Giovanni di Giuzzo di Covoluzzo, wrote in the 15th century, and that what he relates about cards being brought into Viterbo in 1379 was extracted from the chronicle of Nicholas de Covoluzzo, one of his ancestors, who, as well as himself, was an inhabitant of Viterbo, and who possibly might have resided there at the period when cards were first introduced. Mahmud, the Ghaznavid, first invaded Hindustan in AD 999. Chialfarotau alfaroio de omicrinu, gallicum cardia, scuculum quadratum extat, apud codinum de offic, ali Constantinip. Chialfarotau ode omicrinu, idem quad chialfarotau alfaro ode omicrinu. Musa glossarium Greco-Barbarum, 4-2 lugged Badaver, 1605 cardia de bois, a quarter or square piece of timber, Cotgrave's French and English dictionary. Care, a quire of written paper, a piece of a written book divided into equal parts. Cotgrave, the care appears to have been synonymous with the picia of monkish writers. It may be observed that from charter, a Persian word literally signifying 4 strings, the Reverend Stephen Weston has traced the descent of kappa iota theta alpha rho alpha cithara, chitara, and guitar. To these derivates the Old English gittern may be added. Specimens of the conformity of the European languages, especially the English, with the Oriental languages, especially the Persian. By Stephen Weston, B.D. 12 Mo, 1802. It may be here noted that the word wurak or wuruk, used by the Moslems in Hindustan to signify a card, signifies also the leaf of a tree, a leaf of paper, being in the latter sense identical with the Latin folium. See Richardson's Arabic Dictionary, word card, and the word wurak in the list of terms used at the game of cards as played at Hindustan, given in a subsequent page. Should I be told that the correct word for 4 in Hindustani is chatter, chatta, or kata, not charta, and be required to account for the row in chialfarotauida sigma, supposing the latter word to be derived from the same root, I should answer by giving a case in point the derivation of quartus from quatuor, leaving others to assign the reason. I subjoin here, by way of contrast, a different etymology of carta epistola, a letter. Quirin algunos que est nombre castellano carta, si derivas de la ciudad de carta in sin, por haber sido cuna de la reina Dido, y atribuyen a esta ciudad la etymologia, por haber sido la primer quedio materia en quelas cartas se escribissen. Seneca impugnado de Seneca, and si por Don Alonso Nunes de Castro, p. 220, 4-2. Madrid, 1661, is there any evidence to show that the form of ancient Carthage was square? I am Arabischen heist Naba. Hat einen leisen Tun, y die Zauberer Thun, von sich Jejeben, daven Naba die Zaubertrommel und Nabai ein Prophet wasiger herkommt. Eichhorn erklärt in der Einleitung zum Testament, die hebräischen Wort Nabai, nabem durch Gottlich Eingebung, und durch Lut, die durch Gottlich Eingebung handeln. Über den Ursprung der Spielkarte, S15. Heineken, Ide generell June Complete Collection Destamps, p. 240. Leipzig, 1771. The Abbé Bullet, previous to the appearance of his little book on cards, in 1757, had commenced the publication of a Celtic dictionary. In the former, there are many traces of his mind having acquired a bent from his Celtic researches. He finds the origin of the term as or ace in the Celtic, as, and in the same language, he finds the true meaning of the names of the queens of clubs and hearts, Arjun and Judith. Arjun is formed of Ar, La, the, and Jin, Bel, beautiful, and Judith is a corruption of Judic, which is formed of Jud, a queen, and Dick, twice. Both those queens, according to his fancy, are intended to represent Anne of Bretagne, wife of Charles Roman VIII and Louis Roman XII. According to Pierre Daniel, Arjun is an anagram of Regina, and is meant for Mary of Anjou, wife of Charles Roman VII, and Judith is not the heroine of the Old Testament, but the wife of Louis le Debonair. Though those doctors disagree, yet each appears to have equally good reasons for his opinions. The consequence is that we can put no faith in either. The Abbé Rive, grounding his opinion on an interpolated passage in Guittery's French translation of Guevara's epistles, ascribes the invention of cards to the Spaniards and places it about the year 1330. With respect to the origin of the name napes, he adopts the NP etymology of the Spanish Academy. The Abbé's brochure on cards is entitled éclaircissements historiques et critiques sur l'invention des cartes à jouer. Paris, 1780. Mappa dit papias tegilla, cius dia dire, toile nap. Mappa etiam dicitor pictura vel forma ludorum unde dicitor mappamundi. Un via glossaire Latin franchise de la Bibliothèque de Saint-Germain-des-Prés, cité par Ducange, reproduit et explique ainsi passage praecia en la traduisant. Mappamundi, mapemund et dicitor a mappa napo picture au forme de jeu. Mélanges d'origines et homologiques et de questions grammaticals. Par Emilio Johano, p. 40. Paris, 1818. The description alluded to will be found at p. 41. The sex of the company appears to be a matter of interest even with the ladies of Afghanistan. At night, the ladies of Mahmud Shah Khan and other chiefs who were traveling in our company invited Mrs. Eyre to dinner. She found them exceedingly kind in manner and prepossessing in outward appearance, being both well-dressed and good-looking. They asked the old question as to the gender of the company. Lute, Eyre's Journal of Imprisonment in Afghanistan. Apropos de bots, now you speak of a gun. Moore, in his Life of Sheridan, observes that but a very imperfect report of Sheridan's celebrated speech on the impeachment of Warren Hastings is preserved. The following piquant passage relating to the East India Company, as then constituted and acting, occurs in a report of the speech published in an old magazine for February 1787. He remembered to have heard an honorable and learned gentleman, Mr. Dundas, remark that there was something in the first frame and constitution of the company which extended the sordid principles of their origin over all their successive operations, connecting with their civil policy, and even with their boldest achievements, the meanness of a peddler and the profligacy of pirates. Alike in the political and the military line could be observed auctioneering ambassadors and trading generals, and thus we saw a revolution brought about by affidavits, an army employed in executing an arrest, a town besieged on a note of hand, a prince dethroned for the balance of an account. Thus it was they exhibited a government which united the mock majesty of a bloody scepter and the little traffic of a merchant's counting-house, wielding a truncheon with one hand and picking a pocket with another. It is expressly stated that the cards of one of the packs are made of canvas, in a memorandum which accompanies them. This is the pack which is said to be 1,000 years old. On first handling them, they seem to me to be made of thin veneers of wood. Though Mahometans might object to paint-figured cards, it appears that they do tolerate them, and that very amply, by using them. See a description of the gunjifu, or cards used by the Moslems, at page 41. In a note to the article on whist, in the Foreign Quarterly Review, number 48, previously referred to, this pack of cards is noticed, and the suits are thus enumerated. While this article was in the press, we have been favored with a sight of 2 packs of cards in the possession of the Royal Asiatic Society. And, as truth is more strange than fiction, one of these, consisting of 10 suits, certainly does represent the 10 avatars or incarnations of the VICHNOU, or Vaishnava sect. The suits are the fish 2, the tortoise 3, the boar 4, the lion 5, the monkey 6, the hatchet 7, the umbrella or bow 8, the goat 9, the bood 10, the horse. The dwarf of the 5th avatar is substituted by the monkey, the bow and arrows of the 7th by the catashel or umbrella, which gives precisely the same outline. And the goat there, as often elsewhere, takes the place of the plow. On the pack of 8 cards, which was probably one of those previously noticed in the present volume, the writer of the article makes the following observations. The other pack has 8 suits of 8 cards and 2 court cards each, 80 in all. The number of cards inclusive of the honors in each suit is 12, as has been previously observed. The parallelogram, sword, flower, and vase answer to the carro, espada, club, and copa of European suits, the barrel, the garland. And 2 kinds of chakra quite complete the set. The sword is plain enough, and so is the parallelogram. The flower and the cup, I confess, I have not been able to make out, and I question much if the parallelogram which in another pack, subsequently described, represents a royal diploma or mandate be the original of the carro or diamond on European cards. The 2 kinds of chakra are simply 2 circular marks. Engravings of those subjects, as well as their description, will be found in Religions de l'Antiquité, Considérés principalement dans leurs formes symboliques et mythologiques, ouvrage traduit de l'allemand du Dr. Frédéric Kreutzer, par J. D. Gignant. Planches, Premier Cahier, p. 11, 8 Vaux, Paris, 1825. Espèce de roue inflammée, symbole de la force vivante qui pénètre et mute l'univers. The Institutions of Moses and Those of the Hindus Compared, by Joseph Priestley, LLD, p. 56, 8 Vaux, Philadelphia, 1799. Bishbur. Cumber. The names of the suits are thus explained. Taj, a crown, suft, white, abbreviated from the original appellation Zur-i suft, a silver coin, figuratively the moon, Shumshir, a saber, Golem, a slave, Chung, a harp, Sork, red or Zur-i sork, gold coin, figuratively the sun, Burat, a royal diploma or assignment, Quimesh, merchandise. In cutting for the deal, Taj is the highest suit, and the rest have precedence after that suit in the order above recited. By an oversight of the engraver, a native Bengali artist, the moon in number 2, plate I, is represented as crescent instead of full. The price of the pack was 2 rupees. In the dictionary Hindustani and English, edited by the late Dr. Hunter, the names of the 8 suits of cards are to be found under the word Taj, the name of the first suit. On the authority of a gentleman of eminent attainments in Hindustani literature, I am informed that there is no Sanskrit word for playing cards. A particular account of the mode of playing the game of El Hamber à Trois will be found in the first volume of the Académie des Dieux. The author observes, Il est inutile de asserter à l'étymologie du jeu de El Hamber. Il suffit de dire que les Espagnols en sont les auteurs, et qu'il s'y sent du flegme de la nation, dont il tire son origine. According to the same authority, la quadrille en est, a proprement parler, que el hamber à quatre, qui en a pas, à la vérité, la beauté, n'y demande pas une si grande attention que el hamber à trois. Mais aussi faut-il convenir qu'il est plus amusant et plus recreatif. Barrington's Observations on the Antiquity of Card-Playing in England, Archaeologia, Volume Roman 8, 1787. Chung is also the Chinese name for a kind of harp in 3 other packs of Hindustani cards. Of the same kind, which I have had an opportunity of examining, the harp occurs both in the honors and the numeral cards. I suspect that the bird has been substituted through a mistake of the native artist who engraved the cards. In one of the packs just alluded to, the cards are not circular, but rectangular, like European cards, but of much smaller size. In another pack of Hindustani cards which I have seen, the marks in all the 8 suits are birds. In 4 of the suits, they are all of the same form, something like that of a starling but differing in their color. In 3 others they are all geese, and of the same color, so that the suit is only to be distinguished by the ground on which they are painted. The mark of the 8th suit is a peacock. These are still the marks of the suits in Spain, copas, espadas, oros, y bastos. The oros, literally golden money, are also called dineros, that is, money in general. The same marks are also to be found on old Italian cards, and the names for them were cop, spade, danari, and bastoni. The discrepancy between the names, spades, and clubs, and the marks of these suits in English cards will be noticed in its proper place. Religions de l'Antiquité, Traduction Francaise de Gignient. Von Hammer's Minds of the East. This is Mr. Colebrook's conclusion. Sir John Malcolm gives a different account, the correctness of which may be very justly doubted, both as regards the present time and the past. The 4 divisions of Hindus, viz., the priests, soldiers, merchants, and laborers, appear to have existed in every human society at a certain stage of civilization, but in India alone have they been maintained for several thousand years with prescriptive vigor. Essay on the Bills by Sir John Malcolm, in the Transactions of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume I, p. 65, 1824. In Essentio Ringheri, Cento Gennacci Liberali et d'Ingegno, p. 132, 42. Bologna, 1551. The Life of St. Francis Xavier by Father Bowers, translated by John Dryden, pp. 71, 203, 697. The 6th October, they met with a Malacca ship of 700 tons, which, after her mainyard was shot through, yielded. They found on board 15 pieces of brass cannon, 300 butts of canary and nipar or palm wine, with very strong raisin wine, all sorts of haberdashery wares, as hats, red knit caps, and stockings of Spanish wool, velvets, taffeties, camblets, and silks, abundance of suckets, rice, Venice glasses, counterfeit stones, brought by an Indian from Venice, to cheat the Indians, playing cards, and 2 or 3 packs of French paper. The prize was taken in the Straits of Malacca, and the articles of European manufacture appear to have been brought to Malacca by the Portuguese. The Naval Chronicle, or Voyages of the Most Celebrated English Navigators, Volume I, p. 392. 8 Vo. 1760. Burns' Travels into Baccarat, Volume Roman II, p. 169. Second edit, 1835. Card playing appears to be a very common amusement in Hindustan. I could remind or perhaps inform the fashionable gamesters of St. James's Street that before England ever saw a dice box, many a main has been won and lost under a palm tree, in Malacca, by the half-naked Malays, with wooden and painted dice. And that he could not pass through a bazaar in this country without seeing many parties playing with cards, most cheaply supplied to them by leaves of the coconut or palm tree, dried, and their distinctive characters traced with an iron style. At the corner of every street, you may see the gentoo bearers gambling over chalked-out squares, with small stones for men, and with wooden dice, or coolies playing with cards of the palm leaf. Nay, in a pagoda under the very shadow of the idol, I have seen Brahmins playing with regular packs of Chinese cards. Sketches of India, written by an officer for Fireside Travelers at Home, pp. 68 and 100. 4th edition, 1826. For the reference to the Qing Ti Shi tongue and the explanation of the passage relating to cards, I am indebted to Mr. S. Birch, of the British Museum. Second Mémoire sur les relations politiques des rois de France avec les empereurs mongols, dans le Journal asiatique de September, 1822, p. 62. Chapter 2. Introduction of Cards into Europe. At what period playing cards first became known in Europe, whether as an original invention or introduced from some other quarter of the world, has not yet been ascertained. From the silence, however, of all authorities by whom we might expect to find them distinctly named if they had been in common use, it may be fairly concluded that, though they possibly might be known to a few persons before the year 1350, they did not begin to attract notice nor come into frequent use till towards the latter end of the 14th century. Packs of cards are distinctly mentioned by the name which they still retain in France due to Cartson, an entry made in his Book of Accounts, about 1393, by Charles Poupart, treasurer of the household to Charles Roman VI of France. Considering, then, this entry as an established fact in the history of cards, I shall now proceed to lay before the reader some of the grounds and evidences on which it has been asserted that cards were well known in Europe before that period. Several writers of the 16th and 17th centuries, in discussing the lawfulness of card playing, gratuitously assuming that the game was included under the general term alia, have spoken of cards as if they had been known from time immemorial. The easy mode of deriving aliquid de aliquo by means of a comprehensive genus is of frequent use with those decisive characters who delight in settling cases of conscience with a strong hand, and who, enveloped in the dust of the schools, lay vigorously about them, both right and left, with weapons borrowed from the old horse armory of the fathers, and reground, for present use, on the decretals. He who can discover cards, implicite, as Olerius has it, in Saint Cyprian's tract De Litoribus, or in the injunctions against gaming in the canons of any council or synod previous to 1390, will have no difficulty in finding roulette and E or O, implied under the general term tabulae. Having thus indicated the value of the hypothetic evidence in favor of cards being known in early times because the game was subsequently comprehended under a schoolman's definition of the term alia, it may be left to pass for what it is worth. Mons, Eloi Johannot's proof that cards were known in the 11th century, from the testimony of Papias, previously noticed, neither requires, nor indeed admits of serious refutation. If it could be shown that the word nape or nabe was ever used in Spain or Italy to signify a painted cloth or a picture, before it was used to signify a playing card, its affinity with nap and mappa might be admitted to be clearly established. John of Salisbury, who was born in the early part of the 12th century, says not a word in his work, De Nugis Curialium, on the trifling of courtiers, which might indicate a knowledge of cards, although one of the chapters is especially devoted to an examination of the use and abuse of gaming. Had cards formed one of the common pastimes of the courtiers of his age, it is highly probable that he would have mentioned them, by some name or other, so as to distinguish them from the other games which he enumerates. The 38th canon of the Council of Worcester, held in 1240, contains the following prohibition. Prohibimus etiam clericis, ni intercint ludis anonestes, vel cores, vel ludent ad alias vel taxillos, nec sustenint ludos feri diriget regina, nec ariets levari, nec palistras publicas feri. That is, we also forbid clergymen to join in disreputable games or dancings, or to play at dice. Neither shall they allow games of king and queen to be acted, nor permit ram-raisings, nor public wrestlings. Ducange, who quotes the passage in his Latin glossary under the word ludi, is inclined to think that the game de reget et regina king and queen might have been the game of cards. There are not, however, any just grounds for entertaining such an opinion. The conjecture seems to have been suggested merely from the circumstance of there being a king and queen in the cards with which the writer was most familiar. But had he known that no queen is to be found in the earliest European cards, he probably would not have made so bad a guess. Besides, looking at the context, there can scarcely be a doubt that the games not game of king and queen were a kind of mumming exhibitions which the clergy enjoyed as spectators, not as performers. Payments to minstrels and mummers for their exhibitions for the amusement of the monks, and eke of the Lord Abbot himself, are not of unfrequent occurrence in the account books of old monasteries. In the same clause, the clergy are enjoined not to allow of ram-raisings nor public wrestling sports in which they were as unlikely to appear as actors as in the games of the king and queen. What may have been meant by ram-raising ariets levari, the curious reader is left to find, if he can, in the pages of Strutt and Fosbroke. The next passage, supposed to relate to playing cards, which demands attention, is that which occurs in the wardrobe accounts of Edward I, anno 1278, and which has been already quoted in the first chapter. It appears necessary to give it here again, together with the Hun. Daines Barrington's remarks on it, in the chronological order of evidences adduced in favor of the antiquity of card playing in Europe. The earliest mention of cards that I have yet stumbled upon is in Mr. Anstey's History of the Garter, volume Roman II, p. 307, where he cites the following passage from the wardrobe rolls in the 6th year of Edward I. Waltero Sturton ad opus regis ad ludendum ad quatuor reges, Roman 8s. Vd. From which entry Mr. Anstey's, with some probability conjectures, that playing cards were not unknown at the latter end of the 13th century. And perhaps what I shall add may carry with it some small confirmation of what he supposes. The simple fact that the game of cards was known, both in France and England, by the name of the Four Kings, long before we had any special dissertations respecting its origin, is of more weight, in corroboration of Anstey's supposition, than Mr. Barrington's supplemental conjectures. The first question to be determined is the identity of the game of cards and that of the quatuor reges. But without adducing the slightest evidence, he assumes the fact, and then proceeds to speculate where Edward might have learnt the game. But even admitting that cards were meant by the term quatuor reges, it is just as likely that Edward learned the game from his queen, Eleanor of Castile, as that he learned it from the Saracens in the Holy Land. For admitting it to be of Eastern origin, and that Europeans first obtained a knowledge of it from the Saracens, or a people of Arab race, it may be fairly supposed that Spain would be one of the countries in which cards would be earliest introduced. In the cards now in use in England, there are certain peculiarities in the names of two of the suits, as compared with the marks, which seem to intimate that we obtained our first knowledge of the game from Spain, although subsequently we might import our cards from France. Seeing that chess was known in the East by a term signifying the Four Kings, and that it was a favorite amusement with the higher classes in Europe in the reign of Edward I, there can scarcely be a doubt that this was the game to which Walter Sturton's entry relates. If cards were indeed known in Europe in the early part of the reign of Edward I, the silence respecting them, of all contemporary writers, for about a century afterwards, must be admitted as conclusive, though negative, evidence of their not being in common use. Petrarch, though he treats of gaming in one of his dialogues, never mentions them, and though Boccaccio and Chaucer notice various games at which both the higher and lower classes of the period were accustomed to play, yet there is not a single passage in the works of either which can be fairly construed to mean cards. From the following passage, which occurs in a work on the government of a family, in manuscript, composed by Sandro di Pipazzi, in 1299, it has been concluded by Breitkopf that cards were at that period well known in Italy. See Giacoretti Denaro, O Cosi, O Elecart Glai Apparecchiaria la Via, and C. Zani, however, opposes to the authority of the manuscript the negative evidence of Petrarch, who flourished at a subsequent period, and who, he thinks, would not have failed to have mentioned cards if they had then been known among the various games which he enumerates in the first dialogue of his treatise, Der Remediis Utriusque Fortunae. Mons. Duchesne also remarks, in his observations sur les cartes à jouer, that, as the copy of Sandro di Pipazzi's work, cited by Taraboschi and examined by Zani, is not of an earlier date than 1400, there is reason to believe that the express mention of cards in it was the interpolation of a transcriber. That such interpolations were frequently made both by printers and transcribers will appear evident from the following observations on several works, both printed and manuscript, which have been cited in proof of the antiquity of card-playing in Europe. The Abbé Rive, who ascribes the invention of cards to Spain, endeavors to show that they were known there in the early part of the 14th century. The evidence of this is, according to his statement, to be found in the statutes of the military order of the band, promulgated by Alfonso, King of Castile, where there is a passage expressly forbidding the members to play at cards. Whether cards are expressly mentioned in any old Spanish manuscripts of the statutes in question has not been ascertained, but of all the different editions, original and translated, of Guevara's Golden Epistles, the work from which the Abbé Rive obtained his information, the first in which cards are expressly named, is that of the French translation by Guidry, published at Lyon in 1558. As the word is not to be found in the original Spanish editions, nor in the Italian translations made from them, there cannot be a reasonable doubt of its being an interpolation of Guidry, who probably thought that a general prohibition of gaming necessarily included cards, and thus, par consequent, the Abbé Rive is furnished with positive evidence that the game of cards was common in Spain in 1332. Another authority, referred to by the Abbé Rive in favor of the antiquity of Spanish cards, is of the same kind. In a collection of the Laws of Spain, printed in 1640, he finds the following passage in an ordinance issued by John I, King of Castile, in 1387. We command and ordain that none of our subjects shall dare to play at dice or at cards, napes, either in public or in private, and that whoever shall so play and see, there can, however, be no doubt that the word cards, napes, is an interpolation. For it is not to be found in the same ordinance as given in the collection entitled Ordenanzas Reales de Castilla, printed at Medina del Campo, 1541. In this earlier edition, playing at dice and tables for money is indeed forbidden de jugar jugo de dados ni de tables, a dinero, but cards are not mentioned. Jansen, in his essay sur l'origine de la gravure en bois et en taille d'os, cites the 4 following verses from the romance of Renard le Contrefait, pointed out to him by the late Mons. Van Preet, in evidence of cards being known in France at least as early as 1341, the year in which the romance was finished. Si comme falls et falls sont, qui pour Gagner, au bordel vont, jouant aux des, aux cartes, aux tables qui sont delectables. The manuscript containing the verses as they are here given is in the Bibliothèque du Roi. But certainly it is not of earlier date than 1450, while in another manuscript, of the same romance, apparently about 100 years older, also preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi, the word cartes is not to be found in the corresponding verse, which is as follows. Jouant à jeu de des de tables. Meerman imagined that he had discovered a positive date for the early use of cards in France, in the work known as the Chronicle of Petit-Jehan de Saint-Tray, but which was, in fact, written by Anton de Lasalle in 1459. Saint-Tray had been one of the pages of Charles V, and on his being appointed carver to the king on account of his good conduct, the governor of the pages is represented as giving them a lecture on their bad courses. Observe your companion here, who, through his good conduct, has acquired the favor of the king and queen, and of all, while you are dicers and card players, keeping bad company, and haunting taverns and cabarets. The fact of the work having been composed in 1459, however, renders it of no authority on the question. And even if it had been written by Jehan Saintré himself, there cannot be a doubt that the term cartes is an interpolation. The term joueur de cartes, card players, is indeed to be found in the earliest printed editions of the work, and also in a manuscript preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. But then this manuscript does not appear to be of an earlier date than the latter end of the 15th century, and there is also reason to believe that it is the identical manuscript from which the work was first printed. The word cartes, however, is not to be found in a manuscript copy of the work in the Library of the Sorbonne, nor in another in the Library of St. Germain's. The latter is much older than either of the others. Mons. Duchesne says that, in 1583, it belonged to Claude d'Expilly, and that these two verses, which show that it was even then considered an old manuscript, are written in the first folio. Si livre soit gardé, non tant pour s'abuter, que pour le saint respect de son antiquité. From this examination, says Mons Duchesne, we may conclude that the word cartes is an interpolation made by a transcriber a century later. Consequently, it cannot be admitted as a proof that cards were known in 1367. In an edition of William de Guilleville's allegorical poem, entitled Le Pèlerinage de l'Elham, printed at Paris by Vérard in 1511, the following verses, in which cards are named, were pointed out to me by my friend Mr. N. Hill, of the Royal Society of Literature, to whom I am greatly indebted for much curious and interesting information relating to the origin and history of playing cards. At folio Roman 45, a Oisivite tempts the pilgrim to quit the right way by recounting to him the pleasures enjoyed by those who place themselves under her guidance. G main gens aux boys, et la leur fais G voir danseurs, Dieu de bastolks et de jongleurs, Dieu de tables et d'esquiqueurs, de boules et meriliers de cartes, Dieu de tricherie et de maint otter muserie. At folio Alexe, a quartz for so the word is their speldies noticed as a prohibited game. Mainzia cuisant denias, ox morels, quartz et des, and c. As there was reason to suspect that the word cartes or quartz, in the printed copies of de Guilleville's poem, was an interpolation, the same as it was found to be in other works examined by M. Duchesne, M. Paulin Paris, assistant keeper of the manuscripts in the Bibliothèque du Roi, was requested by a friend of Mr. Hill to compare the printed text with that of the earliest manuscript copies of the poem preserved in the collection under his care. The result of the collation was that the suspected words had been interpolated. The following is a translation of a portion of M. Paulin Paris's letter on the subject. I have compared the verses of our MSS, of the pilgrimage of human life with the printed editions, and have found the latter very inexact. Cards are neither named nor alluded to in the MSS. And in them the first passage, pointed out by your friend Mr. N. Hill, stands thus. Ya leur fais G voir balours, gia de bastiox et de juggleurs, de tables et de échiquiers, de boules et de meriliers de des et d'entrexterie, et de maint otter muserie. Miss 6988 Fall, 44 verso. Number 2 Fall, 47 verso. The other passage referred to is, in both MSS, as follows. Tant l'âme que j'y ensues saute, et quan pursuivant ma cote et mains du cuissant devais, ox morels, tables, et des. As all the different interpolations referred to appear to have been made in good faith not for the purpose of showing the antiquity of card playing, nor with any view of deceiving the reader, but merely to supply what the transcriber, looking at the manners of his own age, felt to be an omission, they afford good grounds for concluding that, at the time when the several works were first written, cards were not a common game in either France or Spain. For, had they then been well known in those countries, it is just as likely that they would have been mentioned by the original writers as that they should have been interpolated by later transcribers. In an article on cards, in the Magazine Pittoresque, for April 1836, an illustration is given, of which the annexed cut is a facsimile. The writer of the article says that it is exactly copied from a miniature in a mise of the Cité d'Idia, translated from St. Augustine by Réole de Presles, who began the translation in 1371 and finished it in 1375. The writer, considering the mise to be of the same date as the translation, says that the miniature represents persons of distinction of the reign of Charles V as he adduces. However, no evidence to show that the Ms is of so early a date. His so-called demonstration that cards were well known in 1375 is essentially defective. For in transcripts of books, nothing is more common than to find, in the illustrations, things which were unknown when the works were first written. The costume, indeed, appears more like that of persons of distinction about the latter end of the reign of Charles Roman VI, 1422, than of the reign of Charles V, 1364-1380. From the kind of cards which the parties are seen playing with, no safe conclusion can be drawn with respect to the age of the manuscript, for it is not positively known what kind of cards were chiefly used in France between 1392 and 1440. But whatever may be the date of the manuscript, it is evident that numeral cards marked with pips and honors, similarly to those now in common use, were known in France at the time when the drawing was made. The following account of the introduction of cards into Viterbo in 1379, previously referred to in Chapter 1, is here given as it is to be found in Leber's Etudes historiques sur les cartes à jouer. Feliciano Bussy relates, in his History of Viterbo, a work but little known, that in 1379, the epoch of the schism caused by the opposition of the anti-Pope Clement to Urban Roman VI, the mercenary troops of each party committed all manner of annoyances and spoliations in the Roman states, and that a great number of cattle, which had been stolen by the marauders and driven to Viterbo for the provisionment of that city, were there seized and carried off in a moment. And yet, adds the historian, who could believe it, in this same year of so much distress there was introduced into Viterbo the game of cards, or, as I would say, playing cards, which previously were not in the least known in that city. The words of Covaluzzo are folio 28 verso. In the year 1379 was brought into Viterbo the game of cards, which comes from the country of the Saracens, and is with them called nabe. As the introduction of cards into Viterbo is here directly recorded as a historical fact, there can be little doubt, if the passage in Covaluzzo be genuine, that cards were known to the Italian condottieri in 1379. In the Chronicle of Giovan Morley, of the date 1393, nabai is mentioned as a kind of game, and, from the context, it has been concluded that it was one at which children only played. At any rate, it appears there as a game at which older people might play without reproach. Long after cards were condemned by synods and civic ordinances, as a game of hazard, grave writers allowed that sober, decent people might enjoy the game provided that they played purely for the sake of recreation, and not for the chance of winning their neighbor's money. Heineken quotes from the Gulden Spill, a book written about the middle of the 15th century by a Dominican friar of the name of Ingold, printed at Augsburg by Gunther Zehner in 1472, the following passage relating to cards. Nun ist des Spillval untrue, und als ich jealous in han, so ist es kommen in Deutschland der Ersten in dem Eier, da man zalt von Christ gebert, 1300 Eier. That is, the game is right deceitful, and, as I have read, was first brought into Germany in the year 1300. The title of Gulden Spill, the Golden Game, appears to have been given to the work by the author, on account of its being a kind of pious travesty of the principal games in vogue in Germany at the period when he wrote. Having given each game a moral exposition, that which was formerly dross is converted into gold. The old man is put off, and the reformed gambler, instead of idling away his precious time at trick-track, dice, or cards for beggarly groschen, goes his whole soul at the Gulden Spill. That the author had read somewhere of cards having been first brought into Germany in 1300 may be admitted without question. For to suppose that he told an untruth would require to be backed by a supplementary conjecture as to his motives for falsifying a mode of eliciting the truth. In frequent use, indeed, with philosophically historians when discussing questions of great import in the history of nations, but not exactly suitable for determining a trifling fact in the history of playing cards. Having admitted the good faith of the author of the Gulden Spill, the next question that presents itself is whether what he had read about the introduction of cards into Germany was in itself true. It is, however, unnecessary to discuss it here, for even if cards were known in Germany at so early a period, there is no satisfactory evidence of their having been common in that country until about a century later. Von Mehr, who also cites from the Gulden Spill the preceding passage relating to cards, thinks that the epoch assigned, 1300, is at least 50 years too early. He, however, states that he found cards carton mentioned in an old book of bylaws and regulations of the city of Nuremberg, to which he assigns a date between 1380 and 1384. The word occurs in a bylaw relating to gaming Vomspiel from the penalties of which the following games are, under certain circumstances, accepted: horse racing, shooting with crossbows, cards, shovelboard, trick-track, and bowls, at which a man may bet from 2 pence to a groat. Whether the date assigned by von Mehr be correct or not, I am unable to determine. His reason for concluding that it was between the years 1380 and 1384 is as follows. There is indeed no date to this bylaw, but it is written in the same hand as a law relating to the toll houses before the new gate. And at folio 4 there is a precise date, namely the second day before Walpurgis Day, 1384. The reason is not a very good one, for even admitting the identity of the handwriting in the ordinance relating to gaming, and in the Act of 1381 relating to the toll houses, yet both might have been copied into the book at a subsequent period. It is also to be observed that, according to von Mehr's own account, the date 1384 occurs in the 4th folio, while the ordinance in which cards are mentioned is in the 16th folio. But though the date assigned by von Mehr to the Nuremberg regulation may be a few years too early, there is good reason to believe that cards were well known in Germany towards the conclusion of the 14th century. According to Mons, Neubronner, administrator at Ulm, about 1806, there was in the archives of that city an ancient parchment volume, called the Red Book, on account of its red initial letters, which contained a prohibition against card playing, dated 1397. Having now laid before the reader the principal authorities which have been alleged by various writers, whether for the purpose of showing the antiquity of card playing in Europe generally, or with the design of supporting their own opinion as to the invention of cards in some particular country, it is now time to enter on what may be termed the positive history of cards, beginning from the year 1393. Charles Roman VI of France lost his reason in consequence of a coup de soleil in 1392, and during the remainder of his life continued insane, though with occasional lucid intervals. In either the same or in the following year, 1393, this entry occurs in the accounts of his treasurer, Charles Poupart, or, as he is named by Monstrelet, Charbot Poupart. Given to Jacquemin Gringanor, painter, for 3 packs of cards, gilt and colored, and variously ornamented, for the amusement of the king, 56 souls of Paris. Menestrier, who was the first to point out this passage, concluded from it that the game of cards was then first invented by Gringanor for the purpose of diverting the king's melancholy, and his account of the invention long passed as authentic in the politely learned world. That the game of cards was invented by Gringanor is in the highest degree improbable, for the general tenor of the passage in which they are named by Poupart implies that the game was then already known, though from the notice of the gilding and coloring of the cards, it may be supposed that Gringanor had a special order for them, and that they were not then in general use. If, says Pignat, Pierre Menestrier had paid attention to the manner in which the passage is drawn up, he would have perceived that the expression, for 3 packs of cards pour 3 jeux de cartes, clearly announces, from its very simplicity, that cards were already known, and that their invention was of a much earlier date. The writer would not have mentioned so simply a collection of figures, just conceived and painted by Gringanor on small pieces of paper, and very remarkable, as well from their symmetry and regularity, as from the characters represented on them. The Hun, Daines Barrington, in his Observations on the Antiquity of Playing Cards in England, doubts if Poupart's entry actually relates to playing cards. He is of opinion that the words 3 jeux de cartes mean 3 sets of illuminations upon paper, carte originally signifying nothing more. If Mr. Barrington had produced any authority to show that, either in the time of Charles Roman VI or at any other period, un jeu de cartes was used to signify a set of illuminations, or that the term ever signified anything else than a pack, or a game, of cards, his doubt would not have had so much the appearance of a starved conceit. Though in 1393 cards might have been but little known and seldom played at, except by the higher classes, the game in a short time appears to have become common. For in an edict of the Provost of Paris, dated 22d of January, 1397, working people are forbid to play at tennis, bowls, dice, cards, or ninepins on working days. From the omission of cards in an ordinance of Charles V, dated 1369, forbidding certain games and addressed to all the seneschals, bailies, provosts, and other officers of the kingdom, it may be safely concluded that if cards were known in France in 1369, the game was by no means so common as in 1397. Duchesne indeed says that it is between 1369 and 1397, a period of 28 years, that the invention of playing cards, or at least their introduction into France, ought to be placed. Cards having been presented at the court of France for the amusement of the king, and prohibited in the city of Paris, either as too good or too bad for the amusement of working people, appear forthwith to have become fashionable. But, besides the recommendations alluded to, the game possesses charms of its own which could scarcely fail to render it a favorite with gamesters of all classes, as soon as its principles should be known. To ladies and gentlemen who might play, merely as a relaxation from the more serious business of hunting and hawking, dressing and dining, no game could be more fascinating, while to those who might play for gain, what other game could be more tempting? The great infirmity of human nature, with the noble as well as the ignoble, as old stories plainly show, is the too eager desire to obtain money, or money's worth, in a short time and at little cost, and hence to risk a certain sum on the chance of obtaining a greater, whether at dice, cards, state lotteries, or art union little goes. In the latter, indeed, under the prudent direction of what may be called handicap legislators, from there always coming out strong towards the end of the session, like the beaten horses for a handicap at the end of a race week, the spirit of gaming is refined, and made subservient to the purposes of pure charity and the promotion of the fine arts. He who devised the game of cards, as now usually played, appears to have had a thorough perception of at least two of the weak points of human nature. For next to man's trust in his luck, in all games of chance, is his confidence in himself in all games of skill. The shuffling, cutting, and dealing at cards, together with the chance afforded by the turn-up of the trump, place the novice, in his own conceit, on a par with the experienced gamester, who, on the other hand, is apt to underrate his opponent's chance from his overconfidence in his own skill. During the Middle Ages, the clergy, notwithstanding their vows and their pretensions to superior sanctity, appear to have been not a whit more exempt from the weaknesses of human nature than the unsanctified laity. Nay, from the history of the times, it would seem that their vows rendered them not only more susceptible of temptation, but more likely to fall. Their preaching pointed one way, and their lives another, and hence the old proverb, "Mind what the friar says, not what he does." The vices of the times are indeed written in the canons of synods and councils, and in the penitentials of bishops directed against the immoralities of the clergy. And from the experience of the past, thus recorded, we have ample proof that clerical vows are not always a certain charm against secular vices. After cards were once fairly introduced, it would appear that the clergy were not long in cutting in. For, according to Dr. J.B. Thiers, they were expressly forbid to play at cards by the Synod of Langers, 1404. Menestrier refers to the statutes of Amadis Roman VIII, Duke of Savoy, 1430, forbidding all kinds of gaming for money within his territories, though his subjects are allowed to amuse themselves at certain games, provided they play only for meat and drink. With respect to cards, they are forbidden. Nevertheless, they are allowed to women, with whom men may also play, provided that they play only for pins. Dum ludus fiat tantum cum spinulis. In this passage, a jurist would not construe the word spinulis, pins literally, but would take it to mean any small articles of pins worth. In France, about 1580, the douceur given by a guest to a waiter at an inn was called his pins, épingles, and the proverbial phrase, tirer son épingle du Jew, seems to allude rather to pin stakes than to the game of pushpin. Early in the 15th century, card-making appears to have become a regular trade in Germany, and there is reason to believe that it was not of much later date in Italy. In 1418, the name of a card-maker Kartenmacher occurs in the Burgess books of Augsburg. In an old rate book of the city of Nuremberg, the name L. Kartenmacherin occurs under the year 1433, and in the same book under the year 1435, the name Eli's. Carton-Mascherin, probably the same person. In the year 1438, the name Margaret Carton-Mascherin occurs. From those records, it would appear that the earliest card makers and card painters of Nuremberg were women, and that cards were known in Germany by the name of Karten before they acquired the name of brief. Heineken, however, maintains that they were first known in Germany by the latter name. For as he claimed the invention for his countrymen, the fact of the name being derived either from the French or Italian was adverse to his theory. Nuremberg, Augsburg, and Ulm appear to have been the chief towns in Germany for the manufacture of cards about the middle of the 15th century. And, from the following passage, cited by Heineken from a manuscript chronicle of the city of Ulm, ending at 1474, it would appear that the German manufacturers, besides supplying the home market, did also a large export business. Playing cards were sent in small casks into Italy, Sicily, and also overseas, and bartered for spices and other wares. It was probably against the German card makers and painter-stainers that the magistracy of Venice issued an order in 1441, forbidding the introduction of foreign manufactured and printed colored figures into the city under the penalty of forfeiting such articles, and being fined XXX liv. Roman 12 soldi. This order appears to have been made in consequence of a petition from the Fellowship of Painters at Venice, wherein they had set forth that the art and mystery of card-making and of printing figures, which were practiced in Venice, had fallen into total decay through the great quantity of foreign playing cards and colored printed figures which were brought into the city. The magistrate's order, in which this passage occurs as the preamble, was discovered by an Italian architect of the name of Temanza in an old book of rules and orders belonging to the Company or Fellowship of Venetian Painters. Temanza sent an account of his discovery to Count Algarotti, who published it in the 5th volume of his Letter Pittoric. As it has been assumed that the earliest professional card makers were wood engravers, and that the engraving of cards on wood led to the execution of other figures, it appears necessary to trace the briefmaler's progress, and to show how he came to be identified with the wood engraver in general. That the early card makers or card painters of Ulm, Nuremberg, and Augsburg, from about 1418 to 1450, were also wood engravers, is founded entirely on the assumption that the cards of that period were engraved on wood, and that those who manufactured them both engraved and colored the figures. It is not, however, certain that the figures of the earliest cards, not drawn by hand, were engraved on wood. In the oldest cards, indeed, which I have had an opportunity of examining, and which appear to be of as early a date as the year 1440, it is evident that the figures were executed by means of a stencil. From the circumstance of so many women occurring as card painters in the town books of Nuremberg between 1433 and 1477, there appears reason to conclude that they, at least, were not wood engravers. The name of a wood engraver proper Formschneider first occurs in the town books of Nuremberg, under the year 1449, and as for 20 years subsequently, it frequently occurs on the same page with that of a card painter Kartenmaler. There cannot be a doubt that there was a distinction between the professions, although, like the barbers and surgeons of former times, they both belonged to the same fellowship or company. A few years subsequent to the Formschneider, the briefmaler occurs, but though his designation has the same literal meaning as that of the Kartenmaler, yet his business seems to have been more general, including both that of the card painter and wood engraver. About 1470, we find the briefmalers not only employed in executing figures, but also in engraving the text of block books, and about the end of the 15th century, the term seems to have been generally synonymous with that of Formschneider. Subsequently, the latter term prevailed as the proper designation of a wood engraver, while that of briefmaler was more especially applied, like that of the original Kartenmaler, to designate a person who colored cards and other figures. Though we have positive evidence that, about the year 1470, the briefmaler was a wood engraver as well as a colorer of cards, and though it be highly probable that the outlines of the figures on cards were then engraved on wood, and that, from this circumstance, the briefmaler became also a wood engraver, yet we have no proof that the earliest wood engravers in Europe were the card makers. Von Mehr indeed confidently affirms that card makers and card painters were known in Germany 80 years before the invention of typography, and that the card makers were at first properly wood engravers, but that, after the art of wood engraving was applied to the execution of sacred subjects, a distinction was made. He who can thus persuade himself that the germ of wood engraving in Europe is to be found in cards will doubtless feel great pleasure in tracing its interesting development. The first term, cards engraved on wood, being assumed, we then have figures of saints with their names, or short explanations, engraved on wood, next blockbooks consisting of sacred subjects with copious explanatory text, and lastly typography and the press. Cn est, quella premier paquicaut. At what period the art of wood engraving was first introduced in Europe, or in what country it was first practiced, has not been precisely ascertained. Not the slightest allusion is made to its productions by any writers of the 14th century, and the earliest authentic date that has hitherto been observed on any wood engraving is 1423. A wood engraving said to contain the date 1418 was indeed discovered at Malines in 1844, pasted in the inside of an old chest. But as the numerals have evidently been repaired by means of a black-lead pencil, both the genuineness and the authenticity of the date have been very justly questioned. The person by whom it was found, the keeper of a little public house, almost immediately sold it to an architect named de Noter, of whom it was purchased by the Baron de Riefenberg, for the Royal Library of Brussels, of which he is the conservator and where it is now preserved. Before this discovery, the earliest wood engraving with a date was the St. Christopher, in Earl Spencer's collection, in which the date 1423, partly in words and partly in numerals, Millesimo CCCC O Roman 20 O Tercio, is seen engraved in the same manner as the other parts of the subject. The first person who published an account of the St. Christopher was Heineken. When he first saw it, it was pasted on the inside of the cover of a manuscript volume in the library of Buxheim, near Memmingen in Suabia, within 50 miles of Augsburg, a city which appears to have been the abode of wood engravers almost from the very commencement of the art in Europe, and in which we find a card maker so early as 1418. On the inside of the cover, Heineken also observed another cut of the Annunciation of the same size as the St. Christopher and apparently executed about the same time. The volume within whose covers those cuts were pasted was bequeathed to the convent by Anna, canoness of Buchow, who was living in 1427, but who probably died previous to 1435. The Annunciation, as well as the St. Christopher, is now in the possession of Earl Spencer. From the time of their first introduction, woodcuts of sacred subjects appear to have been known in Suabia and the adjacent districts by the name of Helgen or Helglein, a corruption of Heiligen, saints. And in course of time, this word also came to signify prints or woodcuts generally. It would seem that originally the productions of the wood engraver were considered as imperfect till they were colored. And as the St. Christopher, the Annunciation, and others of an early date appear to have been colored by means of a stencil, there is reason to conclude that most of the Helgen of the same period were colored in the same manner. In France, the same kind of cuts, probably colored in the same manner, were called dominoes, a name which of itself indicates the affinity of the subjects with those of the Helgen. Subsequently, the word domino was used to signify colored or marbled paper generally, and the makers of such paper, as well as the engravers and colorers of woodcuts, were called dominotiers. Though we cannot reasonably suppose that the cut of St. Christopher, with the date 1423, was the very first of its kind, there is yet reason to believe that the art of wood engraving was then but little known. As the earliest woodcuts are observed to be colored by means of a stencil, it would seem that at the time when wood engraving was first introduced, the art of depicting and coloring figures by means of a stencil was already well known. But as there are no cards engraved on wood to which so early a date as 1423 can be fairly assigned, and as at that period there were professional card makers established at Augsburg, it would appear that wood engraving was employed on the execution of Helgen before it was applied to cards, and that there were stenciled cards before there were wood engravings of saints. Though this conclusion be not exactly in accordance with an opinion which I have expressed in another work, it is yet that which, on a further investigation of the subject, appears to be best supported by facts, and most strongly corroborated by the incidental notices which we have of the progress of the brief-mailer or card painter from his original profession to that of a wood engraver in general. Illustration: Old stenciled cards in the British Museum, number 1 p88. Illustration: Old stenciled cards in the British Museum, number 2 p88. The annexed cuts are facsimiles of some of the old cards to which I have alluded at page 83. The originals are preserved in the print room of the British Museum, and from a repeated examination of them, I am convinced that they have been depicted by means of a stencil and not printed nor rubbed off from wood blocks. They are not colored, nor cut into single cards, but appear just as they are shown in the facsimiles. They formed part of the covers or boards of an old book, and were sold to the British Museum by Mr. D. Colnaghi. Looking at the marks of the suits in those cards, the character of the figures, and the manner in which they are executed, I should say that they are not of a later date than 1440. Though cards of only 3 suits occur, namely hearts, bells, and acorns, there can be little doubt that the 4th suit was leaves, as in the pack described by Mr. Gough in the 8th volume of the Archaeologia. As in Mr. Gough's cards, so in these there is no queen, though like them, there appears to have been 3 coat cards in each suit, namely, a king, a knight or superior officer, and a knave or servant, in other words, king, jack, and jack's man. The lower cards, as in Mr. Gough's pack, appear to have been numbered by their pips from 2 to 10, without any ace. That those cards were depicted by means of a stencil is evident from the feebleness and irregularity of the lines, as well as from the numerous breaks in them, which, in many instances, show where a white isolated space was connected with other blank parts of the stencil. The separations seen in the heads of the figures in number 1 of the facsimiles here given would appear to have been occasioned by the stencil either breaking or slipping while the operator was passing the brush over it. From the costume of the figures in these cards, I am inclined to think that they are the production of a Venetian card maker. A lion, the emblem of Saint Mark, the patron saint of Venice, and a distinctive badge of the city, appears, as in the annexed cut, in the suit of bells. An similar figure, with part of a mutilated inscription, also occurs in the suit of acorns. Card-playing appears to have been a common amusement with the citizens of Bologna, about 1423. In that year, Saint Bernardin of Siena, who died in 1444 and was canonized in 1450, preaching on the steps in front of the church of Saint Petronius, described so forcibly the evils of gaming in general and of card-playing in particular, to which the Bolognese were much addicted, that his hearers made a fire in the public place and threw their cards into it. A card-maker who was present and who had heard the denunciations of the preacher, not only against gamesters, but against all who either supplied them with cards or dice, or in any manner countenanced them, is said to have thus addressed him, in great affliction of mind. I have not learned, Father, any other business than that of painting cards, and if you deprive me of that, you deprive me of life and my destitute family of the means of earning a subsistence. To this appeal the saint cheerfully replied, "If you do not know what to paint, paint this figure, and you will never have cause to regret having done so." Thus saying, he took a tablet and drew on it the figure of a radiant sun, with the name of Jesus indicated in the center by the monogram IHS. The card painter followed the saint's advice, and so numerous were the purchasers of the reformed productions of his art that he soon became rich. In the Bibliothèque du Roi at Paris, there is an old woodcut of Saint Bernardin, with the date 1454, which has been supposed to have been engraved with reference to this anecdote, as the saint is seen holding in his right hand the symbol which he recommended the card-maker to paint. A facsimile of this figure of Saint Bernardin is given in the Illustrated London News of the 20th of April, 1844, and reprinted in a work recently published, entitled The History and Art of Wood Engraving. John Capistran, a disciple of Saint Bernardin and also a Franciscan friar, followed the example of his master in preaching against gaming, and his exhortations appear to have been attended with no less success. In 1452, when on a mission to Germany, he preached for 3 hours at Nuremberg in Latin against luxury and gaming, and his discourse, which was interpreted by one of his followers, produced so great an effect on the audience that there were brought into the marketplace and burnt 76 jaunting sledges, 36 40 backgammon boards, 40,000 dice, and cards innumerable. under an old portrait of Capistran, engraved on wood by Hans Schaufelin, there is an inscription commemorating the effects of his preaching as above related. Footnotes. The author does not seem to have been successful in his ministry at Newcastle. Colonel Fenwick says that the town was famous for mocking and misusing Christ's ministers, and after naming Knox and Udall, he thus reproaches the town for its treatment of Bomford. Witness Reverend Bomford, whom in a like manner thou expulst. Though thou couldst not touch his life, thou pricked his sides, as well as Christ's in his hearers, with the reproach of Bomfordian faction and schism. Christ in the Midst of His Enemies by Luke Call. John Fenwick, 1643. Reprinted by M. A. Richardson, Newcastle, 1846. The opinions of Luther, Calvin, Peter Martyr, Lambert Danow, and others upon this question are to be found in the Collectanea Verum Authorum de Sordibus et Ludo Ali, appended to the Alia of Pascasius Justus, by Joannes a Munster, 4-2-1617. Traité du Dieu, o Elan examine les principales questions de droit natural et de morale quiant du rapport à cette matière. Par Jean Barbarac, Professeur en droit à Groningen. Seconde edition, Revue et augmentée. A laquelle on a joint undiscours sur la nature du sort, et quelques autres écrits de l'auteur qui servent principalement à défendre si qu'il avoit dit de l'innocence du Dieu considéré en lui-même. This edition, in 3 volumes, 16 mo, was published at Amsterdam, 1738, and is dedicated to Anne, Princess of Orange, eldest daughter of George Roman II. The first edition appeared in 1710. It is said that the idea of writing such a book was first suggested to Barbarac, in consequence of his being so frequently appealed to on questions relating to the game of cards by ladies who came to play with his mother-in-law, with whom he resided, and in whose apartment he used frequently to sit. Anacharsis apud Aristot, Paisin de hopos espizaz cat, Anacharsin horthos hechin zoke. Pi alpha iota z epsilon iota nu, delta letter 1f41 pi omega sigma sigma pi psi alpha zeta theta, cap alpha tau alpha nu alpha chi alpha rho sigma iota nu, letter 1f41 rho theta omega sigma, letter 1f11 chi epsilon iota nu, psi omicron cap epsilon iota, ethic. Nicom, lib, x cap 6. Letter 1f21, letter 1f00 nu alpha pi alpha epsilon sigma iota sigma, tau omega nu, pi omicron nu omega nu, letter 1f00 rho tau epsilon mu alpha, letter 1f10 sigma tau iota, Plutarch. De purorum institut. Inter si istum miscenda sunt, et quiescenti agendum et agenti quiescendum est. Cum rerum natura delibera, eladicit tibi, si et diem fessis et noctum Seneca epist. Roman 3. Beta iota omicron sigma, alpha nu epsilon omicron rho tau alpha sigma tau omicron sigma, mu alpha kappa rho eta, letter 1f41 delta omicron sigma, alpha pi alpha nu delta omicron cap epsilon upsilon tau omicron sigma, Democrit. Apud stobium. It may be observed that such cases of natural equity, as are here hypothetically put by Barbarac, do not properly admit of a third party as a judge, in the event of a dispute. Parties entering into such contracts, irrespective of the usages of society or the positive laws of the country where they reside, ought to be left to enforce their natural equity by natural means. One wealthy fool loses to another the whole of his property, the contract between them being that he was to be the winner who should draw the longest straw out of a stack. In natural equity between the two parties, the loser is obliged to pay, but should he recover his senses, he will refuse and leave the winner to his remedy, for the circumstance of his risking so much in the first instance was a greater offense against society than his subsequent refusal to pay. What one gambler may lose to another is of small moment to society, compared with the primary evil through which such persons are enabled to play deeply with the fruits of others' labors. Luther, speaking of the lawfulness of retaining money won by gaming, concludes that it might be lawfully retained, but adds that he could wish both parties to lose, if it were possible. The impossibility has been removed since regular gaming houses and gaming banks were established. The following is the passage referred to. Pi epsilon rho iota phi epsilon rho omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota, pi alpha nu tau iota, alpha nu epsilon mu omega, tau eta sigma, delta alpha sigma cap alpha lambda iota alpha sigma, epsilon nu tau eta cap epsilon beta epsilon iota alpha, tau omega nu, alpha nu theta rho omega pi omega nu. Carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men. Ephesians, Roman 4:14. Dr. Rennell, quoting the passage in the notes to his sermon against gaming, observes that the connection between the artifices of gamesters and the shifting depravity of heretical subterfuge is strongly marked by the apostle. Barbarac traité du Dieu live, I chapter 1. Quelle Dieu en lui-même et l'abus mis à part, est une chose tout à fait indifferente. Selden de journatriet gentium lib, Roman 4 cap, v. From this account of instruments of play containing pictures and devices, it has been conjectured that cards were then known, and that the game was included in the general term, alia. On this point, Barbarac observes in a note, all this pleasant conceit about pictures and idolatry is founded on two things. First, that the board on which they played at trick-track and dice was adorned with paintings, and second, that the invention of those games was attributed to Thut, or Thout, the Egyptian Mercury, who, after his death, was numbered amongst the gods. Daniel Suter palamed, lib Roman 2 c6. Réflexions sur ce que l'on appelle benhur et malhur en matière de loteries, par M. Leclerc, ch. Roman 8, p. 97. La placette des jeux de hasard ch. Roman 2, p. 202. J. B. Thiers, in his Traité des jeux et des divertissements, p. 5, thus refers to the same anecdote. Saint Ignace de Loyola joua un jour au billard avec un gentilhomme qui élavoit invité di jouer, et est-il en faut croire l'éloquent Jesut ma fait, il le gagna miraculousement, quoiqu'il ni scut pas le Dieu. Cum nihil minus calorit Ignatius, divinitas factum estat in singulos omnino trajectus victor erratorit. Omnes autem actio vacer debit temeritate et negligentia ni viro ager quidquem, cujus non possit causam probabilum redir. Cicero de Offic. Lib. I see also Mark, Antonin, lib. Roman 8 cap 2 and lib. X cap 37 together with Gadacre's observations. On this point the remark of Seneca deserves quotation. Hac deus per totem videm undum est, minima maximac ex hugis concilio gerenda sunt, de benefic. Lib. Roman 2 cap. 18. Thiers, in his Traité des jeux et des divertissements, distinguishes games in the same manner. But Barbarac observes that he is wrong in classing all games of cards with games of pure chance. The low and profligate company which a gentleman of rank and education will frequently submit to keep, rather than lose his beloved hazard, is such that, if he had been required to admit them simply on the ground of companions, he would certainly have looked upon it as an insufferable degradation. A dissertation on the pernicious effects of gaming, published, by appointment, as having gained a prize, June 1783, in the University of Cambridge. By Richard Hay, LL.D. Cambridge, 1784 p. 31. I know a man who cheats, said a young gentleman to Sheridan. I do not like to expose him. What shall I do? Back him, was the reply. Hook's clever epitaph on a fashionable gambler then recently deceased. The Dowagers, or The New School for Scandal, by Mrs. Gore, 1843. Question on gaming, whether or no the making and providing such instruments, which usually minister to it, is by interpretation such an aid to the sin as to involve us in the guilt. This treatise is printed in a small work entitled The Life of Bishop Taylor, and the purest spirit of his writings extracted and exhibited by John Wheeldon, A.M. 8 Vo, 1789. This letter is given in the Reverend R. Palwell's Reminiscences, Volume Roman 2, p. 42. Edit, 1836. Memoirs of Tate Wilkinson, Volume Roman 3, p. 911. York, 1790. Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides. The following anecdote respecting Locke is related by Leclerc. 3 or 4 men of rank met him by appointment at the house of Lord Ashley, afterwards Earl of Shaftesbury, rather for the sake of mutual entertainment than for business. After mutual compliments had passed, and before there had been any time for conversation, cards were introduced, and the visitors sat down to play. Mr. Locke, after looking on a while, drew out his tablets and sat down to write. One of the company at length observing how he was employed, asked him what he was writing. "My lord," replied he, "I am endeavoring to profit as much as I can from your company, for having impatiently longed to be present at a meeting of the most sensible and most witty men of the day, and having at last that good fortune, I thought that I could not do better than write down your conversation. I have indeed here put down the substance of what has been said for the last hour or two." The The satire was immediately felt. The players quitted the game, and after amusing themselves for a while in retouching and enlarging what Mr. Locke had set down, spent the remainder of the day in more worthy conversation. Eloge de Mr. Locke dans la bibliothèque Choisy, Tom, Roman 6, p. 357. Knox Ambrosiani, number 25, in Blackwood's Magazine for April, 1826. The Life of St. Francis Xavier by Father Bowers, translated into English by John Dryden, pp. 71, 203, 697. Les Judes des Descartes, et semblables, escals le gain dépend principalement du hasard, ni sont passulement des récréations dangereuses, comme les danses, mais elles sont simplement et naturellement mauvaises et blâmables. Saint François de Sales, in Trad, à la vie dévote, quoted by Thiers in his Traité d'Estu, p. 168. Mémoires sur la cour de Louis Roman XIV et de la Régence. Extraits de la correspondance allemande de Madame Elizabeth Charlotte, Duchesse d'Orléans, Mère du Régent, p. 339. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1823. In corroboration of the anecdote related by the Duchess, the editor gives the following from the Loisirs d'un homme d'etat and the Dictionnaire historique. M. de Cosnec, archevêque d'Aix, était très vieux, quand il apprit qu'elle en vint de canoniser Saint François de Sales. Quoi, s'écria-t-il, M. de Genève, mon ancien ami. Je suis charmé de la fortune qu'il vint de faire. C'était un galant homme, un aimable homme, et même un honnête homme, quoiqu'il trichette au piquet, où nous avons souvent joué ensemble. Mais, monseigneur, lui dit-on, est-il possible qu'un Saint Fripano Jew? Ho! Repliqua l'archevêque, il disait pour ces raisons, quasi quil gagnate était pour les pauvres. Mémoires inédits de Louis Henry de Lomny, Comte de Brienne. Une trisme circonstance, qui, à mon sens, est capable de gâter le Jew, c'est quand on joue des priors, j'ai vu dire quand on joue à condition que celui qui perdra fera certains priors ou pour les fidèles trépassés, ou pour celui qui orgagne, ou pour quelqu'autre qui lui fera indiquer. Le docteur Navarni condamné pas cet pratique. Le p théophile Renaud témigny quel est, recu parmi les devots. Mais pour moi, je le regarde comme un raffinement de dévotion hétéroclite ou irrégulière, et j'estime qu'il y a de l'irrévérence à jouir, par exemple, des psaumes à reciter, ou des pater noster, ou des ave Maria à dire. Thiers, Traité d'Estu p. 425. On this point the reader is more particularly referred to Thiers, Traité des Jews et des Divertissements, p. 422, and to Barbarac, Traité du Jew, Tom. Roman 2, p. 356, second edit. 1737. Toutefois sans venir à telles sorties de blasphemes, nous en trouvons de fortes sauvages au langage italien. Don't aucun semblant plutost sortir de la bouche de diaboles que de homs. Du nombre de squels est en que jaoui profre rompar en prester, lequel sira recite en sunlu. Mais en liput bien donner pour compagnon, unqui fut preferé a venis par un italien, non prester, mais seculier, en joint aux cartes en la maison d'un ambassadeur du roi. Si blasphème est tel, venga el quincero ad lupo. Qual si grand mal vietil aisai, dira quelquun. Le grand mal est en si que cesse si de soit par une figure qui essa pelaposio pisa retinenca, en lieu de come depus incognut, venga el quincero, ad lupo chinon mangio Christo quando iragnello. Or el appellate ilagnello, iant esgard a si qui est dicten es. Jean, ex agnes de qui tollit peccata mundi. The author of A Short Essay on the Folly of Gaming, reprinted from the Dublin Intelligencer, in 1734, speaking of the loss of temper at cards and dice, says, "If anyone doubts the truth of this position, I refer him to the groom porters and other public tables, where the virtuosos of the gaming science are daily and nightly to be seen. If blasphemy, cursing, swearing, dueling, running of heads against the wall, throwing hats and wigs in the fire, distortions of the countenance, biting of nails, burning of cards, breaking of dice boxes, can be called a loss of temper, they are to be found there in the highest degree." He concludes his essay with the following warning. I shall close these cursory reflections with a useful remark of Plato's, viz., that the demon Theuth was the inventor of dice, and the vulgar have it by tradition that cards are the devil's books. Therefore I cannot but say that after this information given, if gamesters will not desist, they are undoubtedly at the devil's devotion. An Essay upon Gaming, in a Dialogue between Callimachus and Dolomes, by Jeremy Collier, M.A. 1713. This title is taken from the 14th verse of the executive psalm, "Depart from evil and do good." The names of the speakers, Eldad and Medad, are from Numbers, Zai 26. Eldad, in replying to this portion of Medad's argument, observes that play is not to be compared with commerce or trade, which supplies men with things necessary or useful, and that in fair trade both the buyer and the seller are benefited. Eldad, in answer to this tirade, observes that no blessing can attend the gains of such an unfeeling character, and that his money will go as it has come. Out of 1,000, he says, there is not one who succeeds in such speculations, and that we daily see many reduced to poverty by them. Trade and commerce supplying us with useful articles are to be distinguished from speculations which partake of the nature of gaming. The following anecdote of a card-playing parson who inopportunely let some cards drop from his sleeve when in church occurs in the Women's Advocate or the 15 Real Comforts of Matrimony, 2d edit, 1683. The parson that loved gaming better than his eyes made a good use of it when he put up his cards in his gown sleeve in haste, when the clerk came and told him the last stave was a-singing. 'Tis true that in the height of his reproving the parish for their neglect of holy duties, upon the throwing out of his zealous arm, the cards dropped out of his sleeve and flew about the church. What then? He bid one boy take up a card and asked him what it was. The boy answers, the king of clubs. Then he bid another boy take up another card. What was that? The knave of spades. Well, quo he, now tell me who made ye? The boy could not well tell. Quo he to the next, who redeemed ye? That was a harder question. Look ye, quoth the parson, you think this was an accident and laugh at it, but I did it on purpose to show you that had you taught your children their catechism, as well as to know their cards, they would have been better provided to answer material questions when they come to church. Mons, Paynot says that Emile Lenormand, the celebrated fortune-teller, published in her Souvenirs Prophétiques, Paris, 1814, the same history but with the name of the hero changed to Richard Middleton. Emile Lenormand died at Paris in 1843, aged 72, leaving a fortune, it is said, of 500,000 francs. She had followed the trade of fortune-telling for upwards of 40 years, and is said to have been frequently consulted by the Empress Josephine, who was extremely superstitious. A great number of her customers were gamblers of both sexes. She is said to have been visited both by Napoleon and by Alexander, Emperor of Russia. Notice Bibliographique sur les cartes à jouer, p9, Paris, 1842. Since this sheet was in type, I have learned that cards are mentioned in a work entitled Le Ménagier de Paris, written about 1393 by un bourgeois Parisien, and recently published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais. In the notice of it in the Journal des Savants for February last, it said, "En y rencontre des indications historiques que nul autre ouvrage ni nous fournit. Tel est, par exemple, la mention des cartes à jouer." Chapter 3. The Progress of Card Playing. Having now shown at what period cards were certainly well known in Europe, and at what period card-making was a regular business in Italy and Germany, I shall proceed to lay before the reader a series of facts showing the prevalence of the game in various countries, both among great and little people. From the repeated municipal regulations forbidding card playing, to be found in the burgher books of several cities of Germany, between 1400 and 1450, it would seem that the game was extremely popular in that country in the earlier part of the 15th century, and that it continued to gain ground, notwithstanding the prohibitions of men in office. There are orders forbidding it in the council books of Augsburg, dated 1400, 1403, and 1406, though in the latter year there is an exception which permits card playing at the meeting houses of the trades. It was forbidden at Nordlingen in 1426, 1436, and 1439. But in 1440 the magistrates, in their great wisdom, thought proper to relax in some degree the stringency of their orders by allowing the game to be played in public houses. In the town books of the same city there are entries, in the years 1456 and 1461, of money paid for cards at the magistrate's annual goose feast or corporation dinner. In the books of the Company of Schufflicher Cobblers of Bamberg, There is a bylaw agreed to in 1491, which imposes a fine of half a pound of wax-knot shoemakers, but beeswax for the company's holy candle, to burn at the altar of the patron saint upon any brother who should throw the backgammon pieces, cards, or dice out of the window. From this, it may be concluded that the shufflicker of Bamberg in 1491 were accustomed, like gamesters of a more recent period, to vent their rage when losers, on the cards and dice. Baptista Platina, in his treatise De Honesta Voluptate, which is neither more nor less than an antique school of good living, teaching how creature comforts may be best enjoyed, mentions cards as a game at which gentlemen may play, after dinner or supper, to divert their minds, as deep thinking after a hearty meal impedes digestion. There was, however, to be no cheating nor desire of gain, which is as much as to say that the stakes were to be merely nominal lest bad passions should be excited, and the process of healthy concoction disturbed. Galatus Martius, a contemporary of Platina, is perhaps the earliest writer who speculated, or at least published his speculations, on the allegorical meaning of the marks of the four suits of cards. I shall give a translation of the passage, which occurs in chapter 36 of his treatise De Doctrina Promiscua, written, according to Turabosky, between 1488 and 1490. I leave others to divine the author's precise meaning, referring them to the original text which is given below. The topics of this chapter are the greater and lesser dog star, Orion the evening star, the Pleiades, the Hyades, Boots, the kids, the planet Venus, and the game of cards. Towards the conclusion, after having exhausted his astronomical topics, he thus proceeds, apropos of the benign influence of Venus. From the excellency of this planet, it is not surprising that the ancients called a happy throw at dice Venus not Jove, though considered of greater fortune. Thus Propertius. Venus I hoped with lucky dice to cast, but every time the luckless dogs turned up. An unlucky cast was called the dog canis, and also the little dog canicula with reference to the stars. Thus Perseus. Far as the luckless little dog stars range. What kind of stars the great and little dog were, has been already shown. Some persons, indeed, might laugh at the invention of such kind of games being ascribed to the learned, were it not plain from reason that the game of cards was also devised by wise men. To say nothing about the kings, queens, knights, and footmen, for everyone knows the distinction between dignity and military service. Is it not evident, when we consider the significance of swords, spears, cups, and country loaves, that the inventor of the game was a man of shrewd wit? When there is need of strength, as indicated by the swords and spears, many are better than few. In matters of meat and drink, however, as indicated by the loaves and cups, a little is better than a great deal. For it is certain that abstemious persons are of more lively wit than gluttons and drunkards, and much superior in the management of business. What I call country loaves, from their form and color, Pliny speaks of bread of a yellow color, are the marks which are ignorantly supposed to signify pieces of money. The cups are goblets for wine. The remainder of the passage cannot be literally translated into English, as it relates chiefly to the pronunciation of the word hastes spears. The substance of it, however, is as follows. The common people say hastes, as the aspiration H and the letter V are interchangeable, and so are B and V both in Greek and Latin. As bastoni are vulgarly called hastoni, so have they sometimes the form of spears, but mostly that of bills, for both are military weapons. The original passage is extremely perplexing, and the only thing in it that appears plain to me is the writer's desire to convert bastoni clubs into hastes, spears. The bastoni, which he says are called hastoni, or the hastoni which are called bastoni, for there is here an ambiguity, as in the celebrated oracular response. Aot, Eacida, Romanos vincere passi, can only relate to the figures of the things as seen on cards, and not to the things themselves. For the author says that they have sometimes the shape of spears, but more frequently that of bills. The real meaning of this I take to be that the bastoni clubs on cards were more like bills than spears, notwithstanding that H and V and B were interchangeable letters. From the account of Galatus, it is evident that the usual marks of the suits of Italian cards were in his time: cop, spati, denari, and bastoni, cups, swords, money, and clubs. In 1463, it would appear that cards were well known in England. For by an Act of Parliament passed in that year, which was the third of Edward Roman IV, the importation of playing cards was expressly prohibited. This act, according to Anderson, was passed in consequence of the manufacturers and tradesmen of London and other parts of England, having made heavy complaints against the importation of foreign manufactured wares, which greatly obstructed their own employment. If we suppose that cards were included in the prohibition for the above reason, it would follow that card-making was then a regular business in England. Whether cards were home manufactured or obtained from abroad, they appear about 1484 to have been, as they are at present, a common Christmas game. Marjorie Paston thus writes to her husband, John Paston, in a letter dated Friday, 24th Dec. 1484, Right worshipful husband, I recommend me unto you. Please it you to weet that I sent your eldest son John to my Lady Morley, to have knowledge of what sports were used in her house in the Christmas next following after the decease of my lord her husband. And she said that there were none disguisings, nor harpings, nor looting, nor singing, nor none loud disports, but playing at the tables, and chess, and cards. Such disports she gave her folks leave to play, and none other. Your son did his errand right well, as ye shall hear after this. I sent your younger son to the Lady Stapleton, and she said according to my Lady Morley's saying in that, and as she had seen used in places of worship thereas she hath been. It may not be improper here to caution the reader against confounding places of worship with houses of prayer, and hence inferring that cards were then a common game in churches, with gentlemen's servants, at Christmas time. By places of worship are meant the dwelling places of worshipful persons, such as lords, knights, and justices of the peace. In those days there were no stipendiary police magistrates, and every shallow on the bench was a gentleman born. Whether Richard Roman III, in whose reign the letter above quoted was written, added dicing and card-playing to his other vices, we have no account either in public history which deals, or ought to deal, wholesale in great facts, or in private memoirs, which are more especially devoted to the retelling of little facts. His successor, however, Henry Roman VII, was a card-player. For Barrington observes that in his privy purse expenses there are 3 several entries of money issued for his Majesty's losses at cards. Of his winnings there is no entry, though his money-grubbing Majesty kept his accounts so exactly as to enter even a 6 and 8 penny bribe, given to propitiate his mercy in favor of a poor criminal thus turning a penny by trafficking with his prerogative of pardoning. To have the power to forgive is empire and prerogative. It would appear that cards was a common game at the court of Henry the Roman VII, even with the royal children. For, in 1503, his daughter Margaret, aged 14, was found playing at cards by James Roman IV of Scotland, on his first interview with her, after her arrival in Scotland for the purpose of being married to him. James himself is said to have been greatly addicted to card playing, and in the accounts of his treasurer there are several entries of money disbursed on account of the game. On Christmas night, 1496, there are delivered to the king at Melrose, to spend at cards, 35 unicornies, 11 French crowns, a ducat, a ridair, and a lute in all £42. On the 23 d'August, 1504, when the king was at Lochmaben, he appears to have lost several sums at cards to Lord Dacre, the warden of the English marches. And on the 26th of the same month, there is an entry of 4 French crowns given to Cuddy, the Inglise looter, to louse his chain of groaties, Quahilky tint at the cardies, to redeem his chain of groats which he lost at cards. M. Duchesne, in his Observations sur les cartes à jouer, says, somewhat inconsistently, that cards are of Italian origin, and that it was either at Venice or at Florence that the Greek refugees from Constantinople first made them known. M. Duchesne is as incorrect in his chronology, as he is singular in his notions with respect to the Italian origin of playing cards first brought to Venice or Florence by Greeks. The refugees to whom he apparently alludes were the Greeks who sought an asylum in Italy, when Constantinople was taken by the Turks, in 1453, which is 60 years after the time that we have positive evidence of cards being known in France. But though no evidence has been produced to show that cards were first brought into Europe from Constantinople, it is yet certain that they were known to the Greeks before the end of the 15th century. For Ducange, in his Glossary of Middle Age Greek, under the word zaptia, ludus chartarum, quotes the following verse from a manuscript of Emmanuel Jorgillas on the plague at Rhodes. Kappa alpha iota tau alpha upsilon lambda iota alpha. Kappa alpha iota tau alpha chi alpha rho tau iota alpha. Kappa alpha iota zeta alpha rho iota alpha. Kappa alpha tau alpha kappa alpha upsilon sigma omicron upsilon u. Burn the tables, cards, and dice. It appears from this, says Dukenge, that the game of cards, the origin of which is uncertain, was at least known in 1498, the year in which this mortality happened. In the journal Des Dames, for the 10th April 1828 a publication, which I have not had the fortune to see, but which is referred to by Brunnet the Younger, in his Notice bibliographique sur les cartes à jouer, there is a detailed account of the modern Greek cards manufactured at Frankfurt. Towards the close of the 15th, and in the early part of the 16th century, before Luther had sounded the tocsin of religious reform, and given a new impulse to both the busy and the idle, the Germans appear to have been greatly addicted to gaming. Woodcuts of this period showing men and women playing at cards and dice are common. John Jailer of Kaisersberg, a famous preacher in his day, who, like Latimer, was accustomed to season his sermons with a little humor not to say Funring's appeal against gaming in his Speculum Fatuorum, first printed at Strasbourg about 1508. He says that there are some games at cards which are purely of chance, such as Der Affen Rush und Chancen, while others, such as Des Carniflins, depend on both chance and skill. In treating of the lawfulness of playing at cards, dice, and similar games, for the sake of recreation, a saving clause, which appears to have been introduced in favor of the laboriously studious and devout, he cites authorities both pro and con. A certain gloss says that to play at such games, whether for money or gratis, is a deadly sin, and Hoschensis says that to play for recreation, for money, to kill themselves for love, with wine is a deadly sin in the laity as well as the clergy. Angelus, however, says that it is lawful for both clergy and laity to play for recreation, for small stakes, pro modico non notabili. Jailer's own conclusion is that, as doctors differ, there is danger. Gaming in his time, as in our own, appears to have leveled all distinctions. Lords and ladies, and even clergymen, dignified or otherwise, eager to win money, and confiding in their luck or their skill, cared but little for the rank or character of those with whom they played, provided they could but post the stakes, and felt no more compunction in winning a ruffling burgher's money than a peer would in receiving the amount of a bet from a cabman or a wealthy citizen, a few years ago, in rendering bankrupt the wooden-legged manager of a thimble-rig table ad Epsom or Ascot. Thimble-rig, however, is now numbered with the things that have been fewit. Lord Stanley brought it into political disrepute, and Sir James Graham put it down, just about the time that the railway speculation began to be the rage under the auspices of a knowing Yorkshireman. Thomas Murner, a Franciscan friar, availing himself apparently of the popularity of card-playing, introduced the term chartaludium as a caption in the title of his Logica Memorativa, printed at Strasbourg in 1509. The work is evidently that of a scholastic pedant, who might possibly be expert enough in ringing the changes on verbal distinctions, but who had not the least knowledge of things, nor any idea of the right use of reason. The book is adorned with numerous cuts, which represent cards, inasmuch at the top of each there is an emblem, just as there is the mark of the suit in each of our coat cards. The cuts and the text taken together, for they mutually render each other more intelligible, form such a mass of complicated nonsense as would puzzle even a fortune-teller to interpret. In his prologue, Murner asks pardon for the title of his book, and assures the studious youths, for whose instruction it was devised, that he had not been led to adopt it from any partiality to card-playing. That, in fact, he had never touched cards, and that, from his very childhood, he had abhorred the perverse passion for play. In 1518 Murner, apparently stimulated by the success of his logical card play, published an introduction to the civil law, written and pictorially illustrated in the same manner as the former. As I have not been able to make anything of Murner's logical card play, either as regards the instruments or the matter professed to be taught, I willingly avail myself of what Mons. Leber has said on the subject in his Etudes historiques sur les cartes à jouer. These cards, says Mons, Leber, made much noise in their time, and this might well be, for they were a novelty which it was easier to admire than to comprehend. At first, people fancied that they saw in them the work of the devil, and it was even a question whether the author should not be burnt, seeing that he could be nothing more than a conjurer with the logicians of that age. But the conjurer's pupils made such extraordinary progress that people cried out, "Wonderful!" and Murner's book was pronounced divine. Although those cards are 52 in number, they have nothing in common with our pack. They differ from all other cards, whether for gaming or of fanciful device, in the multiplicity and the division of the suits, which the inventor has applied to the divisions of logic, after a method of his own. Of these suits, there are no less than 16, corresponding with the same number of sections of the text and having the following names and colors. I Enunciatio Bells, Roman 2. Predicabile Crayfish, Roman 3. Predicamentum Fish, Roman 4. Syllogismus Acorns v. Locus Dialecticus Scorpions, Roman 6. Fallacia Turbans, Roman 7. Suppositio Hartes, Roman 8. Ampliatio Grasshoppers, Roman 9. Restrictio Suns X. Appellatio Stars, Roman 11. Distributio Pigeons, Roman 12. Expositio Crescents, Roman 13. Exclusio Cats or Tigers, Roman 14. Exceptio Shields of Arms, Roman 15. Reduplicatio Crowns, Roman 16. Descensa Serpents. Such is the whimsicality of those signs, and such the oddity of their relation to the things signified, that the learned singer has been deterred from the attempt to make them known. At any rate, he declares that he will not undertake to explain that which even the most profound logicians of the day might not be able to comprehend. This is easily said, but we see no impossibility in explaining how the author understood himself. One example will be sufficient to give an idea of Murner's figured language, and of the parts which might be played by serpents, cats, acorns, and crayfish in the chair of Aristotle, when its occupant was a friar of the 16th century. The figure of a man with a crown on his head, a patch over one of his eyes, a book in one hand and a trowel in the other, relates to section or tractatus ex appellatio. It displays 3 symbols, the object of which is intelligence or definition. 1. The logical appellation. 2. Relative terms or ideas which have become connected in the mind. 3. Privative terms expressive of privation or exclusion. The open book is the symbol of the definition, the trowel indicates connection, and the patch over the eye signifies privation. The star, which occupies the place of the mark of the suit and casts its light on all the other 3 symbols, signifies that clearness is the first merit in every definition. The cut here given is a facsimile of that referred to. Rogers, availing himself of the poetic license, though but to a small extent, has represented the followers of Columbus as playing at cards in his first voyage of discovery, to the West Indies, in 1492. At daybreak might the caravels be seen, chasing their shadows o'er the deep serene, their burnished prows lashed by the sparkling tide, their green-cross standards waving far and wide. And now once more to better thoughts inclined, the seaman, mounting, clamored in the wind. The soldier told his tales of love and war, the courtier sung to his gay guitar. Round, at Primero, sate a whiskered band, so fortune smiled, careless of sea or land. Garcilaso de la Vega, to whom Mr. Rogers refers, says nothing about Primero or the followers of Columbus playing at the game. He only mentions, in his History of the Conquest of Florida, that the soldiers who were engaged in that expedition, having burnt all their cards after the Battle of Movilla, made themselves new ones of parchment, which they painted admirably, as if they had followed the business all their lives. But as they either could not, or would not, make so many as were wanted, players had the cards in their turn for a limited time. Although we have no positive evidence of the fact, it is yet not unlikely that there were cards in the ships of Columbus, unless indeed they had been especially prohibited to the crews on this occasion, as they were to the soldiers and sailors of the Spanish Armada in 1588. Herrera has recorded in his History of the Spanish Discoveries in America that Montezuma, Emperor of Mexico, who was made prisoner by Cortes in 1519, took great pleasure in seeing the Spanish soldiers play at cards. Barrington, in his Observations on the Antiquity of Card-Playing in England, says, "During the reigns of Henry Roman VIII and Edward Roman VI, this amusement seems not to have been common in England, as scarcely any mention of it occurs either in Rymer's Foedera or the Statute Book." Had Mr. Barrington been as well read in old poems and plays as he was in the more ancient statutes, it is likely that he would have been of a different opinion. He says, it is not improbable, however, that Philip II, with his suite coming from the court of Charles V, made the use of cards much more general than it had been, of which some presumptive proofs are not wanting. The supposition is plausible, but as the presumptive proofs which he alleges were as likely to be found in the reign of Edward Roman IV as in the reign of Mary, they are of no weight in the determination of the question. As Catherine, the wife of Henry Roman VIII, was a Spanish princess, and as it is recorded that, amongst her other accomplishments, she could play at tables, tic-tac, or gleek, with cards or dice. The persons forming her suite were just as likely as those of the suite of Philip Roman II to have brought into England Spanish cards with the marks of swords and clubs, proper espadas and bastos. But there can scarcely be a doubt that such cards were known in England long before. Mr. Barrington's partiality to his theory about Spanish cards, and of the game becoming much more general in England after the marriage of Philip and Mary, has probably caused him either to entirely overlook or attach too little importance to a presumptive proof, to be found in the statute book, of cards being a common amusement in England in the reign of Henry Roman VIII. In a statute relating to plays and games, passed in the 33rd year of that king's reign, 1541, we find the following restrictions. No artificer or his journeyman, no husbandman, apprentice, laborer, servant at husbandry, mariner, fisherman, waterman, or servingman shall play at tables, tennis, dice, cards, bowls, cloche, quoiting, lawgating, or any other unlawful game out of Christmas, or then out of their master's house or presence, in pain of 20s. And none shall play at bowls in open places, out of his garden or orchard, in pain of 6s. 8d. In the Morality of Hickscorner, reprinted in Hawkins's Origin of the English Drama, from a black-letter copy in Garrick's collection, of at least as early a date as the commencement of the reign of Henry Roman VIII, the following are enumerated as forming part of the company of the ships that came over with Hickscorner: brawlers, liars, getters, and chiders, walkers by night, and great murderers, overthwart Gile and Jolie Carters. In the Morality of Lusty Juventus, written by R. Wever in the reign of Edward Roman VI, Hippocrates says to Juventus, whom he invites to breakfast, I have a ferny card in a place, that will bear a turn besides the ace. She purvoys now a pace for my commenge. From a subsequent passage it appears that this ferny card is the naughty woman, Little Bess, the personification of abominable living. In the comedy of Gammer Gurton's Needle, said to have been first printed in 1551, old Dame Chat thus invites two of her acquaintance to a game at cards. What, Dickon, come near, ye be no stranger, we be fast set at trump, man, hard by the fire. Thou shalt set on the king if thou come a little nigher. Come hither, doll, sit down and play this game, and as thou saw'st me do, see thou do even the same. There is 5 trumps besides the queen, the hindmost thou shalt find her. In a satire on Cardinal Wolsey and the Romish clergy by William Roy, without date, but most likely printed in 1527, some of the bishops are charged with gaming in addition to their other vices. To play at the cards and dice, some of them are nothing nice, both at hazard and momchaunts. In the privy purse expenses, from 1536 to 1544, of the Princess Mary, daughter of Henry Roman VIII, afterwards Queen Mary, there are numerous entries of money delivered to the princess to play at cards. In a prefatory memoir, Sir Frederick Madden remarks, cards she seems to have indulged in freely, and there is a sum generally allotted as pocket money for the recreation every month. As Mary is said to have been extremely devout, we may presume that, adopting the decisions of the more indulgent casuists, she availed herself of their permission to play at cards as a recreation when her mind was fatigued with the exercise of her strenuous piety. The records of the burning of men and women in her reign for the sake of religion form a singular contrast with the entries in her privy purse expenses of money delivered to her to play at cards. From the preceding incidental notices of cards in poems and plays, as well as from the direct evidence of the statute book and the privy purse expenses of the Princess Mary, it would appear that card-playing was common in England during the reigns of Henry Roman VIII and Edward Roman VI, both in the cottage and the palace. And there is reason to believe that about the same period the game was equally common in Scotland. William Dunbar, who wrote in the reigns of James Roman IV and James V, in his General Satire, exposing the depravity of all classes of people in the kingdom, thus alludes to the prevalence of dicing and card playing. Sic navis and cracaris to play at carts and dice, sic halenchacaris, q wilk at caucalbees grice or halden of price, when limaris do convene, sic store of vice, sae money witties unwise, within this land was never hard nor sane. In the poems of Sir David Lindsay, there are several allusions to card playing, and in his Satire of the Three Estates, which Chalmers says was first acted at Cupar, Fifeshire, in 1535, the parson declares himself to be an adept at the game. Thoc I prike nocht, I can play at the cache. I wot there is nochtane aming yow all mare furly can play at the futeball, and for the cardies, the tables, and the dies, above all parsons I may bear the prize. In Sir David's poem, entitled The Cardinal, exposing the personal vices and tyrannical conduct of Cardinal Beaton, who was assassinated at St. Andrews in 1546, that prelate is represented as a great gamester. In banqueting, playing at cardies and dice, into sic wisedome I was halden wise, and spare it not to play with king nor nisht 3,000 crowns of gold upon ane night. In the examination of Thomas Forret, a dean of the kirk and vicar of Dollar, on a charge of heresy brought against him by John Lauder, a tool of Cardinal Beaton's, at Edinburgh, 1st March, 1539, Forret's answer to one of the charges of his accuser affords some idea of the manner in which many bachelor priests of the period were accustomed to spend their tithes. Accuser, false heretic, thou sayest it is not lawful to kirkmen to take their taines, tithes, and offerings and core presents, though we have been in use of them, constitute by the kirk and king, and also our holy father the Pope hath confirmed the same. Dean Forret, brother, I said not so, but I said it was not lawful to kirkmen to spend the patrimony of the kirk, as they do, on riotous feasting, and on fair women, and at playing at cards and dice. Pinkerton, in his History of Scotland, says, Stuart the poet, in an address to James V., advises him to amuse himself with hunting, hawking, and archery, justing, and chess, and not to play at cards or dice, except with his mother or the chief lords, as it was a disgrace for a prince to win from men of inferior station, and his gains at any time ought to be given to his attendants. At a period somewhat later, it would appear that card-playing was a common amusement on the borders of Scotland, and that the sturdy reivers, whose grand game was cattle lifting, were accustomed to while away their idle hours at cards for plaques and hardheads. The following curious passage occurs in a letter dated Newcastle, 12th January, 1570, printed in the second volume of Sir Ralph Sadler's State Papers. The writer was a gentleman named Robert Constable, who appears to have been sent into Scotland to endeavour to persuade his kinsman, the Earl of Westmoreland, to return to England and submit himself to Elizabeth's mercy. I left Ferniehurst and went to my Ost's house, where I found many guests of divers factions, some outlaws of England, some of Scotland, some neighbours thereabout at cards, some for ale, some for plaques and hardheads. And after I had diligently learned and inquired that there was none of any surname that had me in deadly feud, nor none that knew me, I sat down and plaid for hardheads among them, where I heard vox populi that the Lord Regent would not, for his own honour, nor for the honour of his country, deliver the earls, if he had them both, unless it were to have their queen delivered to him. And if he wold agree to make that change, the borderers would start up in his contrary, and reave both the queen and the lords from him, for the like shame was never done in Scotland, and that he durst better eat his own lugs than come agent to seek Farnehurst. If he did, he should be fought with ere he came over Sotre edge. Hector of Tharlow's head was wished to have been eaten amongst us at supper. In the old ballad entitled The Battle of the Reed Swire, giving an account of a fray at a warden meeting, which ended in a general fight, we find cards mentioned. This meeting was held in 1576 near the head of the River Reed, on the English side of the Carter Fell, and appears to have been attended, like a fair, by people from both sides of the border. Yet was our meeting make enough, began with merriness and mows, and at the bray abune the Hugh the clerk sat down to call the rose. And some for Kai, and some for ewes, callet in of Dandry, Hob, and Jock, I saw come marching o'er the nose 500 fennicks in a flock. With jack and spare and bowies all bent, and warlike weapons at their will, howbeit they were not while content. Yet be me troth we fared na ill, some gied to drink, and some stewed still, and some to cards and dice them sped, while on ane farstein they filled a bill, and he was fugitive that fled. About the same period the game of cards was a common amusement in the south of Ireland. Spencer, in his View of the State of Ireland, written about 1590, speaks of an idle and dissolute class of people called carrows, who, he says, wander up and down to gentlemen's houses, living only upon cards and dice, the which, though they have but little or nothing of their own, yet will they play for much money, which, if they win, they waste most lightly, and if they lose, they pay as slenderly, but make recompense with one stealth or another. Whose only hurt is not that they themselves are idle losels, but that through gaming they draw others to lewdness and idleness. The counterpart to this picture was to be found in Spain about the same period, and as the intercourse between the two countries was frequent, and the favorite game in both was 1 and 30, it is not unlikely that the Irish obtained their knowledge of cards from the Spaniards. In Cervantes' comical history of Rinconete and Cortadillo, a young Spanish vagabond gives the following account of his skill at cards. I took along with me what I thought most necessary, and amongst the rest this pack of cards, and now I called to mind the old saying, he carries his all on his back. For with these I have gained my living at all the public houses and inns between Madrid and this place, playing at 1 and 30. And though they are dirty and torn, they are of wonderful service to those who understand them, for they shall never cut without leaving an ace at bottom, which is one good point towards 11, with which advantage, 31 being the game, he sweeps all the money into his pocket. Besides this, I know some slight tricks at cards and hazard. So that though you are very dexterous and a thorough master of the art of cutting buskins, I am every bit as expert in the science of cheating people, and therefore I am in no fear of starving. For though I come but to a small cottage, there are always some who have a mind to pass away time by playing a little. And of this we may now try the experiment ourselves. Let us spread the nets, and see if none of these birds, the carriers, will fall into them. Which is as much as to say that you and I will play together at 1 and 30, as if it was in earnest. Perhaps somebody may make the third, and he shall be sure to be the first to leave his money behind him. At what period cards were first used in Europe for the purposes of divination or fortune-telling has not been ascertained. In the Magazine Pittorsk, for 1842, page 324, there is a cut entitled Philippe Le Bon Consultant Untitled Chapter, copied from a painting ascribed to John Van Eyck. Though it has been denied that this picture is really by Van Eyck, it is yet admitted that the costume is that of the reign of Charles Roman VIII, between 1483 and 1498. Supposing, then, that the picture belongs to the latter period, we have thus evidence of cards being used for the purposes of fortune-telling before the close of the 15th century. The gypsies, who are unquestionably of Asiatic origin, appear to have long used them for this purpose, and if they brought cards with them in their earliest immigration into Europe, as Breitkop supposes, they are just as likely to have brought with them their occult science of cards as to have acquired it subsequently from Europeans. The earliest work, expressly treating of the subject, appears to be Le Sordi, written or compiled by Francesco Marcolini, printed at Venice in 1540. In the prologue, the author professes to explain the mode of applying what he calls his pleasant invention, pious-evil invention. But beyond the fact that certain cards are to be used, I have not been able to make out his meaning. The only cards to be employed were the king, knight, knave, 10, 9, 8, 7, deuce, and ace of the suit denarii or money. Besides the small cuts of cards, of which the following are specimens, the work contains a number of wood engravings, some of which are designed in a spirited manner. A work similar to Marcolini's, entitled Trionfo di Fortuna, by Sigismund Fanti, professing to teach the art of solving questions relating to future events, but without using cards, was printed at Venice in 1527. Juggling and fortune-telling by means of cards, whenever introduced, appear to have had many professors in the latter half of the 16th century. A trick performed with cards by a juggler appears to have excited the inquisitive genius of Lord Bacon when a boy, and his biographer, Basil Montagu, thinks that from this circumstance his attention was first directed to an inquiry into the nature of the imagination. Reginald Scott, in his Discovery of Witchcraft, first published in 1584, has a chapter of cards, with good cautions how to avoid cousonage therein, special rules to convey and handle the cards, and the manner and order how to accomplish all difficult and strange things wrought with cards. Having now, says he, bestowed some waste money among you, I will set you to cards, by which kind of witchcraft a great number of people have juggled away not only their money, but also their lands, their health, their time, and their honesty. I dare not, as I could, show the lewd juggling that cheaters practice, lest it minister some offense to the well-disposed, to the simple hurt and losses, and to the wicked occasion of evil-doing. But I would wish all gamesters to beware, not only with what cards and dice they play, but especially with whom and where they exercise gaming, and to let dice pass, as whereby a man may be inevitably cozened. One that is skillful to make and use bum cards may undo 100 wealthy men that are not given to gaming. But if he have a confederate present, either of the players or standers-by, the mischief cannot be avoided. If you play among strangers, beware of him that seems simple or drunken. For under their habit the most special cozeners are presented, and while you think by their simplicity and imperfections to beguile them, and thereof, perchance, are persuaded by their confederates, your very friends as you think, you yourself will be most of all overtaken. Beware also of the betters by and lookers on, and namely of them that bet on your side. For whilst they look on your game without suspicion, they discover it by signs to your adversaries, with whom they bet and yet are their confederates. Among the tricks with cards which he notices are the following: how to deliver out 4 aces and to convert them into 4 knaves, how to tell one what card he seeth in the bottom when the same card is shuffled into the stock, to tell one, without confederacy, what card he thinketh, how to tell what card any man thinketh, how to convey the same into a nutshell, cherry stone, and sea, and the same again into one's pocket, how to make one draw the same, or any card you list, and all under one devise. The 2 verses which he quotes in the margin should be inscribed as a motto on the dial plate of every gamester's watch. Of dice play, and the like unthrifty games, mark these 2 old verses, and remember them. Ludens taxilis, beni respice quid sit inalis, mors tua, sors tua, res tua, spes tua, pendit inalis. Roland, in his Judicial Astrology Condemned, relates the following anecdote of Cuff, the secretary of the Earl of Essex, a man of exquisite wit and learning, but of a turbulent disposition, who was hung at Tyburn on the 13th of March, 1602, for having counselled and abetted the Earl in his treason. Cuff, an excellent Grecian, and secretary to the Earl of Essex, was told 20 years before his death that he should come to an untimely end, at which Cuff laughed, and in a scornful manner entreated the astrologer to show him in what manner he should come to his end, who condescended to him, and calling for cards, entreated Cuff to draw out of the pack 3 which pleased him. He did so, and drew 3 knaves and laid them on the table with their faces downwards, by the wizard's direction, who then told him, if he desired to see the sum of his bad fortunes, to take up those cards. Cuff, as he was prescribed, took up the first card, and looking on it, he saw the portraiture of himself, cap a pie, having men compassing him about with bills and halberds. Then he took up the second, and there he saw the judge that sat upon him. And taking up the last card, he saw Tyburn, the place of his execution, and the hangman, at which he laughed heartily. But many years after, being condemned for treason, he remembered and declared this prediction. Queen Elizabeth, as well as her sister Mary, was a card player, and even her grave Lord Treasurer, Lord Burleigh, appears to have occasionally taken a hand at Primero. That she sometimes lost her temper when the cards ran against her may be fairly inferred from the following passage, which occurs in a letter, written in the latter part of her reign, by Sir Robert Carey to his father, Lord Hunsdon. Her violent language must have been the result of her holding a bad hand at the moment that the presence of young Carey reminded her of his father's procrastination. May it please your LT understand that yesterday in the afternoon I stood by her Matai as she was at cards in the presence chamber. She called me to her and asked me when you meant to go to Barwick. I told her that you determined to begin your journey presently after Whitsunted. She grew into a great rage, beginninge with God's ones, that she wold set you by the feet, and send another in your place if you dallied with her thus, for she wold not be thus dallied withal. Though the laity of all ranks and conditions except apprentices appear to have played at cards and dice, without let or hindrance, notwithstanding any statute to the contrary, yet the clergy seem to have been rather more sharply looked after. In the injunctions given by the Queen's Majesty, as well to the clergy as the laity, printed by Richard Jugg and John Cawood, 1559, the clergy are thus admonished. Also the said ecclesiastical persons shall in no wise, nor for any other cause than for their honest necessities, haunt or resort to any taverns or alehouses. And after their meats, they shall not jeeve themselves to any drinking or riot, spending their time idly by day or by nit, at dice, cards, or tables playing, or any other unlawful game. In the injunctions exhibited by John, Bishop of Norwich, at his first visitation in the 3rd year of our sovereign Lady Elizabeth, printed at London by John Day, 1561, officials are enjoined to inquire whether any parson, vicar, or curate jeeve any evil example of life, whether they be incontinent parsons, drunkards, haunters of taverns, alehouses, or suspect places, dicers, tablers, carders, swearers, or vehemently suspected thereof. A notice of a dramatic representation of the game of cards occurs in the accounts of Queen Elizabeth's Master of the Revels, 1582. In that year he and his officers were commanded to show on St. Stephen's Day at night, before Her Majesty at Windsor, a commodity or moral devised on a game of the cards, to be performed by the children of Her Majesty's chapel. From the following observations of Sir John Harrington on this commodity or moral, it would seem to have been a severe satire on those knaves who enrich themselves at the nation's expense. Then for comedies, to speak of a London comedy, how much good matter, yea, and matter of state, is there in that comedy called the play of the cards, in which it is showed how 4 parasitical knaves rob the 4 principal vocations of the realmy videlicet, the vocations of soldiers, scholars, merchants, and husbandmen. Of which comedy I cannot forget the saying of a notable wise counsellor, who is now dead, Sir Francis Walsingham, who, when some to sing placebo advised that it should be forbidden, because it was somewhat too plain, and indeed, as the old saying is, sooth board is no board, yet he would have it allowed, adding that it was fit that they which do that they should not, should hear that they would not. The mention of a comedy shown before the Queen at Windsor by the children of Her Majesty's chapel naturally suggests the recollection of John Lyly's court comedies, which were wont to be shown by the same children, as well as by the children of pools. And as in one of those comedies Alexander and Campaspe, Lyly has committed an anachronism with respect to cards, an opportunity is thus afforded of here introducing the pleasantly conceited song that contains the error, a song, which Elia would have encored, and which even Mrs. Battle herself would have allowed to be sung at the card table during the intermission of the game at the end of a rubber, when cutting in for new partners. Cupid and my Campaspe played at cards for kisses. Cupid paid, he stakes his quiver, bow and arrows, his mother's doves, and team of sparrows loses them too. Then down he throws the coral of his lip, the rose growing on's cheek, but none knows how, with these the crystal on his brow, and then the dimple of his chin, all these did my Campaspe win. At last he set her both his eyes she won, and Cupid blind doth rise. O love, has she done this to thee? What shall, alas, become of me? Before taking leave of the reign of Elizabeth, it seems proper to insert here what Philip Stubbs says about cards, dice, tables, tennis, and other games, in his Anatomy of Abuses. As for cards, dice, tables, boule, tennis, and such like, says the moral dissector, speaking in the person of Philoponus, they are furta officiosa, a certain kind of smooth, deceitful, and slaty theft, whereby many a one is spoiled of all that ever he hath, sometimes of his life withal, yea, of body and soul forever. And yet more is the pity, these be the only exercises used in every man's house, all the year through. But especially in Christmas time, there is nothing else used but cards, dice, tables, masking, mumming, bowling, and such like fooleries. And the reason is, they think they have a commission and prerogative that time to do what they list, and to follow what vanity they will. But alas, doth they think that they are privileged at that time to do evil. The holier the time is, if one time were holier than another, as it is not, the holier ought their exercises to be. He, however, thinks that at some games, under certain circumstances, Christian men may play for the sake of recreation. For, in answer to the question of Spudius, is it not lawful for one Christian man to play with another at any kind of game, or to win his money if he can? Philoponus thus replies, to play at tables, cards, dice, bowls, or the like, though a good Christian man will not so idly and vainly spend his golden days. One Christian with another, for their private recreations, after some oppression of study, to drive away of fantasies, and such like, I doubt not but they may, using it moderately with intermission and in the fear of God. But for to playa for lucre of gain, and for desire only of his brother's substance, rather than for any other cause, it is at no hand lawful, or to be suffered. For as it is not lawful to rob, steal, and purloin by deceit or sleight, so is it not lawful to get thy brother's goods from him by carding, dissing, tabling, bowling, or any other kind of theft. For these games are no better, nay worser than open theft, for open theft every man can beware of. But this being a crafty politic theft, and commonly done under pretence of friendship, few or none at all can beware of it. The commandment saith, Thou shalt not covet nor desire anything that belongeth to thy neighbor. Now, it is manifest that those that playa for money not only covet their brother's money, but also use craft, falsehood, and deceit to win the same. There are doubtless many card players who, conscious of their want of craft, can safely deny the truth of Stubbs's sweeping conclusion, but it is to be feared that most crafty players will not lose if they can avoid it, either by hook or by crook. In the reign of James I, the game went bonnily on. His son, Henry, Prince of Wales, who died in 1612, aged 19, used occasionally to amuse himself at cards, but so nobly and like himself, as showed that he played only for recreation and not for the sake of gain. James himself was a card player, and his favorite game was maw, which appears to have been the fashionable game in his reign, as primero was in the reign of Elizabeth. His Majesty appears to have played at cards just as he played with affairs of state in an indolent manner, requiring in both cases someone to hold his cards, if not to prompt him what to play. Weldon, speaking of the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury, in his Court and Character of King James, says, The next that came on the stage was Sir Thomas Monson, but the night before he was to come to his trial, the king being at the game of maw, said, Tomorrow comes Thomas Monson to his trial. Yea, said the king's card-holder, where if he do not play his master's prize, your majesty shall never trust me. This so ran in the king's mind, that at the next game he said he was sleepy, and would play out that set next night. From the following passage in a pamphlet entitled Tom Teltroth, supposed to have been printed about 1622, it would seem that the writer was well acquainted both with his majesty's mode of playing at cards, and with the manner in which he was tricked in his dawdling with state affairs. In your majesty's own taverns, for one hell that is begun to yourself, there are 10 drunk to the princes your foreign children. And, when the wine is in their heads, Lord have mercy on their tongues. Ever in the very gaming ordinaries, where men have scarce leisure to say grace, yet they take a time to censure your majesty's actions, and that in their Oda school terms. They say, You have lost the fairest game at maw that ever king had, for want of making the best advantage of the 5-finger, and playing the other helps in time, that your own card-holders play booty, and give the scene out of your own hand. That he you played withal hath ever been known for the greatest cheater in Christendom. In fine, there is no way to recover your losses, and vindicate your honor, but with fighting with him that hath cozened you. At which honest downright play, you will be hard enough for him with all his tricks. The following verses, which might have been written by Tom Teltroth himself, form part of an inscription beneath a caricature engraving of the same period, representing the kings of England, Denmark, and Sweden, with Bethlem Gabber, engaged in playing at cards, dice, and tables with the Pope and his monks. Denmark, not sitting far, and seeing what hand Great Britain had, and how Rome's loss did stand, hopes to win something too. Maw is the game at which he plays, and challengeth at the same a monk who stakes a chalice. Denmark sets gold and shuffles, the monk cuts. Denmark being bold deals freely round, and the first card he shows is the 5-finger, which being turned up goes cold to the monk's heart. The next Denmark sees is the ace of hearts. The monk cries out, I lees. Denmark replies, Sir Monk, show what you have. The monk could show him nothing but the knave. From the allusions to the 5 fingers and the ace of hearts, in the preceding extracts, it would appear that the game of maw was the same as that which was subsequently called 5 cards. For, in both games, the 5 of trumps called the 5 fingers was the best card, and next to that was the ace of hearts. From the frequent mention of cards by writers of the time of James I, it would appear that the game was as common a diversion with his Majesty's peaceable subjects, as it was with the fighting men who followed the banner of Wallenstein or Tilly in the 30 Years' War. Inordinate gaming in one country, according to certain authorities, was the result of long-continued peace and too much ease. According to others, it was the natural consequence of war. In England, the devil, finding men idle, gave them employment at cards and dice. And in Germany, where they were busy in the work of destruction, he encouraged them to play as a relaxation from their regular labors. Prodigals in each country lighted their candle at both ends. English gallants used to divert themselves with cards at the playhouse before the performance began, and desperate hazarders in the imperial camp staked, on a cast at dice, their plunder, ere it had well come into their possession. In the reign of James I, a controversy arose respecting the nature of lots, in which the lawfulness in foro theologorum, of deciding matters by lot, and of playing at games of chance, such as cards and dice, was amply discussed. It was maintained by one party that as lots were of divine ordinance, for the purpose of determining important matters and of so ascertaining, as it were, the divine will, their employment for the purpose of amusement was a sinful perversion of their institution and a disparaging of divine providence, which was thus made the arbiter of idle and immoral games. In opposition to this opinion, the learned Thomas Gatacre published his treatise, historical and theological, of the nature and use of lots, in 1619. In this work he treats of casual events in general and of the different kinds of lots, which he thus classes under three heads. 1. Lots which are commonly employed in serious affairs. 2. Lots which enter into games of chance. 3. Lots extraordinary or divinatory. The first are generally admitted to be innocent, but the third are absolutely condemned by Gatacre, except when they are expressly required to be used by a revelation or a divine command. With regard to lots of the second kind, he contends that they are neither prohibited in the Scriptures nor evil of themselves, though, like those of the first, they are liable to great abuse. The abuse he earnestly condemns, but at the same time shows that it is not a necessary consequence of the employment of lots in games of amusement. He also refutes the arguments of James Bomford, who, in a small tract which appears to have been first published about 1593, had maintained that all games of chance were absolutely unlawful. An account of the controversy on this subject, between Gatacre on one side and William Ames and Gisbert Vogt on the other, will be found in the preface to the second edition of Barbirac's Traité du Jeu. In the reign of James I, and in the early part of that of his successor, ere the discussion of political grievances had produced a decided effect on the public mind, the fashionable vices of excess in apparel, gaming, drinking, and smoking tobacco were fertile themes of declamation with a certain class of reformers, both lay and clerical. Their denunciations of the vanity and wickedness of wearing fine clothes are merely variations to Stubbs's Anatomy of Abuses, while their fulminations against tobacco are generally pitched in the somewhat loud key of King James's counterblast. Their commonplaces against drunkenness and gaming are, in general, very common indeed, as Sir Francis Burdett said of a certain common lawyer, who, since his elevation to the peerage, has been convicted of a petty larceny on the literary property of Miss Agnes Strickland, and who seems to be an adept at cribbage, though no card player. In a woodcut on the title page of Woe to Drunkards, a sermon preached by Samuel Ward, of Ipswich, 1627, the vices of that age are typically contrasted with the virtues of a former one. In the upper compartment we are shown what men were of old by the open Bible, the foot in the stirrup, and the hand grasping the lance, while in the lower the degeneracy of their descendants is typified by the leg and foot, decorated with a broad silk garter and a large rosette, by cards and dice, and a hand holding at the same time a lighted pipe and a drinking cup with a cockatrice in it. 20 years afterwards, these types would have been more strictly applicable, with the inscriptions merely transposed. At what time the manufacture of cards was established in this country has not been ascertained, though from their being included in an Act of Parliament of 1463 prohibiting the importation of sundry articles, as being injurious to native manufacturers and tradesmen, it would seem that there were card makers in England even at that early period. Barrington, referring to a proclamation of Elizabeth, and another of James I, says, "It appears that we did not then make many cards in England." In his paper in the Archaeologia, he gives a facsimile of the cover of an old pack of cards as a decisive proof that cards were originally made in Spain. On this cover was printed a wood engraving of the arms of Castile and Leon, together with a club, a sword, a cup, and a piece of money, the marks of the 4 suits of Spanish cards. to an inscription purporting that they were fine cards, made by Jehan Vale, cartas finas fakes par Jehan Vale, there was also added, in letters of a different character, either by a stencil or by means of inserting a new piece of wood in the original block, the name Edward Warman, probably that of the English vendor of the cards. The maker's name, Barrington, reads G for Jean or John Hovola, and the final Y he mistakes for the Spanish conjunction and. The whole of the inscription, he says, being rendered into English, runs thus: superfine cards made by John Hovola and Edward Warman, the last name being substituted for that of a former partner of John Hovola. Mr. Barrington's reading of the maker's name, G. Hovola, instead of Jehan Vale, and his then introducing Edward Warman into the firm, by means of the final Y, construed as a copulative conjunction, are fair specimens of the proofs and illustrations which he adduces in favor of his theory about Spanish cards. Jean Vale, as I learn from Leber, was one of the most celebrated French card makers of the 16th century. At what time Edward Warman lived, whose name also appears on the cover, is not known. But Mr. Barrington says that a person of that name kept a stationer's shop somewhere about Norton Falgate, about 50 years before the date of his paper, that is about 1737. Any vogue that Spanish cards might have had in the more northerly countries of Europe, during the times of Elizabeth and James I, was probably owing rather to the circumstance of so many Spaniards being then resident in the Low Countries than to any superiority of the cards manufactured in Spain. Until a comparatively recent period, large quantities of cards used to be sent from Antwerp to Spain. From the following verses, in the Knave of Hearts his supplication to the card makers, in Samuel Rowland's satire entitled The Knave of Hearts, 1612, it would appear that cards were then commonly manufactured in England, for it cannot be fairly supposed that the knave's supplication was addressed to foreign card makers. The foregoing cut, which is a facsimile of that prefixed to the edition of 1613, shows the knaves of hearts and clubs in the costume complained of. We are abused in a great degree, for there's no knaves so wronged as are we by those that chiefly should be our partakers. And thus it is, my maesters, you card makers, all other knaves are at their own free will, to brave it out and follow fashion still in any cut, according to the time. But we poor knaves, I know not for what crime, are kept in piebald sweets which we have worn 100 of years. This hardly can be borne. The idle-headed French devist us first, who of all fashion-mongers is the worst, for he doth change far oftener than the moon, dislikes his morning sweet in th after no one. The English is his imitating ape, in every toy the tailor's shears can shape, comes dropping after as the divell entices, and putteth on the Frenchman's cast devices, ye we, with whom thus long they both have plaid, must wear the sweets in which we first were made. How can we choose but have the itching gift kept in one kind of clothes and never shift, or to be scurvy how can we forbear, that never yet had shirt or band to wear? How bad I and my fellow diamond goes. We never yet had garter to our hose, nor any shoe to put upon our feet with such base clothes. Tease in a shame to seat. My sleeves are like some Morris dancing fellow, my stockings idiot-like, red, green, and yellow, my breeches like a pair of lute pins be, scarce but a croom, as every man may see. Like 3 penny watchmen 3 of us do stand, each with a rusty brown bill in his hand, and clubs he holds an arrow, like a clown, the head end upward and the feathers down. Thus we are wronged, and thus we are aggrieved, and thus long time we have been unrelieved. But card makers of you hearts reason craves, why we should be restrained above all knaves to wear such patched and disquizzed attire, answer, but this, of kindness, we require. Good card makers, if there be goodness in you, apparel us with more respected care, put us in hats our caps are worn threadbare, let us have standing collars in the fashion, all are become a stiff-necked generation. Rose hat bands with the shag-dragged rough great cabbage shoestrings, pray you big enough, French doublet, and the Spanish hose to breech it, short cloaks, old mandillions, we beseech it. Exchange our swords and take away our bills, let us have rapiers, knaves love fight that kills. Put us in boots and make us leather legs, this Hartes, most humbly and his fellows begs. In Rowland's more knaves yet? The Knaves of Spades and Diamonds, published after his Knave of Hearts. The knaves of spades and diamonds are represented in a modernized costume, bestowed on them by the printer, and the favor is thus acknowledged. Our fellow Hartes did late petition frame, to cardmakers some better suits to claim, and for us all did speak of all our wrongs, yet they, to whom redress herein belongs amend it not, and little hope appears. I think before the conquest many years, we wore the fashion which we still retain. But seeing that our suit is spent in vain, we'll mend ourselves as means in time doth grow, accepting what some other friends bestow. As now the honest printer hath been kind, boots and stockings to our legs doth find, garters, polonia heels, and rose shoestrings, which, somewhat us two knaves in fashion brings, from the knee downward, legs are well amended, and we acknowledge that we are befriended, and will requite him for it as we can. A knave sometime may serve an honest man, to do him pleasure such a chance may fall, although indeed no trust in knaves at all. He that must use them, take this rule from me, still trust a knave no further than you see. Well, other friends I hope we shall beseech for the great large abominable breach, like brewers' hopsacks. Yet since new they be, each knave will have them, and why should not we? Some laundress we also will entreat, for bands and ruffs, which kindness to be great we will confess, yea, and requite it too. In any service that poor knaves can do, scarfs we do want, to hand our weapons by. If any punk will deal so courteously as in the way of favor to bestow them, rare cheating tricks we will protest to owe them. Or any pander with a ring in's ear, that is a gentleman, as he doth swear, and will afford us hats of newest block, a pair of cards shall be his trade and stock, to get his living by, for lack of lands, because he scorns to overwork his hands. And thus ere long we trust we shall be fitted, those knaves that cannot shift are shallow-witted. By a proclamation of Charles I, June, 1638, it was ordered that after the Michaelmas next all foreign cards should be sealed at London, and packed in new bindings or covers. A few years later, it would appear that the importation of foreign cards was absolutely prohibited. For in July, 1643, upon the complaint of several poor cardmakers, setting forth that they were likely to perish by reason of divers merchants bringing playing cards into the kingdom, contrary to the laws and statutes, order was given, by a committee appointed by Parliament for the Navy and Customs, that the officers of the customs should seize all such cards and proceed against the parties offending. When the Civil War commenced, and the people became interested in a sterner game, card-playing appears to have declined. The card-playing gallant whose favorite haunts had been the playhouse and the tavern now became transformed into a cavalier, and displayed his bravery in the field at the head of a troop of horse, whilst his old opponent, the puritanical minister, incited by a higher spirit of indignation, instead of holding forth on sports and pastimes and household vices, now thundered on the drum ecclesiastic against national oppressors, urged his congregation to stand up for their rights as men against the pretensions of absolute monarchy and rampant prelacy, and to try the crabtree staff against the courtier's dancing rapier. Among the numerous pamphlets which appeared during the contest there are a few whose titles show that the game of cards, though not so much in vogue as formerly, was still not forgotten. The following are the titles of 3 of such pamphlets, all quartos, the usual form of the literary light infantry of the period. Charti Scripti, or a new game at cards called Play by the Book, 1645. Bloody game of cards played between the King of Hearts and his suite against the rest of the pack, shuffled at London, cut at Westminster, dealt at York, and played in the open field. Shuffling, cutting, and dealing, in a game at piquet, being acted from the year 1653 to 1655 by O.P. and others, 1659. In a Lent litany, a backward prayer for the rump, written in the time of the Long Parliament, the appointment of 3 keepers to the Great Seal is thus commemorated. From villainy, dressed in a doublet of zeal, from 3 kingdoms baked in one commonweal, from a gleek of lord keepers of one poor seal libera nos domain. It was probably as much owing to the circumstance of regular playing cards being in small request as to any desire to promote learning that we have the sciential cards mentioned in the following title of a work, in which cards are made subservient to the purposes of instruction, and which appears to have been one of the earliest of the kind published in England. The sciential cards, or a new and ingenious knowledge grammatically epitomized, both for the pleasure and profit of scholars, and such as delight to recollect, without any labor, the rudiments of so necessary an art as grammar is, without hindering them from their more necessary and graver studies, offering them as a second course unto you, which in all points and suits do represent your vulgar or common cards, so that the perfection of the grammar principles may hereby be easily attained unto, both with much delight and profit, together with a key showing the ready use of them. Written by a lover of ingenuity and learning, and are to be sold by Baptist Pendleton at his house, near St. Dunstan's Church in the East, or by John Holden, at the Anchor in the New Exchange. 1651. Of those cards, or of the key, showing how they are to be used, I know nothing beyond what is contained in the title above given, which is preserved amongst Bagford's collections, Harleian MSS. Number 5947, in the British Museum. I, however, greatly suspect that the lover of learning and ingenuity who devised them was specially employed for the purpose by the maker, Mr. Baptist Pendleton, who, sensible of the decline of his regular business, and noting the signs of the times, might think it both for his interest and credit to manufacture cards, which might serve indifferently for the purposes of instruction, but equally as well for play as your vulgar or common cards, which were then in very bad repute. The sciential cards would appear to have been well adapted for the use of persons who wished to save appearances with the Puritans, and yet had no objection to play a quiet game with the profane. In 1656 was published a little book entitled The Scholar's Practical Cards, by F. Jackson, M.A., containing instructions by means of cards how to spell, write, cipher, and cast accounts, together with many other excellent and necessary rules of calculation, without either almanac or ephemeris. I am persuaded, says the author in his preface, that the cards, now in common use, may be reduced to such a way of use as may not only contribute to knowledge and good learning, but may also remove the scandal and abuse, which every tinker that can but tell his peeps exposeth them unto. To that end I have framed, for the recreation of sober and understanding people, that which, although in form they represent common cards, in the inside, as to the use that be made of them, affords profitable learning and honest recreation. And herein there is much difference. The common cards being mere fiction, like the foolish romances, not applicable to any moral, or anything to be learned by them that is laudable. His method, like all others of the same kind, may be interesting, from its complicated absurdity, to those who already understand what he proposes to teach, but must have formed an almost unsurmountable obstacle to the unlettered, unless they were previously well grounded in Gleek, rough, post and pair, sant, laudum, and naughty the games to which he chiefly refers in his instructions. William Shepherd, Sergeant at Law, a great stickler during the ascendancy of the rump, for the reformation of the law and the correction of manners, thus sets forth certain grievances, and, like a good Samaritan, propounds a remedy for them in his work, entitled England's Balmy. It is objected that there is no certain and clear law to punish profane jesting, fiddling, rhyming, piping, juggling, fortune-telling, tumbling, dancing upon the rope, vaulting, ballad singing, sword-playing, or playing of prizes, ape-carrying, puppet-playing, bear-baiting, bull-baiting, horse-racing, cock-fighting, carding, dicing, or other gaming, especially the spending of much time, and the adventuring of great sums of money herein. It is offered to consideration that to the laws already made, 1. That it be in the power of any two justices of the peace to bind to the good behavior such as are offensive herein. 2. That they be, so long as they use it, incapable of bearing any office in the Commonwealth. 3. That all payments to the Commonwealth be doubled on such persons. His saintly delicacy, if not his Christian charity, is displayed in the following grievance and remedy. There are some other cases wherein the law also is said to be somewhat defective, as that there is no law against lascivious gestures, wanton and filthy dalliance and familiarity, whorish attire, strange fashions, such as are naked breasts, bare shoulders, powdering, spotting, painting the face, curling and shearing the hair, excessive apparel in servants and mean people. It is offered to consideration. 1. That the justices of the peace at their quarter sessions may bind any such to the good behavior. 2. That for a whorish attire, something of note be written upon the door of her house to her disgrace, there to continue till she wear sober attire. The character of this puritanical reformer's liberality may be estimated by his proposed remedies for the abuses of the press. As his party were in power, there was no longer any occasion for free discussion. Milton was opposed to such canting reformers as Shepherd, and maintained the liberty of unlicensed printing. It is objected that there are disorders in printing of books, for which there is no remedy. It is offered for this to consider of these things. 1. That printing houses be reduced to a number. 2. That no books be printed but be first perused. 3. That no dangerous books be printed here, carried beyond sea, and brought in hither. 4. That the right of every man's copy be preserved. 5. That every man shall license his own book and be answerable for it. On the accession of Charles Roman II, a reaction took place, and people who had felt themselves coerced in their amusements by the puritanical party seem now to have gloried in their excesses, not so much from any positive pleasure that they might feel in their vicious courses, but as evincing their triumph over those who formerly kept them in restraint. From the example of the king himself, a sensual, selfish profligate, vice became fashionable at court, where gross depravity of manners seems to have been admitted as prima facie evidence of loyal principles. His Majesty's personal favorites, from the wealthy noble who had a seat at the council table, to the poor gentleman who served as a private in the horse guards, seem all to have been eager to divert the merry monarch by their shameless profligacy. The man of ton of the period was professionally a rake and a gamester, and often a liar and cheat, boasting of an intrigue with my lady, while in truth he was kept by my lord's mistress, and pretending that he had won 100 pieces of the duke, at the groom-porters at St. James's, when he had merely rooked a gay city prentice of £5 at a shilling ordinary in Shire Lane. The morals and manners of the country, generally, at that period, are not, however, to be estimated by those of the court and the so-called fashionable world. A numerous and influential class remained uncontaminated by their example, and labored zealously to stem the torrent of vice which, issuing from the court, threatened to deluge the whole country. Though the saints no longer enjoyed the fatness of the land, they still exercised great influence over the minds of the middle classes, and fostered in them a deep religious feeling and a strict observance of decency, which were in direct opposition to the principles and practice of the sovereign and his court. At no period of our history do the profligacy of one class and the piety of another appear in more striking contrast. On looking closer, however, it would seem that this effect is, in a great degree, produced by the approximation of the extremes of each of sinners who painted themselves blacker than they really were, and of saints who heightened their lights and exalted their purity, while they were in truth but as a whitened wall. A slight glance at the literature of the time of Charles Roman II will show that mankind do not become worse as the world grows older. The depravity which existed in his reign is generally dwelt on by historians and moralists, though but few take the trouble of informing their readers that correctives for it, in the shape of good books, were at no period more abundant. For a picture of the manners of the time, we are referred to licentious plays and obscene poems, as if they formed the staple literature of the day, as if all men frequented the playhouse and read Rochester, but never went to church or conventicle, nor read the numerous moral and religious works which then issued from the press. In the time of Charles Roman II, the representation of plays was almost exclusively confined to London, and it may be questioned if even one of the licentious comedies of the period was represented on a provincial stage. The obscene books which were written in his reign for the entertainment of the fashionable world have sunk into disrepute, and are only to be found in the libraries of collectors of what are termed facie, while those of higher purpose are in constant demand and are known to millions. More copies of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress have been sold than of all the bad books that ever were written through the encouragement of Charles Roman II and his courtiers. But to come from this digression to the game we have in hand, Barrington, who is singularly unfortunate in his speculations about cards, and who seems to have been prone to draw general conclusions from special premises, says that amber was probably introduced by Catherine of Portugal, the queen of Charles Roman II, as Waller hath a poem on a card torn at amber by the queen. The game, however, was introduced before the arrival of the queen, for a work entitled The Royal Game of Amber was published at London in 1660, and Catherine did not arrive at Portsmouth till 14th May, 1662. Charles, on hearing of the Queen's arrival, seems to have entrusted a right reverend prelate with a delicate commission. His Majesty, according to Aurelian Cook, Gent. having sent the Bishop of London thither before him to consummate the sacred rites of marriage, which was to be done in private. From the following passage in Pepys's diary, under the date 17th Feb. 1667, it would appear that Her Majesty was accustomed to play at cards on a Sunday, a crime of the greatest magnitude in the eyes of certain persons, who insist that the Christian Sunday should be observed like a Jewish Sabbath, and who yet have no objection to roast pig. This evening, says Mr. Pepys, going to the Queen's side to see the ladies, I did find the Queen, the Duchess of York, and another or two at cards, with the room full of ladies and great men, which I was amazed at to see on a Sunday, having not believed it, but contrarily flatly denied the same a little while since to my cousin Roger Pepys. The Duchess of York here mentioned was Anne Hyde, first wife of James, Duke of York, afterwards James Roman II. Her daughter Mary, afterwards Queen of England, used also to play at cards on a Sunday, as we learn from the following passage in the diary of her spiritual director, Dr. Edward Lake, printed in the Camden Miscellany, Volume I, 1847. Jan. 9, 1677-8. I was very sorry to understand that the Princess of Orange, since her being in Holland, did sometimes play at cards upon the Sundays, which would doubtless give offense to that people. I remember that about 2 years since being with Her Highness in her closet, she required my opinion of it. I told her I could not say, 'twas a sin to do so, but 'twas not expedient, and for fear of giving offense, I advised Her Highness not to do it, nor did she play upon Sundays while she continued here in England. Card-playing on Sundays would appear to have been equally common with the select circle who had the honor of partaking of His Majesty's amusements. Evelyn, in his memoirs writing on 6th Feb. 1685, the day when James Roman II was proclaimed, says, I never can forget the inexpressible luxury and profaneness, gaming and all dissoluteness, and as it were total forgetfulness of God, it being Sunday evening, which this day sennight I was witness of, the king sitting and toying with his concubines, Portsmouth, Cleveland, and Mazarine, and C, a French boy singing love songs in that glorious gallery. Whilst about 20 of the great courtiers and other dissolute persons were at basset round a large table, a bank of at least £2,000 in gold before them, upon which 2 gentlemen who were with me made reflections with astonishment. 6 days after, all was in the dust. In the 16th year of the reign of Charles Roman II, an act was passed which might justly be entitled an act to legalize gaming, to prevent wealthy pigeons being plucked by artful rooks, and to discourage betting or playing for large sums upon tick. An act of the same kind, passed in the reign of Queen Anne, was repealed in 1844, in consequence of its penalties being likely to fall heavy on some eminent sporting characters who had been so indiscreet as to receive sundry large sums in payment of bets lost to them upon credit. Its enactment and its repeal are significant indications of the state of the sporting world at the 2 respective periods. It seems to have been framed on a presumption that, in gaming, noble and wealthy sportsmen would be most likely to lose, and to have been repealed because certain noble and wealthy sportsmen had won and received their bets. The parties in whose favor the act was repealed were said to have been liable to penalties to the amount of £500,000. The law did not anticipate that lords and squires would be winners, nor intend that needy prosecutors should be enriched at their expense. The preamble and some of the provisions of the Act of Charles Roman II are here given as curiosities of gambling legislation. Whereas all lawful games and exercises should not be otherwise used than as innocent and moderate recreations, and not as constant trades or callings to gain a living or make unlawful advantage thereby. And whereas by the immoderate use of them many mischiefs and inconveniences do arise, and are daily found to the maintaining and encouraging of sundry idle, loose, and disorderly persons in their dishonest, lewd, and dissolute course of life, and to the circumventing, deceiving, calcining, and debauching of many of the younger sort, both of the nobility and gentry, and others to the loss of their precious time, and the utter ruin of their estates and fortunes, and withdrawing them from noble and laudable employments and exercises. Be it therefore enacted, that if any person or persons of any degree or quality whatsoever shall by any fraud, calcinage, circumvention, deceit, and C in playing at cards, dice, tables, tennis, bowls, kittles, shovelboard, or in or by cockfightings, horse races, dog matches, or foot races, and C or by betting on the sides or hands of such as play, win, obtain, or acquire any sum or sums of money or any other valuable thing. That then every person so offending shall ipso facto forfeit treble the sum or value of money or other thing, so won, gained, or acquired. And for the better avoiding and preventing of all excessive and immoderate playing and gaming for the time to come, be it further enacted, that if any person shall play at any of the said games, or any other pastime whatsoever otherwise than with and for ready money, or shall bet on the sides of such as play, and shall lose any sum of money or other thing played for, exceeding the sum of £100, at one time or meeting, upon ticket or credit or otherwise, and shall not pay down the same at the time when he shall so lose the same, the party who loseth the said moneys or other things so played for, above the said sum of £100, shall not in that case be bound or compelled to pay or make good the same. And that all contracts, judgments, statutes, recognizances, mortgages, and sea made, given, acknowledged, or entered for security and payment of the same, shall be utterly void, and of none effect. And lastly, it is enacted, that the person or persons, so winning the said moneys or other things, shall forfeit and lose treble the value of all such sum and sums of money, or other thing which he shall so win above the said sum of £100, the one moiety to the king, and the other to the prosecutor. The passion for gaming at that period, and its consequences to wealthy flats, are thus described by Dryden. What age so large a crop of vices bore, or when was avarice extended more, when were the dice with more profusion thrown, the well-filled fob not emptied now alone, but gamesters for whole patrimony's play, the steward brings the deeds which must convey the lost estate. What more than madness reigns, when one short sitting many hundreds drains, and not enough is left him to supply board wages or a footman's livery. During the reign of Charles Roman II, the business of card-making greatly increased in England, and the game appears to have been so generally understood as to induce many ingenious persons to employ cards not only as a means of diffusing useful and entertaining knowledge, but also of advertising their wares. The same mode of instruction was adopted about the same period in France, but in England it appears to have embraced a wider range of subjects. In France, scientific cards appear to have been devised for the exclusive use of the nobility and gentry, and to have been confined to their instruction in the conundrums of heraldry and the elements of history and geography, while in England they were adapted to the meanest capacity, and in addition to the uses for which they were employed in France, were made subservient to the purposes of communicating knowledge in grammar, history, politics, morality, mathematics, and the art of carving. Amans de Brainville invented at Lyon about 1660 a pack of heraldic cards in which the aces and knaves, lesses et valets, were represented by the arms of certain princes and nobles. Now as this was evidently a breach of etiquette and a derogation of heraldic nobility mons, de Brainville, like Mr. Anstey's, does not seem to have rightly understood his own foolish business. The plates were seized by the magistrates. As it appeared, however, that he had given offense through pure inadvertence, and not with any satirical intention, the plates were restored to him on condition of his altering the odious names of as and valets into princes and chevaliers. In 1678, Anton Bulifin carried the same kind of cards to Naples, where Don Annibal Acquaviva established a society to play at Blazon, under the name of Armoristi, with the map of Europe for a device, and the motto, Pulchra sub imagine ludi. About the same time that heraldic cards were introduced into Naples, a pack of the same kind as these of Mons, de Brainville were engraved in England. In these cards, specimens of which are given in the annexed plate, the honors of the several suits are thus represented. Each of the cards representing a knave is marked P for prince, and a stamp appears on the ace of spades. Clubs king by the arms of the Pope, queen king of Naples, prince knave duke of Savoy, ace republics of Venice, Genoa, and Lucca. Spades king king of France, queen sons of France, the dauphin duke of Anjou and duke of Orleans, prince princes of the blood Bourbon, Berry, Vendôme, and Alençon, ace ecclesiastical peers rhymes, langurs, and Leon diamonds, king king of Spain, queen king of Portugal, prince Castile and Leon, ace Aragon. Hearts King, King of England; Queen, Emperor of Germany; Prince, Bohemia and Hungary; Ace, Poland. In the annex specimens, which are of the same size as the originals, the honors represented are the King of Clubs, the Queen of Hearts, the King of Diamonds, and the Ace of Spades. The arms of the Pope representing the King of Clubs are those of Clement Roman IX, who was elected 20th June, 1667, and died 9th December, 1669. In another pack of heraldic cards, relating entirely to England, probably engraved about the same period, the armorial ensigns of the king and the nobility were thus distributed amongst the terts and pips. The King and Queen of Hearts were respectively represented by the arms of England and of the Duke of York, of Diamonds by the arms of Ireland and of Prince Rupert, of Spades by the arms of France and of the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, and of Clubs by the arms of Scotland and of the Dukes of Norfolk, Somerset, and Buckingham. In this pack there were no knaves. The arms of the earls were distributed amongst the sevens, eights, nines, and tens. The viscounts furnished the sixes. The bishops were quartered on the fives, and the barons' coats armorial clothed the nakedness of the lower orders, from the fours to the aces in the heraldic game being low. From a kind of title page, or perhaps wrapper, preserved in Bagford's collection, in the British Museum, it would appear that the publication of those cards was licensed by the Duke of Norfolk, as Earl Marshal of England, and as such entitled to take cognizance of all matters relating to heraldry. Illustration: the Pope, the Emperor. Castile and Leon. Ecclesiastics, dukes and pairs. Reims, Longers, Leon. In playing the game armorial with heraldic cards, the players were required to properly describe the various colors and charges of the different shields. But as this could not be done without some previous knowledge of the science of heraldry, a mons. Gauthier was led to devise, about 1686, a new pack of heraldic cards, simply explaining the terms of blazon, and thus serving as an introduction to the grand game. The heraldic game, however, never was popular, and does not even appear to have been in much esteem with the higher orders, for whose instruction and entertainment it was specially devised. It would seem to have declined in France with the glory of Louis Roman XIV, and not to have survived the Revolution in England. About 1679, there was published a pack of cards, containing, according to the advertisement, an history of all the popish plots that have been in England, beginning with those in Queen Elizabeth's time, and ending with the last damnable plot against His Majesty Charles Roman II, with the manner of Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey's murder, and see all excellently engraved on copper plates, with very large descriptions under each card. The like not extant. Sold by Randall Taylor, near Stationers' Hall, and by most booksellers, price 1 shilling each pack. In a puff collusive, forming a kind of postscript to this announcement, approbation of these cards is thus indirectly made a test of staunch Protestantism. Some persons who care not what they say, and to whom lying is as necessary as eating, have endeavored to asperse this pack by a malicious libel, intimating that it did not answer what is proposed. The contrary is evident. Aspersers of this pack plainly show themselves popishly affected. Such a pack of cards as that announced in the advertisement, referred to, containing an history of all the popish plots that have been in England, beginning with those in Queen Elizabeth's time, I have never seen. And from the objection which was made to it at the time, namely, that it did not answer what was proposed, I am inclined to think that it was the same pack as that which relates entirely to the pretended popish plot of 1678, and the murder of Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey. A pack of the latter now before me appears to have been published about 1680, and certainly subsequent to the 18th of July, 1679. As on the 4 of clubs is represented the trial of Sir George Wakeman and 3 Benedictine monks, who on that day were arraigned at the Old Bailey on an indictment of high treason for conspiring to poison the king. The complete pack consists of 52 cards, and each contains a subject, neatly engraved, either relating to the plot or the trial and punishment of the conspirators, with a brief explanation at the foot. At the top are the marks of the suit, and the value of the low cards, from 1 to 10, is expressed in Roman numerals. The suits of hearts, diamonds, and clubs consist chiefly of illustrations of the pretended plot, as detailed in the evidence of Titus Oates and Captain Bedloe, while the suit of clubs relates entirely to the murder of Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey. An idea of the whole pack may be formed from the following description of a few of the cards of each suit. Hearts King, the king and privy councillors seated at the council table, Titus Oates standing before them. Inscription at the foot, Dr. Oates discovereth ye plot to ye king and council. The 8, Coleman writing a declaration and letters to Lachaise, Père Lachaise. The ace, the pope with 3 cardinals and a bishop at a table, and the devil underneath. The plot first hatched at Rome by the pope and cardinals, and C. Diamonds, knave, Pickering attempts to kill YEK in St. James Park. The 4, Whitebread made provincial. The ace, the consult at the White Horse Tavern. Clubs, king, Cap T. Bedloe examined by YE secret committee of the House of Commons. The 9, Father Conyers preaching against YE oaths of allegiance and supremacy. The 6, Cap T. Barry and Alderman Brooks are offered £500 to cast the plot on the Protestants. Spades, Queen, the club at YE Plough Alehouse for the murder of S.E.B. Godfrey. The 9, S.R.E.B. Godfrey strangled, Gerald going to stab him. The 5, the body of S.R.E.B.G. carried to Primrose Hill on a horse. Another pack of historical cards, apparently published in the same reign, but of inferior execution to the former, appears to have related to the Rye House plot. As these cards are of even greater rarity than those relating to the Popish plot, the following description of 4 of them all that I have ever seen is here given as a stimulus to collectors. Queen of Hearts, Thompson, one of YE conspirators taken at Hammersmith. Knave of Diamonds, rumbled the malster. On a label proceeding from his mouth is the inscription, they shall die. Ace of Clubs, Keeling troubled in mind. On a label proceeding from his mouth, King Killing is damnable. Ace of Spades, Hone taken prisoner at Cambridge. Shortly after the Revolution of 1688, 1 or 2 packs of cards appeared with subjects relating to the misgovernment of James Roman II and the birth of his son, the Prince of Wales. In the reign of either Charles Roman II or James Roman II was published a pack of mathematical cards by Thomas Tuddell, mathematical instrument maker to the King's most excellent majesty. Those cards were designed by Boydard and engraved by J. Savage. They represent various kinds of mathematical instruments, together with the trades and professions in which they are used. They were evidently got up as an advertisement. A few years afterwards, Moxon, also a mathematical instrument maker, followed suit. It would be difficult, says Mons Leber, to name an elementary book of science or art which had not a pack of cards as an auxiliary. Grammar, rhetoric, fable, geography, history, heraldry, the principles of morals and politics, all these things, and many others besides, were to be learnt through the medium of play. The game of cards had served for the amusement of a royal lunatic, and similar games were comprehended in the plan for the education of one of our greatest kings. Though France had a large share in the dissemination of such treasures of knowledge, England showed herself not less diligent in working the same mine. If to us she owes the game of piquet, it is from her own proper resources that she has endowed the culinary art with a game of a different kind, yet highly interesting considered in its relation to the play of the jaws, the most ancient and highly esteemed of all play. It was in December, 1692, that the London papers first announced to the world the invention of the game of carving at table. This precious announcement is conceived in the following terms: the genteel housekeeper's pastime, or the mode of carving at the table, represented in a pack of playing cards, with a book by which any ordinary capacity may learn how to cut up, or carve in mode, all the most usual dishes of flesh, fish, fowl, and baked meats, with the several sauces and garnishes proper to each dish of meat. Price 1s. 6d. Sold by J. Moxon, Warwick Lane. In those cards the suit of hearts is occupied by flesh, diamonds by fowl, clubs by fish, and spades by baked meats. The King of Hearts presides over a sirloin of beef, of diamonds over a turkey, of clubs over a pickled herring, and of spades over a venison pasty. A red stamp on the ace of spades belonging to a pack which I have had an opportunity of examining contains the words 6d. If this was the duty on each pack, it was certainly great for the period. In the reign of Queen Anne and that of George I, several packs of satirical and fanciful cards were published. A pack of the latter description, now in the possession of Thomas Heywood, Esquire, of Pendleton, near Manchester, relates entirely to the subject of love. Each card is neatly engraved on copper, and from the stamp on the ace of spades, it appears evident that they were manufactured and sold for the purposes of play. The subject of this card is a Cupid plucking a rose, with the inscription "In love no pleasure without pain," and the following verses at the foot. As when we reach to crop ye blooming rose from off its buyer, ye thorns will interpose. So when we strive the beauteous nymph to gain, ye pleasures we pursue are mixed with pain. All the other cards have, in the same manner, explanatory verses at the foot. The mark of the suit is placed at the top, to the left, and above it is engraved the value of the card, in Roman numerals. In the coat cards, the name of each king, queen, or navy is engraved above the mark of the suit. This pack has been in the possession of Mr. Haywood's family for upwards of a century. A pack of satirical cards, belonging to W. H. Diamond, Esquire, Frith Street, Soho Square, appear to have been executed about the same time. Each subject has an explanatory couplet at the bottom, and the value of each in the game is indicated by a small card engraved at the top, to the left. As in the other pack, there is a red stamp on the ace of spades. All the subjects are coarsely engraved, though some of them display points of character very much in the style of Hogarth. In the three of spades, there is a billiard table, at which a gentleman is playing with a curved cue. The inscription is, "Think not a losing gamester will be fair, who at best near played upon the square." In the 10 of spades, a Moorfields quack is seen pointing to his sign, with the inscription, "To famed Moorfields I daily do repair, kill worms, cure itch, and make ladies fair." In the ace of diamonds, a lady is seen showing her palm to a fortune teller, with the inscription, "How can you hope this gypsy drab should know the fate's decrees, and who was made for you?" In the 4 of diamonds, a lady is seen exchanging some of her clothes for china ware with an itinerant dealer. The inscription is, "Your pockets, madam, surely are wondrous bare, to sell your very clothes for china ware." In the 10 of diamonds, the interior of a shop is shown, with articles of plate on the shelves. A woman is standing behind the counter, on which are a box and dice, and in front are a lady and gentleman who seem to have just thrown. The inscription is, "At Epsom oft these rafflings I have seen, but assignations what they chiefly mean." In England, books containing instructions for playing at cards appear to have been first published in the reign of Charles Roman II, to the great benefit, most assuredly, of all adepts who had acquired their knowledge by practice. For in card playing, as well as in chemistry, the experienced manipulators have a great advantage over the merely book-learned when matters are brought to the test. The real science of play is not to be acquired by the study of books, but by frequent encounters across the table, with men whose keenness ensures attention to the rules of the game. But, even with the knowledge thus acquired, the proficient will gain but little, unless he also be skilled in the discrimination of flats and sharps. In 1670, an edition of a book entitled Wits Interpreter was enlarged with directions for playing the courtly games of Elhamber, Pickwick, Gleek, and cribbage, and in 1674 appeared Cotton's Complete Gamester, or Instructions how to play at all manner of usual and most gentle games, either on cards, dice, billiards, trucks, bowls, or chess. This book was several times reprinted, and in an edition published in 1709, the following are enumerated as the principal games at cards: piquet, Gleek; Elhamber, a Spanish game; cribbage, all fours; English ruff and honors, alias slam; whist, French ruff; 5 cards, a game called costly colors, bone ace; put and the high game, wit and reason, a game so called; a pastime called the art of memory; a game called plain dealing; a game called Queen Nazarene; lanterloo; a game called penage; bankafallet, beast, and basset. The game of whist, or whisk, as it seems to have been usually called, is unquestionably of English origin, and appears to have been popular long before it became fashionable. Let India vaunt her children's vast address. Who first contrived the warlike sport of chess? Let Nice pick at the boast of France remain, and studious Amber be the pride of Spain. Invention's praise shall England yield to none, while she can call delightful whist her own. But to what name we this distinction owe is not so easy for us now to know. The British annals all are silent here, nor deign one friendly hint our doubts to clear. Even Hume himself, whose philosophically mind could not but love a pastime so refined, ungrateful Hume, who, till his dying day, continued still his favourite game to play, though many a curious fact his page supplies, to this important point a place denies. Barrington's observations on the introduction of the game into respectable company are as follows. Quadrille, a species of amber, obtained a vogue upon the disuse of the latter, which it maintained till whisk was introduced, which now prevails not only in England, but in most of the civilized parts of Europe. If it may not possibly be supposed that the game of trumps, which I have before taken notice of, as alluded to in one of the old plays contained in Dodsley's collection, is whisk, I rather conceive that the first mention of that game is to be found in Farquhar's Beaux Stratagem, which was written in the very beginning of the present century. It was then played with what were called swabbers, which were possibly so termed, because they who had certain cards in their hand were entitled to take up a share of the stake, independent of the general event of the game. The fortunate, therefore, clearing the board of this extraordinary stake might be compared by seamen to the swabbers or cleaners of the deck, in which sense the term is still used. Be this as it may, whisk seems never to have been played on principles till about 50 years ago, when it was much studied by a set of gentlemen who frequented the Crown Coffee House in Bedford Row. Before that time, it was confined chiefly to the servants' hall with all fours and put. From Mr. Barrington's own references, it would appear to have been a favorite game with country squires about 1707, the date of the Beaux Stratagem, and occasionally indulged in by clergymen about 1728, the date of Swift's essay on the fates of clergymen. Their example, however, seems to have been unable to retrieve it from the character of vulgarity until it was seriously taken up by a set of gentlemen, who appear to have commenced their studies at the Crown Coffee House in Bedford Row just about the time that the treatise on whist by Edmund Hoyle, Gent, was first published by Thomas Osborne at Gray's Inn. The studies of such gentlemen and the celebrity of their scientific instructor are thus commemorated in the prologue to The Humours of Whist, a dramatic satire quoted in the preceding page. Who will believe that man could e'er exist who spent near half an age in studying whist, grew grey with calculation labor hard, as if life's business centered in a card? That such there is, let me to those appeal, who with such liberal hands reward his zeal. Lo, whist he makes a science, and our peers deign to turn schoolboys in their riper years, kings too, and viceroys, proud to play the game, devour his learned page in quest of fame, while lordly sharpers dupe away at whites, and scarce leave one poor cull for common bites. Though Mr. Barrington has not assigned any grounds for supposing that whist was the same game as that which was formerly called trumps, or trump, it is not unlikely that he was induced to suggest the possibility of their being the same from his having read, in The Complete Gamester, that whist differed but little from the game called English Ruff and Honours, and in consequence of his having learnt, from Cotgrave's dictionary, that ruff and trump were the same. He says in a note that in 1664 a book was published, entitled The Complete Gamester, which takes no notice of whisk. Though it be true that whisk is not named in the first edition of the book printed in 1674, not 1664, yet the following passage, distinctly asserting that whist was then a common game in all parts of England, appears in the second edition published in 1680. Ruff and honours, by some called slam, and whist, are games so common in England in all parts thereof, that every child almost of 8 years hath a competent knowledge in that recreation. And therefore I am more unwilling to speak anything more of them than this, that there may be a great deal of art used in dealing and playing at these games, which differ very little one from the other. In the memoirs of the most famous gamesters, from the reign of Charles Roman II to that of Queen Anne, 1714, a sharper named Johnson, who was hanged in 1690, is mentioned as having excelled in the art of securing honors for himself and partner when dealing at whist. And in the works of Taylor the Water Poet, printed in 1630, whisk is mentioned among the games at which the prodigal squanders his money. The prodigal's estate like to a flux, the mercer, draper, and the silkman sucks, the tailor, milliner, dogs, drabs, and dice trait trip or passage or the most at thrice. At Irish, tic-tacky, doublets, draughts, or chess, he flings his money free with carelessness, at novum, mumchance, mischance, choosey which, at 1 and 30 or at poorandrich, ruff, slam, trump, naughty, whisk, hole, sunt, new cut. Unto the keeping of 4 knaves he'll put his whole estate, at lodum or at gleek, at tickle me quickly, he's a merry Greek at primifisto, post and payer, primero ma, whip her ginny, he's a liberal hero, at my sow pigged. But reader, never doubt ye, he's skilled in all games, except look about ye. Bowls, shove-groat, tennis, no game comes amiss. His purse a nurse for anybody is carriages, coaches, and tobacconists. All sorts of people freely from his fists, his vain expenses daily suck and soak, and he himself sucks only drink and smoke. And thus the prodigal, himself alone, gives suck to thousands, and himself sucks none. In an edition of The Complete Gamester of 1709, it is said that the game of whist is so called from the silence that is to be observed in the play. And Dr. Johnson, from the manner in which he explains the term, seems to have favored this opinion. Whist, a game at cards, requiring close attention and silence. The name, however, appears more likely to have been a corruption of the older one of whisk. As the game of whisk and swabbers was nearly the same as that of the still older one of ruff and honors, it would seem that the two former terms were merely the ludicrous synonyms of the latter, introduced perhaps about the time that ruffs were going out of fashion, and when the honors represented by the coat cards were at a discount. The fact that a game, so interesting in itself, should be so slighted, as it was, by the higher orders, from the reign of Charles Roman II to that of George Roman II, would seem to intimate that they were well aware of the ridicule intended to be conveyed by its popular name of whisk and swabbers. Looking at the conjunction of these terms, and considering their primary meaning, there can scarcely be a doubt that the former was the original of whist, the name under which the game subsequently obtained an introduction to fashionable society, the swabbers having been deposed and the honors restored. In playing the game, swabbers seem to have signified either the honors or the points gained through holding them. At the older game of ruff and honors, ruff signified the trump. It would appear that when the ruff was called a whisk, in ridicule of the ruff proper, the honors, or points gained through them, were, in concatenation accordingly, designated swabbers. In the present day, a Parisian tailor calls facetiously the shirt-ruffle of a shopmate a damping clout, and Philip Stubbs, in his Anatomy of Abuses, 1583, thus speaks of the ruffs of the gallants of his time. They have great and monstrous ruffs, made either of cambric, holland, lawn, or ells of some other the finest cloth that can be got for money, whereof some be a quarter of a yard deep, yea some more, very few less. So that they stand a full quarter of a yard and more from their necks, hanging over their shoulder points instead of a veil. But if Aeolus with his blasts, or Neptune with his storms, chance to hit upon the crazy bark of their bruised ruffs, then they goeth flip-flap in the wind, like ragas that flew abroad, lying upon their shoulders like the dish-clout of a slut. In the reign of Queen Anne, card-playing seems to have attained its full tide in every part of civilized Europe. In England, in particular, it was at once fashionable and popular. Ombre was the favorite game of the ladies, and piquet of the gentlemen par excellence. Clergymen and country squires rubbed on at whist, and the lower orders shuffled away at all fours, put, cribbage, and lanterloo. Subsequently, some of the games may have been more diligently studied, and the chances more nicely calculated on principles. But at no other time, either before or since, was card-playing more prevalent amongst people of all classes. The more pious, indeed, did their best to discourage the general passion for play, but their dissuasions appear to have produced but little effect, as indeed might be expected at a period when one of the first statesmen of the time piqued himself rather on his skill in gaming than on his political reputation, and when kind landlords, of the Sir Roger de Coverley school, used to send a string of hog's puddings and a pack of cards as a Christmas gift to every poor family in the parish. The character of the statesman alluded to Lord Godolphin, who died 1712, is thus sketched by Pope in his first moral epistle. Who would not praise Patricio's high desert, his hand unstained, his uncorrupted heart, his comprehensive head? All interests weighed, all Europe saved, yet Britain not betrayed, he thanks you not. His pride is in piquet, Newmarket fame, and judgment in a bet. The following particulars relating to the manufacture of cards in the reign of Queen Anne are derived from a broadside entitled Considerations in Relation to the Imposition on Cards, humbly submitted to the House of Commons. It is without date, but was certainly printed in the reign of Queen Anne, for the purpose of being circulated among the members of the House of Commons on the occasion of a proposal to lay a tax of 6d per pack on cards. 9 parts in 10 of the cards now made, it is stated, are sold from 6s. to 24s per gross, and even these at 6s, will by this duty be subjected to 312s pounds. Tax. This, with submission, will destroy 9 parts in 10 of the manufacture for those cards which are now bought for 3d, can't then be afforded under 10d or 1s. If any of your honors hope by this tax to suppress expensive card playing, it is answered that the common sort who play for innocent diversion will only be hindered. The sharp gamesters who play for money will not be discouraged, for those who play for many pounds a game will not be hindered by 12d. A pack. There were then 40,000 reams of Genoa white paper annually imported, chiefly for the purpose of making cards. The business was in the hands of small masters, mostly poor, of whom there were no less than 100, in and about London. Their price to retailers, one sort of cards with another, was 3 halfpence a pack, and their profit not above a halfpenny. Though cards were at that period much smaller than they are at present, it is difficult to conceive how they could be manufactured at so low a price. As Pope's description of the game of ombre in The Rape of the Lock has been so frequently referred to by writers of all kinds, whether treating, like Richard Seymour, Esquire, on court games, or, like Miss Mitford, on country contentments, the omission of a reference to it here might be considered a gross oversight. But as it is impossible to go a pitch beyond the encomiums which have been bestowed on it, the following remarks by an old author may be introduced as a variation. Mr. Pope, too, most certainly has his merit, yet the generality of polite men heed him little more than a pack-horse upon the road. They hear the jingle of his bells and pass on, without thinking of the treasure he carries. I have frequently thought it odd that in all the good company I have kept, I never heard a line quoted from any part of him, unless, now and then, an accidental one, from his beautiful and accurate description of the game of ombre. During the greater portion of the Georgian era, it would seem that cards were as much played at by all classes as in the reign of Queen Anne. In the early part of George I, Seymour published his Court Gamester, written, as the title page states, for the use of the young princesses. The only games of which Mr. Seymour treats are ombre, piquet, and the royal game of chess. His instructions for playing at ombre and piquet are minute and precise, and have all the appearance of having been adapted for royal capacities. At cards with princesses, he may have been a master in both senses of the word and have played in any company a decent hand. But at chess, it is evident he was a mere novice, out caprimulgus, out fosser. Though, in the title page, the work is said to have been written for the use of the young princesses, yet, in the preface, the author candidly acknowledges that he had been induced to compile it for the fashionable world at large, seeing that gaming had become so much the fashion among the beau monde, that he who in company should appear ignorant of the games in vogue would be reckoned low-bred and hardly fit for conversation. In his explanation of the Spanish terms employed in the game of ombre, he is laudably precise, though when he renders the words, no se deve por Dios, by it is not lost, by GD, he seems wishful rather to give the spirit of the exclamation than the simple meaning of the phrase, and to be emphatic even at the risk of appearing profane. It is to be hoped that the princesses confined themselves to the original Spanish, and that they were ignorant that it contained an oath, supposing the objectionable English words to be merely added, elegantiae causa, by their polite teacher. About the time that Seymour's Court Gamester was first published, a spirit of gambling seems to have pervaded all classes. Skill in the games at cards most in vogue was a test of gentility. Stock jobbing, or speculating for a rise or a fall in the public funds, had become a regular trade. And even pious ministers, of high dissenting principles, who looked on card-playing as sinful, scrambled as eagerly as the most profane for shares of South Sea stock, and were blinded to the sense of Christian duty by the dazzling hope of becoming suddenly rich. The South Sea bubble, however, at length burst, and its promoters and their dupes were appropriately caricatured in a pack of cards. The South Sea directors, instead of having thousands of pounds presented to them by the shareholders, as a tribute to their speculative genius, were summoned before a parliamentary committee to give an account of their estates. Parliamentary committees have of late been employed for a purpose widely different. Multi committant idem diverso crimina fato, ille crucem pretium celeris celit, hic diadema. About 1737, Hoyle's treatise on whist was first published. The work, which seems to have been admirably adapted to the wants of society at the time, was most favorably received, and in the course of the succeeding 10 or 12 years, it ran through as many editions as Lindley Murray's Grammar in the same period in modern times. It proved a lucky hit, both for the author and the publisher, who took every precaution to secure their copyright. Injunctions were held up in terrorem against pirates, and purchasers were informed that no copies of the work were genuine unless they bore the signatures of. And the race of wits, who had previously exercised no small influence on the world of fashion, was then on the decline. The beau monde had acquired the ascendancy over Grub Street, and gentlemen of rank and fashion formed themselves into clubs for the purposes of gaming and social intercourse, from which threadbare poets and hack pamphleteers were excluded by the very terms of subscription, to say nothing of the preliminary ordeal of the ballot. Those were the golden days of Beau Nash, when George II was king, and his son, the Duke of Cumberland, the patron of Broughton and Fig, when Cibber was poet laureate, and when Quin's brutality passed for wit, when the Guards, the pride of the army, were such heroes as we see them in Hogarth's March to Finchley, and when such statesmen as Bub Doddington had the entree, by the back stairs, both at Leicester House and St. James's. Even those who profess to correct the vices of the age seem, in some degree, to have been infected with its spirit. Richardson, the novelist, writing with the ostensible design of reforming, rakes, and retaining innocent young women in the paths of virtue, seems often to indulge, more especially in Pamela and Clarissa Harlowe, in describing scenes and suggesting circumstances which only could have been conceived by a prurient imagination. And even John Wesley appears to have encouraged his poor converted sinners to exaggerate their petty vices, when speaking their experience at a love feast, and to dwell, with a peculiar kind of complacency, on their former state of carnal wickedness as compared with their present state of spiritual grace, just as William Huntington, S.S., when in the fullness of sanctity, dwelt on the memory of his former backslidings, and told all the world with ill-dissembled pride that his firstborn love-begotten son was an exact copy of his father, both in humor and in person. The reign of Beau Nash at Bath forms a brilliant era in the annals of ostentatious frivolity. Under his auspices, the city of the sick became the favorite place of resort for the fashionable and the gay, and in the pools where formerly lepers alone washed to cleanse them of their sores, smooth-skinned ladies dabbled for pleasure, to the sound of soft music, while gentlemen, enraptured, looked on. The beau was admirably fitted, from his mercurial talents, to discharge the peculiar duties of purveyor of pleasure to the fashionable society of his age. He could administer flattery to a duchess while he pretended to reprove her, and could persuade the little madams of the would-be family that they were honored by his patronizing condescension, at the very time that he was endeavoring to make them appear ridiculous for the amusement of real ladies. He displayed great tact in bringing parties together who wished to be better acquainted, and denounced scandal as the bane of fashionable society. He promoted play as a recreation for the polite of both sexes, and encouraged dancing not only as a healthy exercise per se, but for the benefit of the rooms, and for the sake of aiding the salutary operation of the waters. In his dress he was conspicuously queer, as was requisite in a master of the ceremonies. He wore a large white hat cocked, be it observed, the buckle of his stock before instead of behind, and, even in the coldest weather, his waistcoat unbuttoned, displaying the bosom of his shirt. He drove 6 greys in his carriage, and when he went in state to the rooms, he was always attended by a numerous escort and a band of music, the principal instruments of which were French horns, sonorous metal, blowing martial sounds. On his decease, which took place in 1761, the Corporation of Bath, grateful for the benefits conferred on their city through his means, erected a marble statue of the Grand Master of the ceremonies in the Pump Room, between the busts of Newton and Pope, and his good-natured friend, the Earl of Chesterfield, in an epigram, thus did justice to his memory and the taste of the corporation. The statue, placed these busts between, gives satire all its strength. Wisdom and wit are little seen, but folly at full length. The Earl of Chesterfield was a frequent visitor at Bath, where he found many admirers of his wit, and many opportunities of exercising it. Bath, indeed, was the very place for such a genius to shine in, for in no other city in the kingdom were manners and morals, such as his lordship's, more highly appreciated. His lordship was fond of play too, and was partial to the company of Mr. Lookup, one of the most noted professional gamesters of the day. Lookup, as well as Colonel Charteris, of notorious memory in the annals of gaming and debauchery, was from the north of the Tweed. He was born in the neighborhood of Jedburgh and was bred an apothecary. On the expiration of his apprenticeship, he proceeded southward and obtained a situation in the shop of an apothecary at Bath. On the death of his master, he wooed and won the widow, and having thus obtained possession of about £500 in ready money, he gave up the shop and devoted himself entirely to play, an itch for which he is said to have brought with him from his native country. In Lookup's youth, and, indeed, for many years afterwards, a fondness for card-playing was more prevalent in Jedburgh than in any other town on the Scottish border. Lookup, having determined to make gaming his business, devoted, like a sensible man, his whole attention to it. He calculated the odds coolly, played steadily, and, consequently, won considerably from those fashionable amateurs whose confidence was not according to knowledge. He was not only a proficient in all the usual games at cards, but also played well at billiards. Lord Chesterfield used sometimes to amuse himself at billiards with Lookup, and on one occasion had the laugh turned against him by a ruse of his antagonist, who, after winning a game or two, asked his lordship how many he would give if he were to put a patch over one eye. His lordship agreed to give him 5, and Lookup having won several games in succession, his lordship threw down his mace, declaring that he thought Lookup played as well with one eye as with two. "I don't wonder at it, my lord," replied Lookup, "for I have only seen out of one these 10 years. The eye of which Lookup had lost the use appeared as perfect as the other, even to a near observer. With the money which he had at various times, one of Lord Chesterfield, chiefly at piquet, he built some houses at Bath, which he jocularly called Chesterfield Row. Lookup's gambling career, though successful, was not uniformly smooth, and on one occasion he got himself very awkwardly entangled in the meshes of the law. A gentleman, who had lost between £300 and £400 to Lookup at cribbage, being persuaded that there had been a pull upon him, brought an action against Lookup for double damages, according to the statute made, and provided for the special protection of the Tomnoddy class of gamesters, pitiful, whimpering, greedy fools, who call upon the world to commiserate their losses, though occasioned solely by their attempts on the purses of people more knowing, though not a whit more knavish, than themselves. In the course of some proceedings arising out of this action, Lookup, through the blunder of his attorney, it is said, swore to the truth of a circumstance which was subsequently proved to be false. Lookup was hereupon prosecuted for perjury and imprisoned, and only escaped the pillory in consequence of a flaw in the indictment. The blunder of his own attorney brings him into peril, and the blunder of his opponent sets him free. John A. Noakes's broken arm is a set-off against Tom A. Styles's broken leg. Each party is left to pay his own costs, and thus the law at least is satisfied. The oyster is swallowed, and the scales of justice are evenly balanced with a shell in each. Lookup, like his contemporary, Elwes the miser, who was also a great card player, frequently lost large sums by projects which he was allured to engage in by the tempting bait of a large return for his capital. A corrective occasionally administered by fortune to her spoiled children when they leave their old successful course of retail trickery, to embark as merchant adventurers on the sea of speculation. But though fortune frowned on him when he gave up gaming as a regular profession, to become the principal partner in a saltpeter manufactory at Chelsea, she yet looked favorably on some of his other speculations, which were more in accordance with his old vocation. The shares which he held in several privateers, in the French War from 1758 to 1763, paid well, and he was highly successful as an adventurer in the slave trade. He is said to have died in harness, that is, with cards in his hand when engaged in playing at his favorite game of humbug, or two-handed whist. FOOTNOTES is supposed to have represented him in the character of Loder. In the farce of the Miner is said to have observed, on learning the circumstances of his death, that Lookup was humbugged out of the world at last. He died in November 1770, aged about 70. His biographer thus sums up his character. Upon the whole, Mr. Lookup was as extraordinary a person as we have met with for several years in the metropolis. He possessed a great share of good sense, cultivated by a long acquaintance with the world, had a smattering of learning and a pretty retentive memory, was fluent in words and of a ready imagination. We cannot add, he was either generous, grateful, or courageous. In his sentiments, his cunning, and his fate, he nearly resembles the famous Colonel Charteris. A Scotchman by birth and a gamester by profession, he narrowly escaped condign punishment for a crime that was not amongst the foremost of those of which he probably might be accused. Had he lived in the railway era, he would, most assuredly, have been either a king or a stag royal. The craven rook and pert jackdaw, although no birds of moral kind, yet serve, when dead and stuffed with straw, to show us which way points the wind. The reign of George Roman II is a historical picture of great breadth, abounding in strongly marked characters, strikingly contrasted, but chiefly undignified and generally low. The carnal man is a ruffian rioting in Gin Lane, whilst the spiritual is typified by a sinister-looking personage, with lank hair, cadaverous visage, and a cockeye, preaching free grace from a tub to a miscellaneous company at Mile-End Green, the indifference of the unregenerate being indicated by a prize fight in the background. Here a poor rogue is going, drunk, to Tyburn, for having robbed a thief-taker's journeyman of a silver watch, a steel chain, and a tobacco stopper, worth altogether 40 shillings and threepence, the value required by law to entitle the thief-taker to his price of blood. And there a wealthy soap boiler, who has made a fortune by cheating the excise, is going in state to Guildhall as Lord Mayor of London. Here a young rake is making violent love to his mother's maid, who has been induced to encourage his attentions from her reading Pamela. And there, his aunt, a maiden lady of 52, but having in her own right 3,000 a year, is complacently listening to the matrimonial proposals of a young Newlight preacher. Here is Collie Cibber sipping his wine at the table of my lord, and there sits Samuel Johnson, behind the screen in Cave's back shop, eagerly devouring the plate of meat which the considerate bookseller has sent him from his own table. Here are Johnny Cope and the dragoons riding a race from Preston Pans, and there sits the young chevalier, unkempt and bare-legged, smoking a short pipe in a Highland hut. Here hangs the sign of the Duke of Cumberland's head, and there, grinning down on it from the elevation of Temple Bar, are the heads of the decapitated rebels. Here Rainlog is seen shut up on account of the earthquake at Lisbon, and there a batch of gambling senators are hurrying down to the House from the club at Wits to give their votes in favor of a bill to repress gaming. The several acts passed against gaming, in the reign of George Roman II, appear to have had but little effect in restraining the practice, either at the time or in any subsequent reign. For though occasionally a solitary loose fish might become entangled in their meshes, they never interrupted the onward course of the great shoal. The shameless inconsistency of many of the noble lords and honorable gentlemen who were parties to the enactment of those laws is cleverly shown up in an ironical pamphlet entitled, A Letter to the Club at White's, in which are set forth the great expediency of repealing the laws now in force against excessive gaming, and the many advantages that would arise to this nation from it. By Erasmus Mumford, Esquire, 1750. The following passages appear most worthy of transcription, both as showing the composition of a celebrated club about 100 years ago, and as containing the pith of the writer's argument. The pertinency of my address to you, my lords and gentlemen, on this occasion, must be evident to every one that knows anything of your history, as that you are a club of about 500, much the greatest part of you peers and members of Parliament, who meet every day at a celebrated chocolate house, near St. James's, with much greater assiduity than you meet in the Court of Requests. And there, all party quarrels being laid aside, all state questions dropped, Whigs and Tories, placemen and patriots, courtiers and country gentlemen, you all agree for the good of the public, in the salutary measures of excessive gaming. But then, as this is against laws of your own making, though now become old-fashioned, musty things, it would save appearances a little to the world, methinks, that they should be repealed in the same solemn form in which they were enacted. And as you are, by yourselves and your relations, a great majority of the legislature, and have no party bias whatsoever on this article, so it would certainly be as easy for you, as it is, in my opinion, incumbent on you, to accomplish such a repeal. For whatever we mean in our hearts, the forms of government should be carefully preserved. And though gaming is of the highest advantage to this nation, as I shall presently make appear, yet to practice it in defiance of all order, in the very sight, as it were, of the government, and against the spirit and letter of the laws which you made yourselves, is entirely inconsistent with the character of patriots, nobles, senators, great men, or whatever name of public honor you would choose to call yourselves by. Besides, we have some odd queer maxims in our heads, that the law is the same for the king and the cobbler, and see, nor is there in any act of Parliament that has come to my knowledge any exception of this same house called Wits and the good company who frequent it. If you have any act against gaming with any such exception in it, be so good as to produce it. For I believe verily that, besides yourselves, there is not a man in the kingdom who knows anything of it. I have read the last act over and over, and I protest that I can't see any such thing. And yet, I don't know how to persuade myself that so many noble lords and so many of the House of Commons, of all parties and denominations, should every day meet together in open contradiction to such an act, without a saving clause to shelter themselves under. But though it does no other harm at present, yet still it continues to be an act of the lords and commons of the kingdom, of which you, to your eternal praise, are a great part, and which has had the royal assent. And whilst it does so continue, it not only hinders the rest of the kingdom, who are so silly as to mind acts of Parliament, from gaming, but it prevents a scheme, which I have had in my head for some time, from taking place. Which is, that you should use your utmost endeavors with His Majesty, that he would be pleased, in consideration of the great good of his people, to give neither place nor pension to any peer, howsoever deserving in all other respects, who is not of your body. And that a bill should be brought in to render every one incapable of sitting as a member in either House of Parliament, how sound soever his political principles may be, who is not likewise a member of the gaming club at White's. This, I apprehend, would be an effectual way of introducing this wholesome, innocent diversion into every house of fashion and politeness in the kingdom, and make your illustrious body more in vogue, if that can be, than it is at present. But this scheme, which I apprehend to be of such great utility, can never be executed whilst these acts of Parliament remain unrepealed. There is one difficulty indeed which I am aware of, which, as I don't know how to get over very well myself, I must submit to your greater wisdom. And that is, getting the king and his chief ministers to consent. For as to the former, though he allows of the practice in his palace once a year, from mere antient custom, yet it is well known that he discourages it very much. And the moment he heard of a table at his house at Kensington, sent immediate orders to forbid it. And as to the secretaries of state, though they have this diversion once a year or so at their houses, for the entertainment of the foreign ministers, yet they never play themselves, nor show any other countenance to it, directly nor indirectly. In the political pamphlets which appeared in opposition to the ministry, in the latter part of the reign of George Roman II, the club at White's is frequently alluded to. And in a political and satirical history of the years 1756, 1757, 1758, 1759, and 1760, in a series of 104 humorous and entertaining prints, the gaming propensities of Lord Anson, the circumnavigator, who was at the same time a member of the club and of the government, are keenly satirized. In Plate 7 he is represented as a sea lion, with the body of a man and the tail of a fish. In one hand he holds a dice box, and in the other a card, and on the wall are two pictures, the one showing an EO table and the other a table covered with money, with the inscription Blacks and Whites. In another print he figures as the Knave of Diamonds, with the inscription at the top, Hic Niger Est, and at the bottom, Capulca. In the key prefixed to the work the person represented is thus denounced. This caricatura's propensity to gaming tells us at once how valuable he must be to a shipwrecked state, and that he deserves, like a drunken pilot in a storm, to be thrown overboard, to make room for one of clearer brains and more integrity. The three other knaves are spades, inscribed Monser. Dupe, and in the key it is said that, by the flower de luces seen on the ground is expressed, how much this caricatura was connected with our enemies, and was even a dupe to them against the interests of his country. Hartes with a fox's head and inscribed Monser. Surecard. In the key it is said that this character infers, by the sharpness of the nose, that craft and subtlety which is natural to creatures of a similar kind, known by the name of foxes, and is here pointed out as a knave. Clubs with a broken yoke in his hand, and inscribed null marriage. The key says, this caricatura was esteemed the most atrocious knave in the pack, and the worst of the black sort. Another plate in the same series of caricatures displays the gamester's coat of arms. The shield is charged with cards, dice, and dice boxes, and is surrounded by a chain, from which hangs a label inscribed claret. Supporters, 2 knaves. Crest, a hand holding a dice box. Motto, Cogit amor nummi. In Plate 90, of which a copy is here given, the principal performers figuring on the political stage in 1759 are represented as coat cards. In the suit of hearts, the king, Optimus, is George Roman II, Queen Britannia, knave, Pitt. Diamonds, king, the King of Prussia, queen, the City of London, knave, Prince Ferdinand. Spades, king, the King of Poland, queen, the Queen of Hungary, knave, Holland. Clubs, king, the King of France, queen, Gallia, knave, Marshal Broglie. In the key, it is said that the labels and characters here represented are sufficient to explain the meaning of the print, with the least application. Illustration. The court cards of 1759 or Hartes is trump and has won the game. In a work relating to the authorship of Junius's letters, the following account is given of the volume of caricatures in question. It is not, however, correct in every point, for though it may be true that the earlier plates were at first privately distributed, it is certain that subsequently they were publicly sold. The first collection of them, published in a volume, consisted only of the caricatures for 1756-7, and appears to have been enlarged from time to time by the addition of such plates as had been published separately in the preceding year. The edition of the first volume which I have consulted, containing the plates from 1756 to 1760, is the fifth-day proof that latterly those caricatures were not privately distributed, whatever they might have been at the commencement. Though Lord George Townshend might have supplied the publisher with sketches or hints for some of the subjects, and even have suggested the publication of the series, it would be absurd to conclude that he was the designer of the whole. There are only 4 subjects in the volume relating to Lord George Sackville, and they are among the most worthless of the series, both with respect to conception and design. Soon after the unfortunate misunderstanding at Minden, Lord George Townshend, who had formerly been on friendly terms with Lord George Sackville, particularly at the Battle of Dettingen, joined with the court party in publicly censuring his conduct. He had an ingenious turn for drawing, and he even went so far as to caricature Lord George flying from Minden, which, with many others, he privately circulated among his friends. This book of caricatures, bearing date from 1756 to 1762, is extremely curious. As they were privately distributed, they are, of course, seldom to be met with. I never saw but one complete set, now in the possession of W. Little, Esquire, of Richmond, who has obligingly allowed me to copy the one in question, which is submitted to the reader's inspection. We have Lord Orford's testimony to prove that this book was the production of Lord George Townshend. Lord Orford has described the first of the series, Volume Roman II, p. 68. A new species of this manufacture now first appeared, invented by Lord George Townshend. They were caricatures on cards. The original one, which had amazing vent, was of Newcastle and Fox looking at each other and crying with Peacham in the Beggar's Opera, "Brother, brother, we are both in the wrong." On the Royal Exchange, a paper was affixed, advertising 3 kingdoms to be let. Inquire of Andrew Stone, broker, in Lincoln's Inn Fields. The whole series forms a curious collection. Those on Lord George Sackville were very severe. The example set by the club at Wits appears to have been much more influential in promoting gaming than the denunciation of an Act of Parliament to have been effective in repressing it. The letter of the Act was, indeed, killing, but the spirit of the legislators, as displayed at Wits, kept the game alive. New clubs of the same kind, on the principle of mutual insurance against informers, were established in the metropolis. And even in the provinces, country gentlemen and tradesmen, becoming aware of the advantages of the social compact, formed themselves into little clubs for the purpose of indulging in a quiet game at cards or dice. Card playing about the same time, or a little later, was greatly promoted by the establishment of assembly rooms in country towns, where cockfighting squires, after attending the pit in the morning, might enjoy in the evening the more refined amusements of dancing and cards. The example set by the higher classes was followed by the lower. And at a merry night in a Cumberland village, some 50 years since, cards were as indispensable as at an assize ball in the county town. With the exception of the dress of the company and the arrangement of the rooms, the one assembly, at the commencement at least, seems to have displayed all the essentials of the other. I lad, see a murray neat we've had at Bleckel. The sound o' the fiddle yet rings I my ear, alreat clipped and healed were the lads and the lasses, and mony a clever lish hussy was there. The bettermer sort sat snug I the parlour, pantry the sweethearters cuttered sae soft, the dancers they kicked up a store I the kitchen, at lanter the cared lakers sat I the loft. The passion for card-playing appears to have been extremely prevalent in the earlier part of the reign of George Roman III. In almost every town where there is an assembly room, traditional anecdotes are handed down of certain keen players keeping up the game for 24 successive hours, till they were up to their knees in cards. And there is scarcely a county in England that has not a story to tell of 2 or 3 of its old landed gentry being ruined at cards by the Prince of Wales. Even villages have their annals of gaming, of once substantial farmers turning horse coursers and riding headlong to ruin on a leather plater, of others going more quietly off at cards, staking their corn before it was housed, and of certain desperate cockfighters losing their whole substance at a single match, and then straightway hanging themselves in their own barn. The love of card-playing, to the great horror of the inordinately pious, seems even to have infected ladies who were, in other respects, irreproachable good wives, affectionate mothers, teaching their children the catechism, going regularly to church on Sundays, and taking the sacrament every month. Yet, alas, dearly loving a snug private party of 4 or 5 tables, and immensely fond of quadrille, and making but a poor atonement for their transgression by never touching a card in Passion Week, nor the night before the communion, nor even on the Wednesdays and Fridays in Lent whenever they could avoid playing, consistently with good manners. A discourse against gaming, preached in 1793 by Dr. Thomas Rennell, master of the Temple, seems to have made much noise about the time, but no converts. The most original passage in the work is the following, wherein he asserts that the habit of card-playing renders the mind insensible of gospel evidence. In the present day, it may be observed in passing that a similar effect has been ascribed to the study of Oriel College logic. The mind of one immersed in cards soon becomes vacant, frivolous, and captious. The habits form a strange mixture of mock gravity and pert flippancy. The understanding, by a perpetual attention to a variety of unmeaning combinations, acquires a kind of pride in this bastard employment of the faculty of thought, which is so far from having any analogy to the real exercise of reason, that we generally find a miserable eminence in it attainable by the dullest, the most ignorant, and most contemptible of mankind. The gamester, however, frequently mistakes this skill for general acuteness, and from that conceit either totally rejects the gospel evidence, or if political or professional considerations render this indecent or inexpedient, he harbors all that contemptible chicane, all that petty sophistry, all that creeping evasion, with which a selfish heart and a contracted understanding meets and embraces the prevailing heresy of the times in which we live. The following appears to be leveled at an individual of no small reputation in his day, and whose memory is likely to outlast Dr. Reynolds. What is it that converts those designed by Providence to be the guardians and protectors into the bane and curse of their country? I will answer, the gaming table. The reverses here every moment occurring unite beggared fortunes, mortified pride, callous baseness, and inflamed appetites, directing their joint operations to the destruction of that common mother which gave them birth. And here I wish to be rightly understood that, with a frugal, active, dignified poverty, the discharge of public duty is perfectly compatible. Such a poverty was highly reverenced in the best ages of pagan antiquity, as the nurse of every great and useful exertion. But as distant as light from darkness is such a poverty from that degraded, malevolent, abject mendicity, the offspring of vice, the organ of faction, and the parent of universal prostitution and venality. Dr. Parr, in his copy of this discourse, wrote the following note, which may serve as a tailpiece to the present chapter. Dr. Rennell is said, with his own hand, to have put a copy of this animated sermon under the knocker of Mr. Fox's door in South Street. I could wish the story to be untrue, but the eloquent preacher did not employ his great talents in a sermon against Sabbath breaking, though his illustrious patron, Mr. Pitt, had lately fought a duel with Mr. Tierney on Wimbledon Common. Footnotes: Heller vom Ursprung der Spielkarten, in der Geschichte der Hallschneidekunst, S. 307. Interim viro jossis et ludo, minim concito vacandum, ni sensus cogitation occupati concoctionem impedient. Cariat jocus, quem urbanum facitum modestum vol, decacitate scurrilitate mordacitate nolo mimos, non protervium, non dicteria, non convitia unda ira et indignatio, et plerumque magna rixa orator. Ludus sit talis tessera sacco, ut nostra appellation uter, carthis variis imaginibus pictis. Absit inter ludendum omnes fraus et avaritia, qua liberalior et distestendus fit ludus, nec alem affert ludenti voluptatum. Cum timor, ira, et immensa habendi cupiditas variis modis ludens cruciat. The first edition of Platina's treatise, De Honesta Voluptate, appeared at Venice, 1475. The preceding extract is from the second edition, printed in 1480. Platina was born in 1421 and died in 1481. Non merum ergo ob hugis plancti excellentum, prorogativam si in taxilis felesum jactum, non jovum qui major fortuna pudetur, sed venerum nuncupavit antiquitas. Unda propertius. Mi quoque per talos venerum querent secundos, semper damnosi subsiliare canes. Canum viro et caniculum damnosum jactum etium siderum comparation appelliverunt. Sic Persius. Damnosa canicula quantum raderit. Canis viro et canicula qualia sint sidera superius paduit. Sed forsitum quidem riderant hugissimodi ludorum inventionum, doctis quoque virus tribui, nisi et ludum quem chartarum nominant vulgo et a sapientibus fuis excogitatum ratio dicturit. Nam, ut regum, reginarum, equitum peditum potentium praeterim, quilibet enim dignitatis militiae differentium navit. Nani cum insium, hastarum, cyphorum, panium agrestium vim consideramus, perspicacissimi ingenia inventorum est cognissimus. Cum viribus ubi est opus, ut in hastis and sibusque viter, multitudo superat positatum. In esculentis viro poculentisque, ut per panes vinumque figurator, paucitas multitudinum vincit. Constat enim abstemios crapulosis edicibusque virus acruris esse, ingenii et in negodiis agendis for superiors. Panes autumn rusticos voco, propter formam et colorum, croceo enim color olim fuis plinius narrat, nam cupi sci sunt, ubi vinum, et illisunt panes, quos imperate nummos credunt. Hastes, sic dixit vulgus, quoniam h esperatio et vi convertanter, ut hesper, vesper. B autumn et vi sibi invisum sedum preber Graecus Latinusque testanter, ut bastoni hastoni vulgo appellator, ida ut aliquando hastarum plerumque bipenium formam gerent, utrumque enim militiae, instrumentum est. Galatus Martius, de Doctrina Promiscua, cap. Roman 36, pp. 477 816 Mo, Leon, 1552. Anderson's History of Commerce, Volume I, p. 483, the passage relating to cards, in the act referred to, was pointed out to the Hun. D. Barrington by Mr. John Nichols. Go, in his Observations on the Invention of Cards, in the 8th volume of Archaeologia, says that Mr. Leneve produced before the Society of Antiquaries a minute to show that cards were manufactured in England before the 1st of Edward Roman IV. For then a person had his name from his ancestor having been a card maker. Mr. Go observes that the ancestor of this person Hugh Cardmaker, prior of St. John the Baptist, at Bridgenorth was probably a maker of cards for dressing flax or wool. A carder, a woolcomer occurs in the town books of Nuremberg in 1397. Fenn's Paston Letters, Volume Roman II, p. 333, edit. 1778. The Kinge came privily to the said castle, and entered within the chamber with a small company, where he found the queen playing at the cards. Leland's Collectania, Volume Roman III Appendix, p. 284. Cited by Warton, in his History of English Poetry, who also observes that cards are mentioned in a statute of Henry Roman VII in the year 1496. Private Life of James Roman IV of Scotland, in Chambers's Edinburgh Journal, Nos. 9 and 10, 1832. Les cartes comet out si qui taint aux arts, out une origin Italian, se avenis o a Florence quelles Grecs refugiés de Constantinople, les ont de bord fate canader. Annuaire historique pour Yannée 1837, p. 188. Ducange, Glossarium ad Scriptors Media, Et infimi grisitatis, folio, 1688. Under the words alpha zeta alpha rho iota alpha and chi alpha rho tau iota alpha. Tau alpha epsilon lambda iota alpha is merely a different mode of spelling tau alpha beta lambda iota alpha tabulae, tables, a kind of backgammon board with its appendages. The following is Mons. Brunet's prefatory note to his brochure, which was published at Paris in 1842. Les curia, les amateurs delivers, recherchen avec empressement, tout ce qui a rapport aux cartes. C'est ce qui m'a porté à consacrer un instant de loisir à la traduction de ce que j'y venais de lire. À cet égard, dans un ouvrage allemand, vaste répertoire de érudition bibliographique la plus étendue, Leibach einer Literarisgeschichte der berühmtesten Völker des Mittelalters, von J.G.T. Grass, Dresden und Leipzig, Arnoldische Buchhandlung, 1842, Band Roman II, S. 879-85. J. Adjunct quelques indications, nouvelles à cet apercu, que G.N. imprime de leurs qua quelques exemplaires. Jailer's second bell his peal consists of 7 rings to this tune. Secunda nola est, ludger alia dissimilibus. Tangit hic nola feminas nobles et sacerdotes, feminas, inquam, qui emissent si turbis virorum et cum eis ludunt, contra si Roman II de judices lib. Roman 6, sacerdotes et prelatos ludens cum lacis, laci sunt claricis apido infesti und scandalous enter, nobles qui ludunt cum nebulanibus et leninibus, ut in speculo nostro vulgari habes. Speculum fatuorum octor Joan Jailer de Kaisersberg, concionator argentorens sect, elixexvi. Lusorum turba spielnar. Edit. Strasbourg, 1511. It may here be observed that Jailer's bells are intended by himself for the caps of spielnar gambling fools. Logica memorativa. Chartaludium logis, sive dialectus memoria, et novus Petri Hispani textus emendatus. Cum jucundo pictus modis exercitio, eruditi viri F. Tommy Murner, ordinas minorum, theologi doctoris eximii. 42, Strasbourg, 1509. Leber says that the book was first printed at Krakow in 1507, and that an edition of it, in octavo, was printed at Paris in 1629. Murner was one of Luther's early opponents, and one of the pamphlets which was published during their controversy bears the following title: Antwort dem Murner, auf sein Frag, ob der König von England ein Lügner sei, oder der Gottlich Dr. Mart. Luther, 1523. An answer to Mümer on his question, whether the King of England or the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther is a liar. Chartaludium Institute Summary, Dr. Thoma Murner Memorante et Ludent. 42, Strasbourg, 1518. A copy of this book was sold at Dr. Claus's sale in 1835, and in the catalogue, number 2579, we are informed that this very rare and curious volume contains very many wood engravings, illustrative of 4 distinct games played by the ancients with paper. Such games, we may presume, as are played at with the statutes at large. If Murner understood any game, he must have learnt it subsequent to the publication of his logical card play. And if he were able to make it subservient to the explanation of anything else, he must have improved himself greatly between 1508 and 1518. The Voyage of Columbus in Poems by Samuel Rogers. Mr. Rogers's note on the passage above quoted is, among those who went with Columbus were many adventurers and gentlemen of the court. Primero was then the game in fashion. See Vega, P2, Lib, Roman 3, C9. Why porc decimos, que estos Españoles jugavan, why no hemos dicho conque. Es de saber, que dispus que en la sangrienta batalla de Manvilla los quemern los napes. Que levavan con tedulo demas que ali perduran, hashian napes de pergamino, why los pintavan a las mil maravillas. Porcen qualquiera necesidad que si los ofrecia, si animavan a hacer lo que avian menester. Why salian con ello, como si toda su vida hubieran sido maestros de quel oficio. Why porc no podian, o grave no querian hacer tantos, quantos eran menester, hiciran los que bastavan, serviendo por horas limitadas, andando por ruta entre los jugadores. De dond, o grave de otro paso semejante podríamos decir, que huvis nacido el refrán, que entre los tahir si usa decir jugando, de monos priesa centers, que vienen por los napes. Why como los que hashian los nuestros eran de curo, duravan por penas. La Florida del Inca, part primera del libro quinto, capítulo I, p. 198. Folio, Madrid, 1723. Also I order and command that there be a care that all soldiers have their room clean, and unpestered of chests, and other things, without consenting in any case to have cards, and if there be any to be taken away presently, neither permit them to the mariners, and if the soldiers have any, let me be advertised. Orders set down by the Duke of Medina to be observed in the voyage towards England, 1588, reprinted in the Harleian Miscellany. Strutt, who quotes this passage in his Sports and Pastimes, refers to Sir William Forrest, and Warton's History of English Poetry, Volume Roman 3, Sect. Roman 3, p. 311. Sir William Forrest's work, entitled The Poesy of Princely Practice, was written towards the conclusion of the reign of Henry Roman VIII and presented to Edward Roman VI. The author allows that a king, after dinner, may for a while repose himself at tables, chess, or cards, but denies the latter to laboring people. Strutt says that the work is in manuscript in the Royal Library. Sir Robert Baker, in his Chronicle, states that in the 18th year of Henry Roman VIII, a proclamation was made against all unlawful games, so that in all places, tables, dice, cards, and bowls were taken and burnt. But that this order continued not long, for young men, being thus restrained, fell to drinking, stealing canaille, and other worse misdemeanors. Ferny French, forny prepared, sorted, furnished, in complete fashion, in full equipage. The card was a coat card, in a certain sense, though certainly not an honor. For some account of the author of this satire, the reader is referred to Annals of the English Bible, by Christopher Anderson, Volume I, pp. 63, 116, 136, 137. 8 Vo, 1845. Privy Purse expenses of the Princess Mary, daughter of King Henry Roman VIII, afterwards Queen Mary, with a memoir of the princess and notes, by Fred Madden, Esquire, FSA, 1831. From the following references in the index, the reader may judge of Mary's partiality to the game. Cards, money delivered to the princess to play at, p3, 10, 11, 14, 19, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 35, 49, 50, 55, 57, 59, 67, 69, 73, 76, 81, seep, 101. Cards money lent, to play at 4, 13, 29, 30. The sums delivered are mostly from 20s to 40s. One entry is for so small a sum as 2s, 2d, and another for 12s, 6d. The charge of gaming is frequently alleged against the more wealthy members of the Roman Catholic clergy by writers who were in favor of the Reformation. Item les grosses sommes de deniers quils jouant ordinairement, soit à la prime, à la chance, à la palme, enant pas este misses en compte. Qui est le bon papiste qui pourrait si contenter de voir son prelat jouir et perder pour une après Disney 4, 5, et 6 mille escus. Pour une rested prime, avoir couché 500 escus. Pour una flac en perder mille. Quella plus part des episcopox, jusques oxmoinders chanons, tinent Berland ouvert a jouir à tous jupra hibes et defendus, non seulement par le droit canon, mais par les ordinances du roi. Alexis y est bientel, quan monstrera quau simple chanin, en a chapt de cartes et de des et employé durant une naissant, et 6 escus, compris la chandelle et le vin de sucula mauchent. Le cabinet du roi de France, dans lequel il y a 3 pearls précieuses d'inestimable valeur, p. 65. 12 Mo, 1581. This virulent attack on the French clergy is ascribed by Mons Le Duchet to Nicolas Fromenteau, and by Elisle de Sales to Nicolas Barnard. Anderson's Annals of the English Bible, Volume Roman 2, p. 500. The Earls of Westmoreland and Northumberland were the principal leaders of the rebellion, or rising in the north, in 1569. His host was George Pyle, of Milhaug, on Owsenham Water, about 4 miles southeastward from Jedburgh. The Earl of Westmoreland was then staying with care of Ferniehurst. Hector, or Eckie of Harlaw, as he is called in the border minstrelsy, delivered up the Earl of Northumberland, who had sought refuge with him, to the Regent Murray. The name of the person against whom the bill was filed was Henry Robson, probably of Falstone. His non-appearance seems to have caused the dispute between the wardens, Sir J. Foster and Sir J. Carmichael, which ended in a general combat between their followers. The above passage is quoted by Mr. T. Crofton Croker in a note on the following lines, in A Carey Pastoral, a poem published in Concanon's Miscellanies, 1724, and reprinted by the Percy Society. Dingle and Derry sooner shall unite, Shannon and Cashen both be drained outright, and Carey men forsake their cards and dice, dogs be pursued by hares, and cats by mice, water begin to burn, and fire to wet, before I shall my college friends forget. The favorite game of the Carey men is said to have been 1 and 30. Pascasius Justus, in his work entitled Elia, first published in 1560, relates that though he frequently felt difficulty in obtaining a supply of provisions when traveling in Spain, he never came to a village, however poor, in which cards were not to be found. The prevalence of card playing in Spain about the middle of the 16th century is further shown in a work entitled Satire invectiva contra los Tahirs. Enquisi declaran los donos, que al Uerpo, y al alma y la hacienda si siguen del jugo de los napes. Impresa en Sevilla, en casa de Martin de Montes d'Oca, anno de M. D. Elvi. This work is erroneously ascribed by Antonio, in his Bibliotheca Hispana Nova, to Dominic Valtanas or Baltanas, a Dominican friar, at whose instance the edition referred to was printed. The author was Diego del Castillo, who also wrote another work on the same subject, entitled Reprobation de los Jugos. Printed at Valladolid in 1528, the author derives the word tahir, a gamester, from hurto, theft, robbery, by transposing the syllables and changing o into a. Tahir y ladron, unicosa son. Il existe en Belgique plusieurs tableaux attribués à Jean van Eyck, quil est inutile de dessiner, equipar les costumes des personnages dénotant une postériorité d'un grand nombre d'années. Nance en possède un. Également attribué à ces maîtres, dont les costumes sont ceux du regnet de Charles Romanet. Le sujet, sous le titre de Philippe Le Bon consultant une tyrus de cartes, en a été donné dans le magazine Pittoresque, année 1842, p. 324. Quelques mots sur la gravure au millésime de 1418, p. 13. Philippe Le Bon, Duke of Burgundy, died in 1467, John van Eyck in 1445. Though the 10 is one of the cards employed in Marcolini's system of fortune-telling, it appears to have been generally omitted in the packs of cards used by the Italian jugglers of the 16th century. Leber, who says that he had examined un grand nombre de tours de cartes, described in the pamphlets of the most famous Italian jugglers of the 16th century, yet refers only to 2 works on the subject printed before 1600, one of them entitled Opera Nuova non più vista, nella quale potrei facilmente imparare molti giaci di mano. Composta da Francesco di Milano, nominato in tutto il mondo il bagatelle. 8 vo, circa 1550. The other, Giaci di carte bellissimi e di memoria per Horatio Galasso. Venetia, 1593. The author of the following work, also referred to by Leber, appears to have been the original Pimperlimpimp, whose fame as a mountebank physician appears to have been still fresh in the memory of the wits of the reign of Queen Anne, Li rari et mirabili Giaci di carte, de Alberto Francis, detto Perlimpimpim. 8 vo, Bologna, 1622. Life of Lord Bacon, p. 5. Lord Bacon relates the circumstances and a certain curious man's explanation of them in his Silva, Century XDH, p. 245. Edit. 1631. Cuff assisted Columbani in the Editio Princeps of the Greek text of the Romance of Daphnis and Chloe, printed at Florence, 4-1598. Observations on a picture by Zucchero from Lord Falkland's collection supposed to represent the game of Primero, by the Hun, Daines Barrington. In the Archaeologia, Volume Roman 8, Mr. Barrington says, according to tradition in the family, it was painted by Zucchero and represented Lord Burleigh playing at cards with 3 other persons, who from their dress appear to be of distinction, each of them having 2 rings on the same fingers of both their hands. The cards are marked as at present, and differ from those of more modern times only by being narrower and longer. Original letters illustrative of English history, with notes by Sir Henry Ellis. Second series, Volume Roman 3, p. 102. When the prohibition to play at cards or dice was first introduced into apprentices' indentures, I have not been able to learn. It occurs, however, in the form of an indenture for an apprentice in a Book of Precedents, printed about 1565 and said to have been compiled by those. Fair, the translator of the 7 first books of the Aeneid. In the title page of his translation, 1558, Fair describes himself as solicitor to the king and queen's majesties. Those injunctions with respect to tavern haunting and gaming are embodied in the 75th canon of the Constitutions and Canons Ecclesiastical, 1603. Extracts from the accounts of the revels at court in the reigns of Elizabeth and James I, edited by Peter Cunningham, p. 176, published by the Shaxper Society. A comedy intended to display the evil consequences of dicing and card-playing was performed before the Emperor Maximilian Roman II at Vienna on New Year's Day, 1570 c. The Collectania of Johannes a Munster, appended to the Alia of Pascasius Justus, edit. 1617. A Brief Apology of Poetry, 1591. Quoted by Mr. P. Cunningham in his notes to extracts from accounts of the revels, p. 223. In dramatic representations of the game of cards, we seem to have preceded the French. In 1676, a comedy by Thomas Corneille, called Le Triomphe des Dames, was acted at Paris, in the theatre of the Hôtel de Guégenaude, and the ballet of the game of piquet was one of the interludes. The 4 knaves first made their appearance with their halberts, in order to clear the way. The kings came in succession, giving their hands to the queens, whose trains were borne up by 4 slaves, the first of whom represented tennis, the second billiards, the third dice, and the fourth backgammon. Historical Essays upon Paris, translated from the French of Mons. De Sainte-Foy, Volume I, p. 229. Edit, 1766. In an engraving of Saint Peter denying Christ, after a painting by Teniers, 2 soldiers are seen playing at cards in the hall of the high priest, and, from the chalks on the table, the game appears to be put. See Mr. Battle's Opinions on Whist, in Essays by Elia Charles Lamb. The Anatomy of Abuses, containing a discovery or brief summary of such notable vices and corruptions as now reign in many Christian countries of the world, but especially in the country of Aelgna, together with the most fearful examples of God's judgments executed upon the wicked for the same, as well in Aelgna of late as in other places elsewhere. Made dialogue-wise by Philip Stubbs, p. 112. Edit. Printed by Richard Jones, 1583, the Jew's supposition that a thunderstorm was evidence of the divine displeasure at his being about to indulge in a rasher of bacon, is nothing compared with Master Stubbs's announcement of the wrath of heaven against those who indulge in starched collars, fine linen shirts, and velvet breeches. A discourse of the most illustrious prince, Henry, late Prince of Wales, written in 1626 by Sir Charles Cornwallis, reprinted in the Harleian Miscellany. Tom Teltroth, or a free discourse touching the manners of the time, reprinted in the Harleian Miscellany. The king's foreign children mentioned in this pamphlet are his daughter Elizabeth and her family. Elizabeth was married to Frederick, Elector Palatine of the Rhine, the competitor of the Emperor Ferdinand Roman II for the crown of Bohemia. The King of Spain, or Gondomar, his ambassador. This engraving is preserved in a collection of proclamations, ballads, and formed by the late Joseph Ames, and now in the library of the Royal Society of Antiquaries. For the part played by Bethlem Gabber in the affairs of Europe, between 1618 and 1628, the reader is referred to Schiller's History of the 30 Years' War. 5 cards is an Irish game and is as much played in that kingdom, and that for considerable sums of money, as all 4s is played in Kent, but there is little analogy between them. There are but 2 can play at it, and there are dealt 5 cards apiece. The 5 fingers alias 5 of trumps is the best card in the pack, the ace of hearts is next to that, and the next is the ace of trumps. The Complete Gamester, p. 90, edit, 1709. First printed in 1674. Malone's Supplemental Observations on Shakespeare, cited by Barrington. Dr. Moore, in his Views of Society and Manners in Italy, mentions the card-playing at the opera at Florence. I was never more surprised, says he, than when it was proposed to me to make one of a whist party, in a box which seemed to have been made for the purpose, with a little table in the middle. I hinted that it would be full as convenient to have the party somewhere else. But I was told, good music added greatly to the pleasure of a whist party, that it increased the joy of good fortune, and soothed the affliction of bad. Numbers, Roman 26, 55, 56. Proverbs, Roman 16, 33. Acts I 24:26. This appears to have been one of the chief grounds of objection against cards and dice play in Scotland, about a century later. Adam Petrie, the Scottish Chesterfield, adopts Bomford's conclusion. Lot is an ordinance whereby God often made known his mind, and therefore ought not to be turned into a play. But cards and dice are lot, therefore they ought not to be turned into a play. Rules of Good Deportment, or of Good Breeding, printed at Edinburgh, 1710, reprinted 1835. John Wesley, who sometimes sought an answer by lots of this kind, was charged by the Reverend Augustus Toplady with tossing up for his creed, as porters or chairmen toss up for a halfpenny. Letter to the Reverend John Wesley, p. 7 edit. 1770. Traité du Dieu, où l'on examine les principales questions de droit natural et de morale qui ont du rapport à cette matière. Par Jean Barbarac, professeur en droit à Groningen. Seconde édition, Revue et Augmentée. En 3 tomes, 12 mots. Amsterdam, 1737. Towards the close of Elizabeth's reign, Edward Darcy obtained a patent for the manufacture of cards. And in the reign of James, the importation of cards was prohibited, after 20th July, 1615, as the art of making them was then brought to perfection in this country. As a duty or tax of 5 shillings for every 12 dozen packs was levied about that time by the authority of the Lord Treasurer, the statement that such a tax was first levied in 1631, in the reign of Charles I, is erroneous. This tax was one of the impositions complained of by the Commons, in the reign of Charles I, as arbitrary and illegal, being levied without consent of Parliament. I am informed that the first Act of Parliament imposing a tax on cards was passed in 1711, in the reign of Queen Anne. The Company of Card Makers was first incorporated by letters patent of Charles I in 1629 C. Singer's Researches, pp. 223, 224, 226, 365. Observations on the Antiquity of Card Playing, Archaeologia, Volume 8. Études historiques sur les cartes à jouer, p. 30. Mons. Leber had in his collection some cards of Jean Vallée's manufacture, which were discovered in the boards of a book. Those cards are described in the catalogue of his books, Tom. I. p. 241, article Roman 17. There are also cards manufactured by Jean Vallee preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi, at Paris. The Netherlands seem to have been famed at an early period for the manufacture of cards. Albert Dürer, in the journal which he kept during his visit to those parts in 1521, notes that he bought half a dozen packs for 7 stivers. Item hab ein halb Dutzend Niederländischer Karten geben 7 Stuber. Albrecht Dürer's Reisejournal, in von Mehr's Journal zur Kunstgeschichte, 7 ter Thale, S96. From a passage in Ascham's Toxophilos, 1545, quoted by Singer, it would appear that the price of cards was then about 2d a pack. He said a pair of cards cost not past IID. The Four Knaves, a series of satirical tracts by Samuel Rowlands, edited with an introduction and notes by E. F. Rimbault, Esquire, reprinted for the Percy Society, 1843. For the loan of the cuts of the Four Knaves, the publisher is indebted to the Percy Society. On the word Mendillions, Mr. Rimbault has the following note: Mandiglione, a jacket, a Mendillion, Florio's New World of Words ed. 1611. Stubbs, a Pud Strut, Dress and Habits, Volume Roman 2, p. 267, says that it covered the whole body down to the thighs, and Randall Home describes it as a loose hanging garment, much like to our jacket or jumps, but without sleeves, only having holes to put the arms through. Yet some were made with sleeves, but for no other use than to hang on the back. In 1641, a pamphlet in verse against monopolizers and patentees appeared with the following title: A pack of patentees opened, shuffled, cut, dealt, and played. The articles monopolized, or for which patents had been obtained, were coals, soap, starch, leather, salt, hops, gold wire, and horns. We'll shuffle up the pack. Those that before did play at post and pair must play no more. About the same period, the game of cards seems to have furnished titles to political pamphlets in other countries as well as in England. The following is the title of a Dutch pamphlet, without date, but apparently published about the time that the Treaty of Westphalia was concluded, 1648. Het herstelde verkeer Bert verbeterd in een lanterlijspel. From a passage in this pamphlet, It appears that the game of Lanterloo was the same as that called Labate the French Labert, called Beast, in Cotton's Complete Gamester. Vlaming was spell as dat Vader gems. Ik weet niet dat ik dat ooit gelezen heb, maar al die gij genoemd hebt weet ik van. Vader gems, o breder, het is dat spel dat veeltates genoemd wordt labate, oft beter te zeggen lanterlei. The two following are of later date but in the same strain. A Mernival of Knaves, or Whiggism plainly displayed, and if not grown shameless, burlesqued out of countenance, a poem. 1683. Win at first, lose at last, or the game of cards which were shuffled by President Bradshaw, cut by Call Hewson the cobbler, and played by Oliver Cromwell and Ireton till the restoration of Charles Roman II. 1707. A Mernival, at the game of Gleek, was all the four aces, kings, queens, or knaves. Poems on State Affairs, Volume Roman 3, p. 25. Edit, 1704. Trichon is at cards that which we now call a Gleek of kings, queens, knaves, and c, viz., three of them in one hand together. Howell's edition of Cotgrave's French and English Dictionary, 1673. The term Gleek is probably derived from the German gleich, signifying like, thus the Gleek was a certain number of cards of a like kind. See further illustrations of the word Gleek in Halliwell's Dictionary of Archaic Words. William Maxwell, in a catalogue of his works prefixed to his admirable prophecies concerning the Church of Rome, 4 to 1615, inserts the following as one already published. James Sana, or a Pythagorical play at cards, representing the excellency and utility of union and concord, with the incommodities of division and discord, dedicated to the most hopeful Prince Charles. He also mentions another work of his, of the same kind, unpublished, written in imitation of More's Utopia. The author informs us that his grandfather, William Maxwell, son of the Laird of Kirkconnell, was man-at-arms to the most Christian king, and had the honor to serve the mother of Mary Queen of Scots, and also Mary herself. The Maxwells are still Lairds of Kirkconnell, in Dumfriesshire. Fair Kirkconnell Lee, mentioned in the old ballad, I Wish I Were Where Helen Lies, is one of the most beautiful spots in Britain. Santi properly explains by centum, 100. Chanteau's was a Spanish game resembling piquet. England's balmy, or proposals by way of grievance and remedy, humbly presented to His Highness and the Parliament, towards the regulation of the law and better administration of justice, tending to the great ease and benefit of the good people of the nation. By William Shepherd, Esquire 12 Mo, 1657. The disregard of such good men as Mr. Sargent, Shepherd for the feelings and opinions of those whom they were pleased to consider bad, and who formed a great majority of the nation, paved the way for the restoration of Charles Roman II. Though this pamphlet does not treat of the game, but is wholly political, it cannot be doubted that Omber was well known in England at the time of its publication. Titus Britannicus, an essay of History Royal, in the life and reign of his late sacred majesty, Charles Roman II, of ever-blessed and immortal memory. By Aurelian Cook, Gent., p. 296. Edit. 1685. Aurelian is loud in his praises of his Titus for his piety and religion. According to his account, it would seem that in these respects the martyr Charles was nothing to Old Rowley. In Heath's Chronicles, a right loyal publication, it is said that Dr. Dorislaus, the parliamentary envoy who was assassinated at the Hague in May, was accustomed to play at cards on Sundays at Sir Henry Mildmay's, in Essex the Democracy, or Pretended Free State, being the 2d part of the brief chronicle of the late intestine war, p. 435. Edit. 1662. Basset would seem to have been a common game at the court of France about the same period. The king, Louis Roman XIV, now seldom or never plays, but contents himself sometimes with looking on, but formerly he hath been engaged and has lost great sums. Mons rooked him of near 1,000,000 of livers at Basset by putting false cards upon him, but was imprisoned and banished for it some years. Dr. Martin Lister, Journey to Paris in the year 1698. In 1691, Louis Roman XIV issued an ordonnance prohibiting faro, basset, and other similar games. Whoever should be convicted of playing at any of those games was to be fined 1,000 livers, and the person who allowed them to be played in his house incurred a penalty of 6,000 livers. Basset and Flushel Frusso appear to have been known in Italy in the 15th century. They are mentioned by Lorenzo de' Medici in his Canti Carnisielski, quoted by Singer, Researches, p. 26. The following is the title of a pack of geographical cards, now lying before me, which appear to have been engraved in the reign of Charles Roman II. The 52 counties of England and Wales, geographically described in a pack of cards, whereunto is added the length, breadth, and circuit of each county, the latitude, situation, and distance from London of the principal cities, towns, and rivers, with other remarks, as plain and ready for the playing of all our English games as any of the common cards. The heads of the kings are shown at the top of the maps of Hereford, Monmouth, Middlesex, and Yorkshire, of the queens at the top of the maps of Durham, Huntingdon, Radnor, and Worcestershire, and of the knaves at the top of the maps of Anglesey, Gloucester, Leicester, and Rutland. If the deviser had any particular meaning in his assignment of the coat cards, it is not easy to be discovered, though it may be shrewdly guessed at as respects Monmouth and York. Lord Chesterfield is reported to have said to Anstey on one occasion, when the latter was talking to him about heraldry, "You silly man, you do not understand your own foolish business." Menestrier, Bibliothèque Curieuse et Instructive, Tom, Roman II, p. 180. By cardmakers the coat cards king, queen, and knave are technically termed terts, and the others pips. Jus d'armoires, ou tous les termes du blazon sont expliqués et rengés par ordre, dédiés à Monseigneur le Duc de Bourgogne. Si vend à Paris, chez Valet, dessinateur et graveur du Roi. The privilege to the author, Sieur Gauthier, is dated 15th December, 1686. The puff collusive is the newest of any, for it acts in the disguise of determined hostility. It is much used by bold booksellers and enterprising poets. The Critic, Act 1. The puff collusive was not an invention of Sheridan's time, but merely the revival of an old trick. The advertisement of those cards is preserved amongst Bagford's collections, Harleian MSS. Number 5947. Principally games of geography, history, and metamorphoses, engraved by Della Bella, from plans furnished by the poet Desmarets, to facilitate the studies of Louis Roman XIV when a child. The idea is said to have been suggested by Cardinal Mazarin. A pack of military cards, with instructions for playing the game, devised by the Sieur des Martins, and dedicated to Son Altesse le Duc de Maine, Colonel Général des Suisses, appeared in 1676. His Highness the Colonel General, who was the son of Louis Roman XIV and Madame Montespan, was then 6 years old. By the favor of F.R. Atkinson, Esquire of Manchester, an assiduous and intelligent collector of curious books, I have had an opportunity of examining 2 sets of French historic cards, without date, but probably published about 1690. One of them is entitled Cartes des Rois de France. A Paris, chez F. Leconte, Rue Saint-Jacques au Chiffre du Roi. The title of the other is Jus des Reines Renommées. A Paris, chez Henry Legras, Library, au 3 e Pilier de la Grande Salle du Palais. Both sets appeared to have been designed exclusively for the purpose of instruction, and not for play. About the same period Moxon, Glancing from Heaven to Earth, from Earth to Heaven, published a pack of astronomical cards. In the life of Beau Hewitt, in Lucas's memoirs of the lives, intrigues, and comical adventures of the most famous gamesters and celebrated sharpers in the reigns of Charles Roman II, James Roman II, William Roman III, and Queen Anne, 1714. The Beau is represented as having most assiduously studied the use of the geometrical playing cards, set forth by Monsieur Descartes, the famous French philosopher and mathematician. But that finding the demonstrations of that great man to be founded on no certainty, he resolved to try his luck at dice. It is said that Pascal's attention was first directed to the calculation of chances in consequence of some questions proposed to him by the Chevalier de Marais, a great gamester. In the text, beast is said to be called by the French la bête zère. The following appear to have been the principal games at cards played in England before the reign of Charles Roman II. The game of trumps in the time of Edward Roman VI. Primer, Ma, Laudum, Noddy, La Volta, and Banqueroute, mentioned by Sir John Harrington. And Gleek, Crimp Mountsaint, Knave out of doors, Post and Pair, and Ruff, mentioned in Dodsley's collection of Old Plays C. Barrington and Bowl on Card Playing in the Archaeologia, Volume Roman 8. Upon his return to Edinburgh, though he found himself weaker, yet his cheerfulness never abated, and he continued to divert himself, as usual, with correcting his own works for a new edition, with reading books of amusement, with the conversation of his friends, and sometimes in the evening with a party at his favorite game of whist. Dr. Adam Smith, Letter to W.M. Strahan. Whist, a Poem in 12 Cantos, by Alexander Thompson, Esquire, p. 21. Second edition, 1792. Mr. Barrington seems to have obtained his information respecting the succession of whist to quadrille from an authority whom he did not like to acknowledge, namely, Sir Calculation Puzzle in the Humours of Whist. Egad, you remind me, Sir John, of an observation I have made too, which is that as long as quadrille and ombre were the games in vogue, we certainly were under French influence. Whereas since whist has come in fashion, you see our politics are improved upon us. The Humours of Whist. A dramatic satire, as acted every day at Wits and other coffee houses and assemblies. 8 Vaux, 1743. From the following passage in the Beau Stratagem, Act 2, Scene 1, whisk is mentioned by Mrs. Sullen in a disparaging manner, as if it were fit only for rustics. Dorinda, you share in all the pleasures that the country affords. Mrs. Sullen, country pleasures, racks and torments. Dost think, child, that my limbs are made for leaping of ditches and clambering over stiles, or that my parents, wisely foreseeing my future happiness in country pleasures, had early instructed me in the rural accomplishments of drinking fat ale, playing at whisk, and smoking tobacco with my husband? The clergymen used to play at whisk and swabber swift. Whist is a game not much differing from this English rough and honors. Complete Gamester, p. 86. Edit, 1709. Triumph, the card game called Ruff or Trump. Cotgrave's French and English Dictionary. Edit, 1611. Taylor's motto, et habeo et caro et curo. The writer of an article on whist in the Foreign Quarterly Review, No. 48, discussing the etymology of the name, says, "The Irish injunction, wish be quiet, may be thought to require consideration. It is the exact form of the word, barring only the pure s, but this is not the shibboleth or touchstone here. At the utmost, the difficulty is but a dialectical variety, elegantiae causa for the sake of elegance, just as shoop for soup." Nares, in his glossary, under the word whist, an exclamation enjoining silence, says of the game, that the name of whist is derived from this, is known, I presume, to all who play or do not play. A whisk, a small kind of besom, a swab or swabber, a kind of mop. Whist, by an amateur, its history and practice, p. 28, 1843. A beautiful little book with appropriate illustrations, designed by Kenny Meadows and engraved on wood by Orrin Smith and W. J. Linton. Oldsworth upbraided the late Earl of Godolphin with having a race-horse and the Earl of Sunderland with having a library, very honestly insinuating that the former made an ill use of the one and the latter no use at all of the other. The censor censured. Or Chatto turned Catiline, a pamphlet published in 1722. Mr. Pope's beautiful description of the manner of playing this game. Seymour's Court Gamester, 1722. It is Belinda's game in the Rape of the Lock, where every incident in the whole deal is so described, that when ombre is forgotten, and it is almost so already, it may be revived with posterity from that admirable poem. Barrington on the Antiquity of Card-Playing. Pope's Grotto and Hampton Court excite in the mind of Miss Mitford vivid images of the fair Belinda and of the inimitable game at ombre. Our Village, 4th Series. Serious reflections on the dangerous tendency of the common practice of card-playing, especially the game of all fours, as it hath been publicly played at Oxford in this present year of our Lord, 1754. The princesses were the daughters of George Prince of Wales, afterwards George Roman II. One of them, Amelia, in her old maidenhood, was a regular visitor at Bath, seeking health at the pump and amusement at the card table. About 1721, a pack of cards was published, ridiculing the principal bubble schemes of the day, but more especially the South Sea project. About the same time, a set of caricature cards, ridiculing the Mississippi scheme, was published in Holland. The Saxons called it Aikman-Seester, which has been interpreted the city of valetudinarians. Bath Guide. It is worthy of remark that most watering places much visited by wealthy invalids, abroad as well as at home, are also the haunts of gamesters. Where the carrion is, there are the vultures. At this period, it was the fashion for the ladies to adorn their heads, before they entered the bath, with all the lures of dress. By these means their charms were set off to such advantage that the husband of a lady, who, with Nash and other spectators, was admiring the female dabblers, told his wife she looked like an angel, and he wished to be with her. Nash seized the favorable occasion to establish his reputation as a man of gallantry and spirit, and therefore suddenly taking the gentleman by the collar and the waistband of his breeches, soused him over the parapet into the bath. Life of Beau Nash. An analogous case, at cards, of begging for a point in order to inspire the adversary with an erroneous opinion of the beggar being weak, is thus related by Paschasius Justus of Pope Leo X. His Holiness once, when playing at a game similar to Primero, held such cards as made it impossible for him to lose, except from the circumstance of his being the last player. But as his adversary, whose turn it was to declare first, proposed a heavy stake, he concluded that he held as good cards as himself. Being reluctant to yield the game, "Give me a point," he cried, "and I will see you." The other, not suspecting that the Pope held such capital cards, readily assented and consequently lost. The narrator says that he could applaud the trick if His Holiness had returned the loser his stake. Pasque. Justia Lee Lib. IP. 50. Edit. Nepali Nemetum, 1617. The Literary Register, or Weekly Miscellany, p. 296, Newcastle-on-Tyne, 1771. Uninflammable as the times were, they carried a great mixture of superstition. Masquerades had been abolished because there had been an earthquake at Lisbon, and when the last Jubilee masquerade was exhibited at Ranelagh, the alehouses and roads to Chelsea were crowded with drunken people, who assembled to denounce the judgments of God on persons of fashion, whose greatest sin was dressing themselves ridiculously. A more inconvenient reformation, and not a more sensible one, was set on foot by societies of tradesmen, who denounced to the magistrate all bakers that baked or sold bread on Sundays. Alum, and the variety of spurious ingredients with which bread, and indeed all wares, were adulterated all the week round, gave not half so much offence as the vent of the chief necessary of life on a Sunday. Earl of Orford's Memoirs, Volume Roman II, p. 283. The king not only allowed of gaming at the Groom Porters at the Christmas holidays, but used to pay a formal visit there himself at the commencement of the season. From an advertisement in the public papers, subsequently referred to by the author, it would appear that this compliment to the Secretaries of State was ironical. It is there stated that a set of gentlemen of character and fortune had determined to enforce the Acts of Parliament respecting unlawful games of play, whether with cards or otherwise, and that they were firmly resolved that neither the sanctuary at White's, nor the more sacred mansion of a Secretary of State, should prevent their putting their design in execution. It is not surprising that cards should be a favorite game with diplomatists, seeing that their regular vocation consists in cutting and shuffling, and that their grand game is usually won by a trick. Talleyrand was a capital player both at cards and protocols. Espartero, when regent of Spain, is said to have played at cards with the ministers as he lay in bed. Cabral, the Portuguese minister, is also a great card player. This collection of caricatures is contained in a small volume of a square form, like that of a pocket dictionary. In the title, the work is said to have been digested and published by M. Darley at the Acorn in Ryder's Court, Cranbourne Alley, Leicester Fields. Subsequently, Darley published another volume of the same size, entitled A Political and Satirical History, displaying the unhappy influence of Scotch prevalency in the years 1761, 1762, and 1763, being a regular series of 96 humorous, transparent, and entertaining prints, with an explanatory key to every print. These two volumes contain the most numerous and interesting series of political caricatures that had hitherto appeared in England. The caricatures which appeared in the Political Register from 1767 to 1772 may be considered as a continuation of the series published by Darley. In the same volume, there is another plate of the same kind, showing the coat cards for 1756. A critical inquiry regarding the real author of the letters of Junius, proving them to have been written by Lord Viscount Sackville, by George Coventry, p. 34, 1825. Copies of two of the caricatures on Lord George Sackville are given in this work. At the foot of the title page of the second volume, for the years 1761-2-3, there is a notice that sketches or hints sent postpaid will have due honor shewn them. Et decus ob patrium, et studiosi pubis in usus, construxer sacros chartis fidibusque penades. See Anstey, ad C.W. Bamfilda, Epistola, 1777. Ballads in the Cumberland dialect by R. Anderson. An explanation of a few terms in the above verses will render them more intelligible to the reader who has the misfortune to be unacquainted with the Cumberland dialect. Clipped and heeled, prepared for the sport like cocks for fighting. Lish, sprightly, active. Cuttered, cooed like billing doves. Stour, dust. Lanter, three-card loo, cardlakers, card players. Lanter, or lant, so common in Cumberland and Northumberland, appears to have been unknown to a deservedly high authority on all sports and games. The editor does not know the game of lant. Bell's Life in London, 4th March, 1838. Some curious particulars somewhat exaggerated respecting certain great card players of this period will be found in The Adventures of a Guinea. An address to persons of fashion relating to balls, with a few occasional hints concerning playhouses, card tables, and C by the author of Pietas Oxoniensis. 6th edition, 1771. The causes of infidelity are various. Before the improved sagacity of Dr. Rennell had discovered that it owed its origin to popery, his wisdom had detected its source, artfully lurking in the unmeaning combinations of a pack of cards. Reflections on the Spirit of Religious Controversy by the Reverend Joseph Fletcher, of Hexham, England, p. 192. 12 Mo, New York, 1808. Chapter 4. Of the different kinds of cards and the marks of the suits. Having in the preceding chapters endeavored to trace the origin of playing cards and to show their progress from the time of their first introduction into Europe, I shall now proceed to give collectively some account of the different kinds of cards, of the various marks that have been employed to distinguish the suits, and of the changes that they have undergone at different periods. Most authors who have expressly written on the subject agree in distinguishing two kinds of cards, namely, those which they call tarocchi or taros, and those consisting of four suits, which are in common use throughout Europe. It is a subject of dispute among the learned in these matters, which of those two kinds are of the greatest antiquity. Court de Gebelin considers that tarocchi cards were known to the ancient Egyptians and Mons. Duchesne is pleased to assume that certain so-called tarocchi cards, preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi, belong to one of the three packs painted for Charles Roman VI, by Jaquemin Gringoire, in 1393. Mons. Duchesne is also of opinion that these cards were the same as those which were formerly called nabai in Italy, and in support of it, he alleges several authorities, which seem to him to be decisive of the fact, but which really prove nothing more than that charti and nabai were synonymous. He produces no evidence to show that the series of painted and engraved figures, now usually called tarocchi, were originally known either by that name or by that of cards, while from a passage cited by Mons. Leber, from Raphael Volitarinus, it would appear that tarocchi cards, properly so called, were not invented till towards the close of the 15th century. And from the same author we learn that a pack of such cards consisted of the four suits of common cards, together with 22 symbolical figures, similar to those which are assumed by Mons, Duchesne to have been the original tarocchi. Tarocchi cards called taros by the French are still used in several parts of France, Germany, and Italy, and an account of the manner of playing the game is to be found in the edition of the Académie des Jeux, published by Courbet, Paris, 1814. Mons. Duchesne calls this game tarocchino, and distinguishes it from that played with the old series of figures, which he supposes to have been the original tarocchi. But so far from there being any evidence to show that these figures were at their first introduction known either by the name of tarocchi or of cards, there seems greater reason to conclude that they have only obtained this name in comparatively recent times, in consequence of some of them being used in combination with common cards, at a game called tarocchi, which was also the name given to the cards with which it was played. The earliest writers who mention tarocchi as a kind of cards always speak of them as consisting of four suit swords, cups, batons, and money together with a certain number of other cards, representing various characters and emblematical figures. A pack of tarots, as at present used in France, corresponds in every particular with those called tarocchi by writers of the 16th century. It consists of 78 cards, that is, of 4 suits of numeral cards and 22 emblematic cards called addis. The marks of the suits are usually swords, cups, batons, and money, and each suit consists of 14 cards, 10 of which are pips or low cards, and the other 4 are coat cards, namely king, queen, chevalier, and valet. Of the addis, 21 are numbered consecutively from 1 to 21. That which is not numbered is called the fou. The clown or buffoon end in playing the game is usually designated mat. The fou has of itself no positive value, but augments that of any of the other addis to which it may be joined. The other addis are numbered and named as follows. 1. The bait lure or juggler, called also pagad. 2. Juno. 3. The empress. 4. The emperor. 5. Jupiter. 6. El Amaru. 7. The chariot. 8. Justice. 9. The capuchin, called also the hermit. 10. The wheel of fortune. 11. Fortitude. 12. Lependua, man suspended head downwards by one leg. 13. Death. 14. Temperance. 15. The devil. 16. The macendia or hospitala tower struck by lightning. 17. The stars. 18. The moon. 19. The sun. 20. The last judgment. 21. The end of the world. Of these, the first 5 are called petties addis, and the last 5 grands addis. 7 cards are also especially distinguished as tarots or addisteros. These are the end of the world, the buffoon, the bait lure, and the 4 kings. According to Cicignara, the inventor of the game of tarocchino, or tarots, as above described, was an Italian who resided at Bologna prior to the year 1419, and the account which he gives is to the following effect. There is preserved in the Fibbia family, one of the most ancient and illustrious of that city, a portrait of Francis Fibbia, Prince of Pisa, who sought refuge at Bologna, about the commencement of the 15th century, in which he is represented holding in his right hand a parcel of cards, while others appear lying on the ground. Among the latter are seen the Queen of Batons and the Queen of Money, the one being ornamented with the arms of the Bentivoglio family and the other with the arms of the Fibbia. An inscription at the bottom of the picture informs us that Francis Fibbia, who died in 1419, had obtained, as the inventor of tarocchino, from the reformers of the city, the privilege of placing his own shield of arms on the Queen of Batons, and that of his wife, who was of the Bentivoglio family, on the Queen of Money. A distinction, observes Mons. Duchesne, which nevertheless does not exclude the supposition that Francis Fibbia, commander-in-chief of the Bolognese forces, had rendered more important services to his countrymen than teaching them to play at tarocchino. Supposing Cicignara's account to be correct, it yet proves nothing with respect to the comparative antiquity of the 2 kinds of cards which compose the pack for the game of tarocchino or tarots. Mons. Duchesne, however, having assumed that the old series of emblematic figures called tarocchi cards were the oldest, sees no difficulty in the matter, but unhesitatingly concurs with Cicignara in ascribing the invention of tarocchino to Francis Fibbia, without inquiring whether Fibbia had merely combined into one pack 2 kinds of cards already well known, or whether he was the first deviser of the 4 suits which constitute the most important portion of the pack, and which give to the game all its spirit. Seeing that Fibbia was honored for his invention by the reforming magistracy of Bologna, where both card-playing and the manufacture of cards appear to have been pretty extensively carried on about 1423, the most probable conclusion would be that he had deserved well in their opinion, not from having converted by new combinations a previously innocent and amusing game into a hazardous and exciting one, but in consequence of his having shuffled a few moral tarocchi into the old pack of numeral cards of 4 suits, whether of swords, cups, batons, and money, or of bells, hearts, leaves, and acorns. In support of this conclusion, it may further be observed that though the manufacture of cards was extensively carried on both in Italy and Germany before the year 1450, no so-called tarocchi cards of that period have been discovered which can fairly be supposed to have been intended, either from their size or execution, for the common purposes of play. While, on the contrary, there are in existence several specimens of numeral cards of 4 suits, either stenciled or engraved on wood, and evidently of a cheap manufacture, for common use, of a date not later than 1450. The kind of game for which the emblematic figures usually called tarocchi cards were used remains to be discovered. Mons. Duchesne has, indeed, hazarded a conjecture on the subject, which is equally incapable of refutation or of proof. The number of players, he says, necessary to form a party would scarcely be limited to 2, and probably might vary from 3 to 12, or rather from 3 to 8. And the manner of playing might simply consist in the appropriate laying down of such of the figures as, according to an order agreed upon, might belong to the suit of the card first played. The holder of certain privileged cards would have doubtless some additional advantage, and we may further suppose that each player being obliged, in turn, to lay down a card drawn at random, striking contrasts resulting from unexpected combinations would afford a subject of amusement. This supposition would seem to agree with the subject of a book entitled Les Cartes Parlantes, printed at Venice in 1545. Each card there has conferred on it an interpretation or allusion, more or less ingenious, applicable to the figure which it represents. Thus the Pope represents fidelity in the game and sincerity in the player, the Emperor, the laws of the game, the valets, the service attached to the game, the swords, the death of despairing gamesters, the batons, the punishment of those who cheat, money, the sustenance of play, and the cups, the drink over which the players settle their disputes. Mons. Duchesne's conjecture can scarcely be said to be supported by the conceits of Aretine, who, moreover, in the whole course of his book, speaks of cards as a hazardous, exciting game, at which both money and credit might be lost, while Mons. Duchesne asserts that the game played with tarocchi was merely one of amusement, originally devised to instruct children under the semblance of play. The earliest known specimens of what are called tarocchi cards are those preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi at Paris, and which are supposed by Mons. Duchesne to have formed a portion of one of the 3 packs painted for the amusement of Charles Roman VI in 1393. They formerly belonged to Mons. De Gainières, who had been governor to the grandchildren of Louis Roman XIV, and who bequeathed them, together with his entire collection of prints and drawings, to the king in 1711. Those cards appear to have been seen in the possession of Mons. De Gainières by the Abbé de Longuerue, and also by Dr. Martin Lister, who thus mentions them in his account of his journey to Paris in 1698. I waited upon the Abbot Droin to visit Mons. Gainières at his lodgings in the Hostel de Guise. One toy I took notice of, which was a collection of playing cards for 300 years. The oldest were 3 times bigger than what are now used, extremely well-limbed and illuminated with gilt borders, and the pasteboard thick and firm, but there was not a complete set of them. The following particulars respecting those cards are chiefly derived from Mons. Duchesne's description of them in his Observations sur les cartes à jouer, published in the Annuaire historique for the year 1837. There are 17 of them, and there can scarcely be a doubt of their having formed part of a set of what are called tarocchi cards, which, when complete, consisted of 50. They are painted on paper, in the manner of illuminations in old manuscripts, on a gold ground, which is in other parts marked with ornamental lines, formed by means of points slightly pricked into the composition upon which the gilding is laid. They are surrounded by a border of silver gilding, in which there is also seen an ornament, formed in the same manner, by means of points, representing a kind of scroll or twisted riband. Some parts of the embroidery on the vestments of the different figures are heightened with gold, while the weapons and armor are covered with silver, which, like that on the borders, has for the most part become oxidized through time. There is no inscription, letter, nor number to indicate the manner in which they were to be arranged. Mons. Leber agrees with Mons. Duchesne in ascribing them to a French artist of the time of Charles Roman VI, and even seems inclined to conclude that they might have been intended for the amusement of that lunatic king. Looking at those cards, however, as they appear in the facsimiles published by the Society of Bibliophiles Franchise, I should rather take them to be the work of an Italian artist, and be inclined to conclude, as well from the general style of the drawing as from the costume, that they were not of an earlier date than 1425. The following is Mons. Duchesne's enumeration of the 17 cards which he supposes to have been executed by Gringanor. The names in capitals are those which occur in a series of so-called Italian tarocchi cards, with which he considers them to correspond. 1. LeFou the buffoon. This figure is found in the tarots of the present day, and is perhaps the same character as that which in the series of old Italian engraving called tarocchi cards is inscribed Misero I. 2. L'Ecker the squire, Chevalier Roman 6. 3. L'Empereur the emperor, Imperator VS. 4. Le Pape the pope, Papa X. 5. Les Amoureux the lovers, young men and women courting, while two winged cupids are discharging arrows at them. Mons. Duchesne gravely queries whether this subject does not represent Apollo and Diana killing the children of Niobe, and whether it ought not to be considered as corresponding with Apollo Roman 20. It has, however, as little relation to the story of Niobe as it has to Apollo, as figured in the engraving referred to. 6. La Fortune. This figure, standing on a circle which represents the world, holds a globe in one hand and in the other a scepter. Mons. Duchesne considers that it corresponds with that named astrologia in the series of Italian engravings and their erroneously numbered XXXVA instead of XXVA. Barch, it seems, had not observed this error. 7. La Temperantia XXZI. 8. La Force Fortitude, Forteza Roman 36. 9. La Justitia Roman 37. 10. La Lune the moon, Luna XXXXI. 11. Le Solo the sun, Sol XXXZI. 12. Le Char the chariot. The subject here is a figure in armor, standing on a kind of triumphal car and having in his right hand a battle axe. Mons. Duchesne says that this subject certainly corresponds with Mart XXXXV. 13. L'Ermite the hermit. This figure is supposed to correspond with that named Saturno XXXXV. The four following subjects have no corresponding figures in the series of old Italian engravings, supposed by Mons. Duchesne and others to be tarocchi cards. They are, however, to be found among the addis of the modern game of tarots. 14. Le Pendu a man hanging from one leg, head downwards. Court de Gebelin, speaking of this figure as it is seen in a modern pack of tarots, conjectures, with his usual absurdity, that the card-maker had erroneously represented it upside down. On turning it the contrary way, he sees in it an emblem of prudence to wit, a man standing upon one foot and sagely deliberating where he has to place the other. The figure of Le Pendu, even when thus viewed, is much more like a capering opera dancer than a prudent philosopher cautiously picking his steps, and bears not the slightest resemblance to the figure of Prudence in the series of old engravings called tarocchi cards. 15. La Mort Death. 16. La Maison de the Hospital, a tower struck by lightning. 17. Le Jugement dernier the Last Judgment. Illustration, old painted cards ascribed to Gringonor, La Justice, p. 198. Illustration, old painted cards ascribed to Gringonor, La Lune, p. 198. These 17 subjects, engraved in lithography and carefully colored by hand after the original drawings, are given in the Jeu Descartes Tarots et Descartes Numérales, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais, 1844. The two annexed cuts will afford some idea of the style of the drawing and of the manner in which the ornaments are pricked into the gold ground. They are of the same size as the originals. The one is that named Justice, number 9, and the other that named La Lune, number 10, in the preceding enumeration. It may be here observed that the latter is totally different from that named Luna XXXXI in the series of old Italian engravings with which it is supposed by Mons. Duchesne to correspond. The only figure common to both is that of a crescent moon. The drawing indeed seems to be an emblem of astrology, which, in the Italian engravings, is represented by a winged female figure, having on her head a crown of stars, and holding in her left hand a book, and in her right a divining rod. The complete series of old Italian engravings, known to collectors of prints by the name of tarocchi cards, consists of 50 pieces, divided into 5 classes distinguished by the first 5 letters of the alphabet, a B, C, D, E, but numbered consecutively from 1 to 50. Commencing with the class marked E at the foot of each subject is engraved its name, together with the letter of its class, and its number, which is given both in Roman and Arabic numerals, the Roman being placed immediately after the name, and the Arabic on the extreme right. The distinctive letter of the class is on the left. Zanni has conjectured that the letters might have been intended for abbreviations of atutto, batni, cop, denari, and espadon, addis, batons, cups, money, and swords. Spadon, however, and not espadon, is the proper Italian name for swords, but as the names are in the Venetian dialect, mons. Duchesne appears inclined to allow that the form espadon might have been admitted into it at that period. That the letters, however, had no such meaning, and that they were merely used to mark the order of each class, seems to be proved by the fact that in another set of the same subjects, executed about the same period, the numeral 5 is substituted for the letter E even if Zanni's supposition were correct. It would only strengthen the conclusion that those so-called tarocchi cards originated in an attempt to recombine, under new emblems, the principles of an old game which had acquired a disreputable character. Whatever the game might have been, it has long become obsolete, and the only reason for supposing it to have been cognate with that of cards is grounded on the fact that a certain number of the characters of those so-called tarocchi cards occur as addis in the pack of tarocchi or taros, previously described. Of those old Italian engravings, there are two series known to amateurs, agreeing in the subjects, but differing in their style of execution, though it is evident that the one has been copied from the other. In one of them, which is considered by Bartsch to be the earliest, the date 1485 is inscribed on a tablet in the hands of the figure named Arithmetica, Roman 25. In the other series, which is by much the best engraved, and is certainly the earliest, there is no date, and the figure which there represents arithmetic appears to be counting money. This series Mons, Duchesne thinks was executed about 1470, and some writers have supposed that the subjects were engraved by Tommaso Finigera. Zanni, however, is inclined to believe that they were engraved at Padua, while Otley ascribes them to a Florentine artist. Seeing, however, that the names are in the Venetian dialect, and that authorities on the subject of old Italian engraving disagree with respect to them, I am inclined to suppose, without any regard to their style of execution, that they were either engraved by a Venetian artist or for the Venetian market. It has also been supposed, but erroneously, that they were designed by Andrea Mantegna, to whom a number of other things of a similar kind have, with equal probability, been ascribed. And amongst the dealers in old engravings at Paris, they are commonly known as cartes de Baldini. Both the originals and the copies are of great rarity, and though several single subjects are to be found in the possession of amateurs, it is questionable if there be more than 4 collections in Europe, whether private or national, that have either the one series or the other complete. In the British Museum, there is a complete series of the originals and also 45 of the copies. The 5 pieces wanting in the latter are Misero I, Famio Roman II, Imperador VA, Primo Mobile XXXX VA, and Prima Casa XXXXX. There is also a complete series of the originals in the Bibliothèque du Roi, and copies of them are given in the Jeu de Cartes Tarots et de Cartes Numériels, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais. Facsimiles of Tu Papa X and Rhetoriker Roman 23 are also given by Singer in his Researches into the History of Playing Cards. From their size about 9 inches and 3/4 high, by about 4 inches wide, as well as from other circumstances, Mr. Singer considers that they were not intended for any game analogous to that of cards, properly so called. Mons. Leber considers them to have been merely cartes de fantaisie, and observes that subjects so delicately engraved on copper, when the invention of the art was still recent, could scarcely have been intended to receive the coloring required for the completion of a pack of cards. It, however, may be observed that color is not essential to a pack of playing cards, and that several packs of cards of 4 suits, evidently intended for play without being colored, were delicately engraved on copper before the end of the 15th century. Even Mons. Duchesne, while contending that those 50 old engravings were really tarocchi cards, admits that they bear no relation to any games played with numeral cards, which, according to the number of players and the regulations of each game, always consist of a number which is divisible by 4. For instance, 20 for Bouillotte, 28 for Brelan, 32 for Piquet and several other games, 36 for Trappola, 40 for Amber, 48 for Reversis, 52 for Lansquenet and several other games, 96 for comet, 104 for lottery, 312 for trenteton, and 78 for tarots. The ancient tarocchi cards, he says, have not then been intended for games of calculation, but solely for an instructive game. In this game, consisting of 5 classes, we find the 7 planets, representing the celestial system, the 7 virtues which constitute the basis of all morality, the sciences, which man alone is capable of acquiring, and the knowledge of which raises him above all other animals, the muses, whose cultivation yields so many charms to life. Finally, several of the conditions of life in which man may be placed, from misery, the most painful of all, to that of the most elevated, the sovereign pontificate. A complete series of those old engravings consists of 50 pieces, as has been previously observed, named and numbered as follows.